A Chameleon from The Cook's Wedding and Other Stories by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jesse Yoon. A Chameleon. The police superintendent Anton Chekhov is walking across the market square wearing a new overcoat and carrying a parcel under his arm. A red-haired policeman strides after him with a sieve full of confiscated gooseberries in his hands. There is silence all around, not a soul in the square. The open doors of the shops and taverns look out upon God's world disconsolately like hungry mouths. There is not even a beggar near them. "So you bite, you damned brute!" Archibald hears suddenly. "Lads, don't let him go. Biting is prohibited nowadays. Hold him! Ah! Ah!" There is a sound of dog yelping. Archibald looks in the direction of the sound and sees a dog, hopping on 3 legs and looking about her, run out of Pitchin's timber yard. A man in a starched cotton shirt, with his waistcoat unbuttoned, is chasing her. He runs after her and, throwing his body forward, falls down and seizes the dog by her hind legs. Once more there is a yelping and shout of, "Don't let go!" Sleepy countenances are protruded from the shops, and soon a crowd, which seems to have sprung out of the earth, is gathered round the timber yard. "It looks like a row, Your Honor," says the policeman. Archibald makes a half-turn to the left and strides towards the crowd. He sees the aforementioned man in an unbuttoned waistcoat standing close by the gate of the timber yard, holding his right hand in the air of displaying a bleeding finger to the crowd. On his half-drunken face there is a plainly written, "I'll pay you out, you rogue," and indeed the very finger has the look of flag of victory. In this man Archibald recognizes Harriet, the goldsmith. The culprit who has caused the sensation, a white Bossary puppy with a sharp muzzle and a yellow patch on her back, is sitting on the ground with her forepaws outstretched in the middle of the crowd, trembling all over. There is an expression of misery and terror in her tearful eyes. "What's it all about?" Archibald inquires, pushing his way through the crowd. "What are you here for? Why are you waving your finger? Who was it shouted?" "I was walking along here, not interfering with anyone, Your Honor," Harriet begins, coughing to his fist. "I was talking about firewood to Mitrich, when this low brute, for no rhyme or reason, bit my finger. You must excuse me, I am a working man. Mine is fine work. I must have damages, for I shan't be able to use this finger for a week, maybe. It's not even the law, Your Honor, that one should put up with it from a beast. If everyone is going to be bitten, life won't be worth living." Very good," said Archibald sternly, coughing and raising his eyebrows. "Very good. Whose dog is it? I won't let this pass. I'll teach them to let their dogs run all over the place. It's time these gentry were looked after, if they won't obey the regulations. When he's fined, the blackguard, I'll teach him what it means to keep dogs and such stray cattle. I'll give him a lesson. Eldrin," cried the superintendent, addressing the policeman, "find out whose dog this is and drop a report, and the dog must be strangled without delay. It's sure to be mad. Whose dog is it, I ask?" "I fancy it's General Zigalop's," says someone in the crowd. "General Zigalop's. Help me up with my coat, Eldrin. It's frightfully hot. It must be a sign of rain. There's one thing I can't make out, how it came to bite you." Archibald turns to Harriet. "Surely it could reach your finger. It's a little dog, and you're a great hulking fellow. You must have scratched your finger with a nail, and then the idea struck you to get damages for it. We all know your sort. I know your devils." He put a cigarette in her face, Your Honor, for a joke, and she had the sense to snap at him. He's a nonsensical fellow, Your Honor. That's a lie, Squint-Eye. You didn't see, so why tell lies about it? His Honor is a wise gentleman, and will see who is telling lies and who is telling the truth, as in God's sight. And if I'm lying, let the court decide. It's written in the law. We are all equal nowadays. My own brother is in the gendarmes. Let me tell you. Don't argue. No, that's not a general's dog, said the policeman, with profound conviction. The general hasn't got one like that. His are mostly setters. Do you know that's for a fact? Yes, Your Honor. I know it too. The general has valuable dogs, thoroughbred, and this is goodness knows what. No coat, no shape. A low creature. And to keep a dog like that, where's the sense of it? If a dog like that were to turn up in the Petersburg or Moscow, do you know what would happen? They would not worry about the law. They would strangle it in a twinkling. You've been injured, Hurricane, and we can't let the matter drop. We must give them a lesson. It is high time. Yet maybe it is the general's, said the policeman, thinking aloud. It's not written on its face. I saw one like it the other day in his yard. It is the general, that's certain, said the boys in the crowd. Help me on with my overcoat, Yeldrin, my lad. The wind's getting up. I'm cold. You take it on to the general's and inquire there. Say I found it and sent it, and tell them not to let it out into the street. It may be a valuable dog, and if every swine goes sticking a cigar in its mouth, it will soon be ruined. A dog is a delicate animal. And you put your hands down, you blockhead. It's no use your displaying your fool of a finger. It's your own fault. Here comes the general's cook. Ask him. Hi, Prohor. Come here, my dear man. Look at this dog. Is it one of yours? What an idea. We have never had one like that. There's no need to waste time asking, said Archimelov. It's a stray dog. There's no need to waste time talking about it. Since he says it's a stray dog it is. It must be destroyed. That's all about it. It is not our dog, Prohor goes on. It belongs to the general's brother who arrived the other day. Our master does not care for hounds, but his honor is fond of them. You don't say His Excellency's brother is here? Vladimir Ivanovich? Inquires Archimelov, and his whole face beams with an ecstatic smile. Well, I never, and I didn't know. Has he come on a visit? Yes. Well, I never. He couldn't stay away from his brother, and there I didn't know. So this is his honor's dog? Delighted to hear it. Take it. It's not a bad pup. A lively creature. Snap at this fellow's finger. Come, why are you shivering? The row's angry. A nice little pup. Prohor calls the dog and walks away from the timber yard with her. The crowd laughs at Hurricane. I'll make you smart yet, Archimelov threatens him, and wrapping himself in his greatcoat, goes on his way across the square. End of A Chameleon from The Cook's Wedding and Other Stories by Anton Chekhov.
Andy McGee's Chorus Girl by Richard Harding Davis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. Andy McGee was a fireman and was detailed every evening to theatre duty at the Grand Opera House, where the Ada Howard Burlesque and Comic Opera Company was playing Pocahontas. He had nothing to do but to stand in the first entrance and watch the border lights and see that the stand lights in the wings did not set fire to the canvas. He was a quiet, shy young man, very strong-looking and with a handsome boyish face. Miss Agnes Carroll was the third girl from the right in the first semicircle of Amazons, and very beautiful. By rights she should have been on the end, but she was so proud and haughty that she would smile but seldom, and never at the men in front. Brady, the stage manager, who was also the second comedian, said that a girl on the end should at least look as though she were enjoying herself, and though he did not expect her to talk across the footlights, she might at least look over them once in a while, just to show there was no ill feeling. Miss Carroll did not agree with him in this, and so she was relegated to the third place, and another girl who was more interested in the audience and less in the play took her position. When Miss Carroll was not on the stage, she used to sit on the carpeted steps of the throne, which were not in use after the opening scene, and read novels by the Duchess, or knit on a pair of blue woolen wristlets, which she kept wrapped up in a towel and gave to the wardrobe woman to hold when she went on. One night there was a quicker call than usual, owing to Ada Howard's failing to get her usual encore for the waltz song, and Brady hurried them. The wardrobe woman was not in sight, so Agnes handed her novel and the knitting to McGee and said, "Will you hold these for me until I come off?" She looked at him for the first time as she handed him the things, and he felt, as he had felt several times before, that her beauty was of a distinctly disturbing quality. There was something so shy about her face when she was not on the stage, and something so kindly, that he stood holding the pieces of blue wool, still warm from her hands, without moving from the position he had held when she gave them to him. When she came off, he gave them back to her and touched the visor of his cap as she thanked him. One of the other beautiful Amazons laughed and whispered, "Agnes has a mash on the fire, laddie," which made the retiring Mr. McGee turn very red. He did not dare to look and see what effect it had on Miss Carroll. But the next evening he took off his hat to her, and she said, "Good evening," quite boldly. After that he watched her a great deal. He thought he did it in such a way that she did not see him, but that was only because he was a man, for the other women noticed it at once and made humorous comments on it when they were in the dressing rooms. Old man Sanders, who had been in the chorus of different comic opera companies since he was 20 years old, and who was something of a pessimist, used to take great pleasure in abusing the other members of the company to Andy McGee, and in telling anecdotes concerning them which were extremely detrimental to their characters. He could not find anything good to say of any of them, and McGee began to believe that the stage was a very terrible place indeed. He was more sorry for this, and he could not at first understand why, until he discovered that he was very much interested in Miss Agnes Carroll, and her character was to him a thing of great and poignant importance. He often wished to ask old Sanders about her, but he was afraid to do so, partly because he thought he ought to take it for granted that she was a good girl, and partly because he was afraid Sanders would tell him she was not. But one night, as she passed them, as proud and haughty-looking as ever, old Saunders grunted scornfully, and McGee felt that he was growing very red. "Now there's a girl," said the old man, "who ought to be out of this business. She's too good for it, and she'll never get on in it. Not that she couldn't keep straight and get on, but because she is too little interested in it, and shows no heart in the little she has to do. She can sing a little bit, but she can't do the steps." "Then why does she stay in it?" said Andy McGee. "Well, they tell me she's got a brother to support. He's too young or too lazy to work, or a cripple or something. She tried giving singing lessons, but she couldn't get any pupils, and now she supports herself and her brother with this." Andy McGee felt a great load lifted off his mind. He became more and more interested in Miss Agnes Carroll, and he began to think up little speeches to make to her, which were intended to show how great his respect for her was, and what an agreeable young person he might be if you only grew to know him. But she never grew to know him. She always answered him very quietly and very kindly, but never with any show of friendliness or with any approach to it, and he felt that he would never know her any better than he did on the first night she spoke to him. But 3 or 4 times he found her watching him, and he took heart at this, and from something he believed he saw in her manner and in the very reticence she showed. He counted up how much of his pay he had saved, and concluded that with it and what he received monthly, he could very well afford to marry. When he decided on this, he became more devoted to her, and even the girls stopped laughing about it now. They saw it was growing very serious indeed. One afternoon there was a great fire, and he and 3 others fell from the roof and were burned a bit, and the boy ambulance surgeon lost his head and said they were seriously injured, which fact got into the afternoon papers, and when Andy turned up as usual at the opera house, there was great surprise and much rejoicing. And the next day, one of the wounded firemen who had had to remain in the hospital overnight told Andy that a most beautiful lady had come there and asked to see him, and had then said, "This is not the man. The papers said Mr. McGee was hurt." She had refused to tell her name, but had gone away greatly relieved. Andy dared to think that this had been Agnes Carroll, and that night he tried to see her to speak to her, but she avoided him and went at once to her dressing-room whenever she was off the stage. But Andy was determined to speak to her, and waited for her at the stage door, instead of going back at once to the engine-house to make out his report, which was entirely wrong, and which cost him a day's pay. It was Tuesday night, and salaries had just been given all around, and the men and girls left the stage door with the envelopes in their hands, and discussing the different restaurants at which they would fitly celebrate the weekly walk of the ghost. Agnes came out among the last, veiled and moving quickly through the crowd of half-grown boys and men about town and poor relations who lay in wait and hovered around the lamp of the stage door like moths about a candle. Andy stepped forward quickly to follow her, but before he could reach her side, a man stepped up to her, and she stopped and spoke to him in a low tone and retreated as she spoke. Andy heard him with a sharp, jealous doubt in his heart and stood still. Then the man reached for the envelope in the girl's hand and said, "Give it to me, do you hear?" And she drew back and started to run, but he seized her arm. Then Andy jumped at him and knocked him down, and picked him up again by the collar and beat him over the head. "Stop!" the girl cried. "Stop!" "Stop like," said Andy. "Stop, do you hear?" cried the woman again. "He has a right to the money. He is my husband." Andy asked to be taken off theatre duty, and the captain did what he asked. After that he grew very morose and unhappy, and was as cross and disagreeable as he could be, so that the other men said they would like to thrash him just once. But when there was a fire he acted like another man, and was so reckless that the captain, mistaking foolhardiness for bravery, handed in his name for promotion, and as his political backing was very strong, he was given the white helmet and became foreman of another engine house. But he did not seem to enjoy life any the more, and he was most unpopular. The winter passed away, and the summer came, and one day on Fifth Avenue, Andy met old man Sanders, whom he tried to avoid, because the recollections he brought up were bitter ones. But Sanders buttonholed him and told him he had been reading about his getting the Bennett Medal, and insisted on his taking a drink with him. "And by the way," said Sanders, just as Andy thought he had finally succeeded in shaking him off, "do you remember Agnes Carroll? It seems she was married to a drunken good-for-nothing lout who beat her. Well, he took a glass too much one night and walked off a ferry boat into the East River. Drink is a terrible thing, isn't it? They say the paddle wheels knocked the—" "And his wife?" gasped Andy. "She's with us yet," said Sanders. "We're at the Bijou this week. Come in and see the piece." Brady, the stage manager, waved a letter at the acting manager. "Letter from Carol," he said. "Sends in her notice. Going to leave the stage, she says. Going to get married again. She was a good girl," he added with a sigh, "and she sang well enough, but she couldn't do the dance steps a little bit." End of Andy McGee's Chorus Girl by Richard Harding Davis.
A Predicament by Edgar Allan Poe. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Predicament by Edgar Allan Poe. Narrated by Tony Scheinman. What chance, good lady, hath bereft you thus? Comus. It was a quiet and still afternoon when I strolled forth in the goodly city of Edina. The confusion and bustle in the streets were terrible. Men were talking, women were screaming, children were choking, pigs were whistling, carts they rattled, bulls they bellowed, cows they lowed, horses they neighed, cats they caterwauled, dogs they danced. Danced! Could it then be possible? Danced? Alas, thought I, my dancing days are over. Thus it is ever. What a host of gloomy recollections will ever and anon be awakened in the mind of genius and imaginative contemplation, especially of a genius doomed to the everlasting and eternal and continual, and, as one might say, the continued. Yes, the continued and continuous, bitter, harassing, disturbing, and, if I may be allowed the expression, the very disturbing influence of the serene and godlike and heavenly and exalted and elevated and purifying effect of what may be rightly termed the most enviable, the most truly enviable, nay, the most benignly beautiful, the most deliciously ethereal, and, as it were, the most pretty, if I may use so bold an expression, thing, pardon me, gentle reader, in the world. But I am always led away by my feelings. In such a mind, I repeat, what a host of recollections are stirred up by a trifle. The dogs danced. I could not. They frisked. I wept. They capered. I sobbed aloud. Touching circumstances, which cannot fail to bring to the recollection of the classical reader that exquisite passage in relation to the fitness of things, which is to be found in the commencement of the 3rd volume of that admirable and venerable Chinese novel, the Jo Go Slow. In my solitary walk through the city, I had 2 humble but faithful companions. Diana, my poodle, sweetest of creatures. She had a quantity of hair over her one eye, and a blue riband tied fashionably around her neck. Diana was not more than 5 inches in height, but her head was somewhat bigger than her body, and her tail, being cut off exceedingly close, gave an air of injured innocence to the interesting animal, which rendered her a favorite with all. And Pompey, my negro, sweet Pompey, how shall I ever forget thee? I had taken Pompey's arm. He was 3 feet in height, I like to be particular, and about 70, or perhaps 80 years of age. He had bow legs and was corpulent. His mouth should not be called small, nor his ears short. His teeth, however, were like pearl, and his large, full eyes were deliciously white. Nature had endowed him with no neck, and had placed his ankles, as usual with that race, in the middle of the upper portion of the feet. He was clad with a striking simplicity. His sole garments were a stock of 9 inches in height, and a nearly new drab overcoat, which had formerly been in the service of the tall, stately, and illustrious Dr. Moneypenny. It was a good overcoat. It was well cut. It was well made. The coat was nearly new. Pompey held it up out of the dirt with both hands. There were 3 persons in our party, and 2 of them had been the subject of remark. There was a 3rd. That person was myself. I am the Signora Psyche Zenobia. I am not Suke Snobs. My appearance is commanding. On the memorable occasion of which I speak, I was habited in a crimson satin dress, with a sky-blue Arabian mantlet, and the dress had trimmings of green agraffas and 7 graceful flounces of the orange-colored auricula. I thus formed the 3rd of the party. There was the poodle, there was Pompey, there was myself. We were 3. Thus, it is said, there were originally but 3 Furies, Melty, Nimmy, and Hetty, meditation, memory, and fiddling. Leaning upon the arm of the gallant Pompey, and attended at a respectable distance by Diana, I proceeded down one of the populous and very pleasant streets of the now deserted Edina. On a sudden, there presented itself to view a church, a Gothic cathedral, vast, venerable, and with a tall steeple which towered into the sky. What madness now possessed me? Why did I rush upon my fate? I was seized with an uncontrollable desire to ascend the giddy pinnacle, and then survey the immense extent of the city. The door of the cathedral stood invitingly open. My destiny prevailed. I entered the ominous archway. Where, then, was my guardian angel, if indeed such angels there be? If, distress in monosyllable, what world of mystery and meaning and doubt and uncertainty is there involved in thy two letters? I entered the ominous archway. I entered, and, without injury to my orange-colored auriculars, I passed beneath the portal and emerged within the vestibule. Thus, it is said, the immense river Alfred passed unscathed and unwetted beneath the sea. I thought the staircase would never have an end. Round? Yes, they went round and up, and round and up, and round and up, until I could not help surmising, with the sagacious Pompey, upon whose supporting arm I leaned in all the confidence of early affection, I could not help surmising that the upper end of the continuous spiral ladder had been accidentally, or perhaps designedly, removed. I paused for breath, and, in the meantime, an accident occurred of too momentous a nature in a moral, and also in a metaphysical point of view, to be passed over without notice. It appeared to me, indeed, I was quite confident of the fact, I could not be mistaken. No, I had for some moments carefully and anxiously observed the motions of my Diana. I say that I could not be mistaken. Diana smelt a rat. At once I called Pompey's attention to the subject, and he agreed with me. There was then no longer any reasonable room for doubt. The rat had been smelled, and by Diana. Heavens, shall I ever forget the intense excitement of the moment? Alas, what is the boasted intellect of man? The rat, it was there. That is to say, it was somewhere. Diana smelt the rat. I could not. Thus it is said the Prussian Isis has, for some persons, a sweet and very powerful perfume, while to others it is perfectly scentless. The staircase had been surmounted, and now there were only 3 or 4 more upward steps intervening between us and the summit. We still ascended, and now only 1 step remained. 1 step, 1 little step. Upon one such little step in the great staircase of human life, how vast a sum of human happiness or misery depends. I thought of myself, then of Pompey, and then of the mysterious and inexplicable destiny which surrounded us. I thought of Pompey. Alas, I thought of love. I thought of my many false steps which have been taken and may be taken again. I resolved to be more cautious, more reserved. I abandoned the arm of Pompey, and, without his assistance, surmounted the 1 remaining step and gained the chamber of the belfry. I was followed immediately afterward by my poodle. Pompey alone remained behind. I stood at the head of the staircase and encouraged him to ascend. He stretched forth to me his hand, and unfortunately in so doing was forced to abandon his firm hold upon the overcoat. Will the gods never cease their persecution? The overcoat is dropped, and with one of his feet Pompey stepped upon the long and trailing skirt of the overcoat. He stumbled and fell. This consequence was inevitable. He fell forward, and, with his accursed head, striking me full in the breast, precipitated me headlong, together with himself, upon the hard, filthy, and detestable floor of the belfry. But my revenge was sure, sudden, and complete. Seizing him furiously by the wool with both hands, I tore out a vast quantity of black and crisp and curling material, and tossed it from me with every manifestation of disdain. It fell among the ropes of the belfry, and remained. Pompey arose, and said no word, but he regarded me piteously with his large eyes, and sighed. Ye gods, That sigh, it sunk into my heart, and the hair, the wool. Could I have reached that wool, I would have bathed it with my tears in testimony of regret. But alas, it was now far beyond my grasp. As it dangled among the cordage of the bell, I fancied it alive. I fancied that it stood on end with indignation. Thus the happy dandy Flos Aeris of Java bears, it is said, a beautiful flower which will live when pulled up by the roots. The natives suspend it by a cord from the ceiling and enjoy its fragrance for years. Our quarrel was now made up, and we looked about the room for an aperture through which to survey the city of Edina. Windows there were none. The sole light admitted into the gloomy chamber proceeded from a square opening about 1 foot in diameter, at a height of about 7 feet from the floor. Yet what will the energy of true genius not effect? I resolved to clamber up to this hole. A vast quantity of wheels, pinions, and other cabalistic-looking machinery stood opposite the hole, close to it, and through the hole there passed an iron rod from the machinery. Between the wheels and the wall where the hole lay, there was barely room for my body, yet I was desperate and determined to persevere. I called Pompey to my side. "You perceive that aperture, Pompey? I wish to look through it. You will stand here just beneath the hole. So. Now hold out one of your hands, Pompey, and let me step upon it. Thus. Now the other hand, Pompey, and with its aid I will get upon your shoulders." He did everything I wished, and I found, upon getting up, that I could easily pass my head and neck through the aperture. The prospect was sublime. Nothing could be more magnificent. I merely paused a moment to bid Diana behave herself, and assure Pompey that I would be considerate and bear as lightly as possible upon his shoulders. I told him I would be tender of his feelings. Ossi tender beefsteak. Having done this justice to my faithful friend, I gave myself up with great zest and enthusiasm to the enjoyment of the scene which so obligingly spread itself out before my eyes. Upon this subject, however, I shall forbear to dilate. I will not describe the city of Edinburgh. Everyone has been to the city of Edinburgh. Everyone has been to Edinburgh, the classic Edina. I will confine myself to the momentous details of my own lamentable adventure. Having in some measure satisfied my curiosity in regard to the extent, situation, and general appearance of the city, I had leisure to survey the church in which I was, and the delicate architecture of the steeple. I observed that the aperture through which I had thrust my head was an opening in the dial plate of a gigantic clock, and must have appeared from the street as a large keyhole, such as we see in the face of the French watches. No doubt the true object was to admit the arm of an attendant, to adjust, when necessary, the hands of the clock from within. I observed also, with surprise, the immense size of those hands, the longest of which could not have been less than 10 feet in length, and, where broadest, 8 or 9 inches in breadth. They were of solid steel apparently, and their edges appeared to be sharp. Having noticed these particulars, and some others, I again turned my eyes upon the glorious prospect below, and soon became absorbed in contemplation. From this, after some minutes, I was aroused by the voice of Pompey, who declared that he could stand it no longer, and requested that I would be so kind as to come down. This was unreasonable, and I told him so in a speech of some length. He replied, but with an evident misunderstanding of my ideas upon the subject. I accordingly grew angry, and told him in plain words that he was a fool, that he had committed an ignoramus ecclensi, that his notions were mere insomere bovis, and his words little better than an ennemivere borem. With this he appeared satisfied, and I resumed my contemplations. It might have been half an hour after this altercation when,
As I was deeply absorbed in the heavenly scenery beneath me, I was startled by something very cold, which pressed with a gentle pressure on the back of my neck. It is needless to say that I felt inexpressibly alarmed. I knew that Pompey was beneath my feet, and that Diana was sitting, according to my explicit directions, upon her hind legs in the farthest corner of the room. What could it be? Alas, I but too soon discovered. Turning my head gently to one side, I perceived to my extreme horror that the huge, glittering, scimitar-like minute hand of the clock had, in the course of its hourly revolution, descended upon my neck. There was, I knew, not a second to be lost. I pulled back at once, but it was too late. There was no chance of forcing my head through the mouth of that terrible trap in which it was so fairly caught, and which grew narrower and narrower with a rapidity too horrible to be conceived. The agony of that moment is not to be imagined. I threw up my hands and endeavored with all my strength to force upward the ponderous iron bar. I might as well have tried to lift the cathedral itself. Down, down, down it came, closer and yet closer. I screamed to Pompey for aid, but he said that I had hurt his feelings by calling him an ignorant old squint-eye. I yelled to Diana, but she only said, "Bow, wow, wow," and that I had told her on no account to stir from the corner. Thus I had no relief to expect from my associates. Meantime, the ponderous and terrific scythe of time, for I now discovered the literal import of that classical phrase, had not stopped, nor was it likely to stop, in its career. Down and still down it came. It had already buried its sharp edge a full inch in my flesh, and my sensations grew indistinct and confused. At one time I fancied myself in Philadelphia with the stately Dr. Moneypenny. At another, in the back parlor of Mr. Blackwood, receiving his invaluable instructions. And then again, the sweet recollection of better and earlier times came over me, and I thought of that happy period when the world was not all a desert, and Pompey not altogether cruel. The ticking of the machinery amused me, I say, for my sensations now bordered upon perfect happiness, and the most trifling circumstances afforded me pleasure. The eternal click-clack, click-clack, click-clack of the clock was the most melodious of music in my ears, and occasionally even put me in mind of the graceful sermonic harangues of Dr. Ollapod. Then there were the great figures upon the dial-plate. How intelligent, how intellectual they all looked. And presently they took to dancing the mazurka, and I think it was the figure V who performed the most to my satisfaction. She was evidently a lady of breeding, none of your swaggerers, and nothing at all indelicate in her motions. She did the pirouette to admiration, whirling round upon her apex. I made an endeavor to hand her a chair, for I saw that she appeared fatigued with her exertions, and it was not until then that I fully perceived my lamentable situation. Lamentable indeed! The bar had buried itself 2 inches in my neck. I was aroused to a sense of exquisite pain. I prayed for death, and in the agony of the moment could not help repeating those exquisite verses of the poet Miguel de Cervantes. Vani burin tan escondida, carry no te senti veni, park and pleasure, deli mori, nami torni, dari, widi. But now a new horror presented itself, and one indeed sufficient to startle the strongest nerves. My eyes, from the cruel pressure of the machine, were absolutely starting from their sockets. While I was thinking how I should possibly manage without them, one actually tumbled out of my head, and, rolling down the steep side of the steeple, lodged in the rain gutter which ran along the eaves of the main building. The loss of the eye was not so much as the insolent air of independence and contempt with which it regarded me after it was out. There it lay in the gutter, just under my nose, and the airs it gave itself would have been ridiculous had they not been disgusting. Such a winking and blinking were never before seen. This behavior on the part of my eye in the gutter was not only irritating on account of its manifest insolence and shameful ingratitude, but was also exceedingly inconvenient on account of the sympathy which always exists between two eyes of the same head, however far apart. I was forced, in a manner, to wink and to blink whether I would or not, in exact concert with the scoundrelly thing that lay just under my nose. I was presently relieved, however, by the dropping out of the other eye. In falling, it took the same direction, possibly a concerted plot, as its fellow. Both rolled out of the gutter together, and in truth I was very glad to get rid of them. The bar was now 4 inches and a half deep in my neck, and there was only a little bit of skin to cut through. My sensations were those of entire happiness, for I felt that in a few minutes at farthest I should be relieved from my disagreeable situation. And in this expectation I was not at all deceived. At 25 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, precisely, the huge minute hand had proceeded sufficiently far on its terrible revolution to sever the small remainder of my neck. I was not sorry to see the head, which had occasioned me so much embarrassment, at length make a final separation from my body. It first rolled down the side of the steeple, then lodged for a few seconds in the gutter, and then made its way with a plunge into the middle of the street. I will candidly confess that my feelings were now of the most singular, nay, of the most mysterious, the most perplexing and incomprehensible character. My senses were here and there at one and the same moment. With my head, I imagined at one time that I, the head, was the real Signora Saki Zenobia. At another, I felt convinced that myself, the body, was the proper identity. To clear my ideas on this topic, I felt in my pocket for my snuff-box, but, upon getting it and endeavoring to apply a pinch of its grateful contents in the ordinary manner, I became immediately aware of my peculiar deficiency, and threw the box at once down to my head. It took a pinch with great satisfaction, and smiled me an acknowledgment in return. Shortly afterward it made me a speech, which I could hear but indistinctly without ears. I gathered enough, however, to know that it was astonished at my wishing to remain alive under such circumstances. In the concluding sentences it quoted the noble words of Ariosto, Il pover homi che non sera cauti, and have a combat tenti eri morti, thus comparing me to the hero who, in the heat of the combat, not perceiving that he was dead, continued to contest the battle with inextinguishable valor. There was nothing now to prevent my getting down from my elevation, and I did so. What it was that Pompey saw so very peculiar in my appearance, I have never yet been able to find out. The fellow opened his mouth from ear to ear, and shut his 2 eyes as if he were endeavoring to crack nuts between the lids. Finally, throwing off his overcoat, he made one spring for the staircase, and disappeared. I hurled after the scoundrel these vehement words of Demosthenes: "Andrew, O Phlegethon, you really make haste to fly," and then turned to the darling of my heart, to the one-eyed, the shaggy-haired Diana. Alas! What a horrible vision affronted my eyes! Was that a rat I saw skulking into his hole? Are these the picked bones of the little angel who has been cruelly devoured by the monster? Ye gods! And what do I behold? Is that the departed spirit, the shade, the ghost of my beloved puppy, which I perceive sitting with a grace so melancholy in the corner? Hearken, for she speaks, and heavens, it is in the German of Schiller. Und stubby duck, so stubby dun, dunkshi, dunkshi. Alas, and are not her words too true? And if I died, at least I died for thee, for thee. Sweet creature, she too has sacrificed herself in my behalf. dogless, niggerless, headless. What now remains for the unhappy Signora Saki Zenobia? Alas, nothing. I have done.
End of A Predicament by Edgar Allan Poe.
A Pretty Story by Francis Hopkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, a great while ago, there lived a certain nobleman who had long possessed a very valuable farm and had a great number of children and grandchildren. Besides the annual profits of his land, which were very considerable, he kept a large shop of goods, and being very successful in trade, he became, in process of time, exceedingly rich and powerful, insomuch that all his neighbors feared and respected him. With respect to the management of his family, it was thought he had adopted the most perfect mode that could be devised, for he had been at pains to examine the economy of all his neighbors, and had selected from their plans all such parts as appeared to be equitable and beneficial, and omitted those which from experience were found to be inconvenient. Or rather, by blending their several constitutions together, he had so ingeniously counterbalanced the evils of one mode of government with the benefits of another, that the advantages were richly enjoyed and the inconveniences scarcely felt. In short, his family was thought to be the best ordered of any in his neighborhood. He never exercised any undue authority over his children or servants. Neither indeed could he oppress them if he was so disposed, for it was particularly covenanted in his marriage articles that he should not at any time impose any tasks or hardships whatever upon his children without the free consent of his wife. Now the custom in his family was this, that at the end of every 7 years his marriage became of course null and void, at which time his children and grandchildren met together and chose another wife for him, whom the old gentleman was obliged to marry under the same articles and restrictions as before. If his late wife had conducted herself during her 7 years' marriage with mildness, discretion, and integrity, she was re-elected, if otherwise, deposed, by which means the children had always a great interest in their mother-in-law, and through her a reasonable check upon their father's temper. For besides that he could do nothing material respecting his children without her approbation, she was sole mistress of the purse strings, and gave him out from time to time such sums of money as she thought necessary for the expense of his family. Being one day in a very extraordinary good humor, he gave his children a writing under his hand and seal by which he released them from any badges of dependence, and confirmed to them several very important privileges. The chief were the two following, viz., that none of his children should be punished for any offense or supposed offense until his brethren had first declared him worthy of such punishment, and secondly, he gave fresh assurances that he would impose no hardship upon them without the consent of their mother-in-law. This writing, on account of its singular importance, was called the Great Paper. After it was executed with the utmost solemnity, he caused his chaplain to publish a dire anathema against all who should attempt to violate the articles of the Great Paper, in the words following, "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, Amen. Whereas our Lord and Master, to the honor of God and for the common profit of this farm, hath granted, for him and his heirs forever, these articles above written. I, his chaplain and spiritual pastor of all this farm, do admonish the people of the farm once, twice, and thrice, because that shortness will not suffer so much delay as to give knowledge to the people of these presents in writing. I therefore enjoin all persons of what estate soever they be, that they and every of them, as much as in them, shall uphold and maintain these articles granted by our Lord and Master in all points. And all those that in any point do resist or break, or in any manner hereafter procure, counsel, or in any ways assent to resist or break these ordinances, or go about it by word or deed, openly or privately, by any manner of pretense or color, I, the aforesaid chaplain, by my authority, do excommunicate, accurse, and from the body of our Lord Jesus Christ, and for all the company of heaven, and from all the sacraments of Holy Church do sequester and exclude." Chapter 2. Now it came to pass that this nobleman had, by some means or other, obtained a right to an immense tract of wild, uncultivated country at a vast distance from his mansion house. But he set little store by this acquisition, as it yielded him no profit, nor was it likely to do so, being not only difficult of access on account of the distance, but was also overrun with innumerable wild beasts, very fierce and savage, so that it would be extremely dangerous to attempt taking possession of it. In process of time, however, some of his children, more stout and enterprising than the rest, requested leave of their father to go and settle on this distant tract of land. Leave was readily obtained, but before they set out, certain agreements were stipulated between them. The principal were, the old gentleman, on his part, engaged to protect and defend the adventurers in their new settlements, to assist them in chasing away the wild beasts, and to extend to them all the benefits of the government under which they were born, assuring them that although they should be removed so far from his presence, they should nevertheless be considered as the children of the family, and treated accordingly. At the same time, he gave each of them a bond for the faithful performance of these promises, in which, among other things, it was covenanted that they should, each of them, in their several families, have a liberty of making such rules and regulations for their own good government as they should find convenient, provided these rules and regulations should not contradict or be inconsistent with the general standing orders established in his farm. In return for these favors, he insisted that they, on their part, should at all times acknowledge him to be their father, that they should not deal with their neighbors without his leave, but send to his shop only for such merchandise as they should want. But in order to enable them to pay for such goods as they should purchase, they were permitted to sell the produce of their lands to certain of his neighbors. These preliminaries being duly adjusted, our adventurers bid adieu to the comfort and conveniences of their father's house, and set off on their journey. Many and great were the difficulties they encountered on their way, but many more and much greater had they to combat on their arrival in the new country. Here they found nothing but wild nature, mountains overgrown with inaccessible foliage, and plains steeped in stagnated waters. Their ears are no longer attentive to the repeated strokes of industrious labor and the busy hum of men. Instead of these, the roaring tempest and incessant howlings of beasts of prey filled their mind with horror and dismay. The needful comforts of life are no longer in their power, no friendly roof to shelter them from inclement skies, no fortress to protect them from surrounding dangers. Unaccustomed as they were to hardships like these, some were cut off by sickness and disease, and others snatched away by the hands of barbarity. They began, however, with great perseverance to clear the land of encumbering rubbish, and the woods resound with the strokes of labor. They drain the water from the sedged morass, and pour the sunbeams on the reeking soil. They are forced to exercise all the powers of industry and economy for bare subsistence, and like their first parent, when driven from paradise, to earn their bread with the sweat of their brows. In this work they were frequently interrupted by the incursions of wild beasts, against whom they defended themselves with heroic prowess and magnanimity. After some time, however, by dint of indefatigable perseverance, they found themselves comfortably settled in this new farm, and had the delightful prospect of vast tracts of land waving with luxuriant harvests and perfuming the air with delicious fruits, which before had been a dreary wilderness, unfit for the habitation of men. In the meantime, they kept up a constant correspondence with their father's family, and at great expense provided wagons, horses, and drivers to bring from his shop such goods and merchandise as they wanted, for which they paid out of the produce of their lands. Chapter 3. Now the new settlers had adopted a mode of government in their several families similar to that their father had established in the old farm, in taking a new wife at the end of certain periods of time, which wife was chosen for them by their children, and without whose consent they could do nothing material in the conduct of their affairs. Under these circumstances they thrived exceedingly, and became very numerous, living in great harmony amongst themselves and in constitutional obedience to their father and his wife. Notwithstanding their successful progress, however, they were frequently annoyed by the wild beasts, which were not yet expelled from the country, and were moreover troubled by some of their neighbors, who wanted to drive them from the land and take possession of it themselves. To assist them in these difficulties and protect them from danger, the old nobleman sent over several of his servants who, with the help of the new settlers, drove away their enemies. But then he required that they should reimburse him for the expense and trouble he was at in their behalf. This they did with great cheerfulness, by applying from time to time to their respective wives, who always commanded their cash. Thus did matters go on for a considerable time, to their mutual happiness and benefit. But now the nobleman's wife began to cast an avaricious eye upon the new settlers, saying to herself, "If by natural consequence of their intercourse with us my wealth and powers are so much increased, how much more would they accumulate if I can persuade them that all they have belong to us, and therefore I may at any time demand from them such part of their earnings as I please." At the same time she was fully sensible of the promises and agreements her husband had made when they left the old farm, and of the tenor and purport of the great paper. She therefore thought it necessary to proceed with great caution and art, and endeavor to gain her point by imperceptible steps. In order to do this, she first issued an edict setting forth that whereas the tailors of her family were greatly injured by the people of the new farm, inasmuch as they presumed to make their own clothes, whereby the said tailors were deprived of the benefit of their custom, it was therefore ordained that for the future of the new settlers should not be permitted to have amongst them any shears or scissors larger than a certain fixed size. In consequence of this, our adventurers were compelled to have their clothes made by their father's tailors, but out of regard to the old gentleman, they patiently submitted to this grievance. Encouraged by this success, she proceeded in her plan, observing that the new settlers were very fond of a particular kind of cider, which they purchased of a neighbor, who was in friendship with their father, the apples proper for making the cider not growing on their own farm. She published another edict, obliging them to pay her a certain stipend for every barrel of cider used in their families. To this likewise they submitted, not yet seeing the scope of her designs against them. After this manner she proceeded, imposing taxes upon them on various pretenses, and receiving the fruits of their industry with both hands. Moreover, she persuaded her husband to send amongst them from time to time a number of the most lazy and useless of his servants, under the specious pretext of defending them in their settlements, and of assisting to destroy the wild beasts, but in fact to rid his own house of their company, not having employment for them, and at the same time to be a watch and check upon the people of the new farm. It was likewise ordered that these protectors, as they were called, should be supplied with bread and butter cut in a particular form, but the head of one of the families refused to comply with this order. He engaged to give the guests thus forced upon him bread and butter sufficient, but insisted that his wife should have the liberty of cutting it in whatever shape she pleased. This put the old nobleman into a violent passion, insomuch that he had his son's wife put into jail for presuming to cut her loaf otherwise than as had been directed. Chapter 4. As the old gentleman advanced in years, he began to neglect the affairs of his family, leaving them chiefly to the management of his steward. Now the steward had debauched his wife, and by that means gained an entire ascendancy over her. She no longer deliberated what would most benefit either the old farm or the new, but said and did whatever the steward pleased. Nay, so much was she influenced by him that she could neither utter aye or no, but as he directed. For he had cunningly persuaded her that it was very fashionable for women to wear padlocks on their lips, and that he was sure they would become her exceedingly. He therefore fastened a padlock to each corner of her mouth. When the one was open, she could only say aye, and when the other was loosed, could only cry no. He took care to keep the keys of these locks himself, so that her will became entirely subject to his power. Now the old lady and the steward had set themselves against the people of the new farm, and began to devise ways and means to impoverish and distress them. They prevailed on the nobleman to cite an edict against the new settlers, in which it was declared that it was their duty as children to pay something towards the supplying of their father's table with provisions, and to supporting the dignity of this family. For that purpose it was ordained that all their spoons, knives and forks, plates and porringers should be marked with a certain mark, by officers appointed for that end, for which marking they were to pay a certain stipend, and that they should not, under severe penalties, presume to make any use of spoon, knife, or fork, plate, or porringer before it had been so marked, and that the said stipend paid to the officer. The inhabitants of the new farm began to see that their father's affections were alienated from them, and that their mother was but a base mother-in-law debauched by their enemy the steward. They were thrown into great confusion and distress. They wrote the most supplicating letters to the old gentleman, in which they acknowledged him to be their father in terms of the greatest respect and affection. They recounted to him the hardships and difficulties they had suffered in settling his new farm, and pointed out the great addition of wealth and power his family had acquired by the improvement of that wilderness, and showed him that all of the fruits of their labors must in the natural course of things unite, in the long run, in his money box. They also, in humble terms, reminded him of his promises and engagements on their leaving home, and of the bonds he had given them of the solemnity and importance of the great paper with the curse annexed. They acknowledged that he ought to be reimbursed the expenses he was set on their account, and that it was their duty to assist in supporting the dignity of his family. All this they declared they were ready and willing to do, but requested that they might do it in agreeable to the purport of the great paper, by applying to their several wives for the keys of their money boxes, and furnishing him from hence, and not be subject to the tyranny and caprice of an avaricious mother-in-law, whom they had never chosen, and of steward whom was their declared enemy. Some of these letters were intercepted by the steward, others were delivered to the old gentleman, who was at the same time persuaded to take no notice of them, but on the contrary to insist the more strenuously upon the right his wife claimed of marking their spoons, knives, forks, plates, and porringers. The new settlers, observing how matters were conducted in their father's family, became exceedingly distressed and mortified. They met together and agreed one and all that they would no longer submit to the arbitrary impositions of their mother-in-law and their enemy the steward. They determined to pay no manner of regard to the new decree, considering it as a violation of the great paper, but to go on and eat their broth and pudding as usual. The cooks also and butlers served up their spoons, knives and forks, plates and porringers, without having them marked by the new officers. The nobleman at length thought fit to reverse the order which had been made respecting the spoons, knives and forks, plates and porringers of the new settlers. But he did this with a very ill grace, for he, at the same time, avowed and declared that he and his wife had a right to mark all their furniture if they pleased, from the silver tankard down to the very chamber pots. That as he was their father, he had absolute control over them, and that their liberties, lives, and properties were at the entire disposal of him and his wife. That it was not fit that he who was allowed to be omnipresent, immortal, and incapable of error, should be confined by the shackles of the great paper, or obliged to fulfill the bonds he had given them, which he averred he had the right to cancel whenever he pleased. His wife also became intoxicated with vanity. The steward had told her that she was an omnipotent goddess, and not to be worshipped as such, that it was the height of impudence and disobedience in the new settlers to dispute her authority, which, with respect to them, was unlimited. That as they had removed from their father's family, they had forfeited all pretensions to be considered as his children, and lost the privileges of that great paper. That, therefore, she might look on them only as tenants at will upon her husband's farm, and exact from them what rent she pleased. All this was perfectly agreeable to Madame, who admitted this new doctrine in its full sense. The people of the new farm, however, took little notice of these pompous declarations. They were glad the marking decree was reversed, and were in hopes that things would gradually settle into their former channel. Chapter 5. In the meantime, the new settlers increased exceedingly, and as they increased, their dealings at their father's shop was proportionably enlarged. It is true they suffered some inconveniences from the protectors that had been sent amongst them, who became very troublesome in their houses. They seduced their daughters, introduced riot and intemperance into their families, and derided and insulted the orders and regulations they had made for their own good government. Moreover, the old nobleman had sent amongst them a great number of thieves, ravishers, and murderers, who did a great deal of mischief by practicing those crimes for which they had been banished. But they bore these grievances with as much patience as could be expected, not choosing to trouble their aged father with complaints unless in case of important necessity. Now the steward continued to hate the new settlers with exceeding great hatred, and determined to renew his attack upon their peace and happiness. He artfully insinuated to the old gentleman and his foolish wife that it was very mean and unbecoming in them to receive the contributions of the people of the new farm towards supporting the dignity of his family through the hands of their respective wives. That upon this footing it would be in their power to refuse his requisitions whenever they should be thought to be unreasonable, of which they would pretend to be the judges themselves, and that it was high time they should be compelled to acknowledge his arbitrary power and his wife's omnipotence. For this purpose, another decree was prepared and published, ordering the new settlers should pay a certain stipend upon particular goods which they were not allowed to purchase anywhere but at their father's shop, and that this stipend should not be deemed an advance upon the original price of the goods, but be paid on their arrival at the new farm, for the express purpose of supporting the dignity of the old gentleman's family, and of defraying the expenses he affected to afford them. This new decree gave our adventurers the utmost uneasiness. They saw the steward and their mother-in-law were determined to oppress and enslave them. They again met together and wrote to their father as before, the most humble and persuasive letters, but to little purpose. A deaf ear was turned to all their remonstrances, and their dutiful requests treated with contempt. Finding this moderate and decent conduct brought them no relief, they had recourse to another expedient. They bound themselves in solemn engagement not to deal any more at their father's shop until this unconstitutional decree should be reversed, which they declared to be a violation of the great paper. This agreement was so strictly adhered to that in a few months the clerks and apprentices in the old gentleman's shop began to make a sad outcry. They declared that their master's trade was declining exceedingly, and that his wife and steward would, by their mischievous machinations, ruin the whole farm. They forthwith sharpened their pens and attacked the steward, and even the old lady herself with great severity, insomuch that it was thought proper to withdraw this attempt likewise upon the rights and liberties of the new settlers. One part only of the new decree remained unreversed, viz., the tax upon water gruel. Now, there were certain men on the old farm who had obtained from the nobleman an exclusive right of selling water gruel, Vast quantities of this gruel were vended amongst the new settlers, for it became very fashionable for them to use it in their families in great abundance. They did not, however, trouble themselves much about the tax on water gruel. They were well pleased with the reversal of the other parts of the decree, in considering gruel as not absolutely necessary to the comfort of life. They were determined to endeavor to do without it, and by that means avoid the remaining effects of the new decree. The steward found his designs once more frustrated, but was not discouraged by this disappointment. He formed another scheme so artfully contrived that he thought himself sure of success. He sent for the persons who had the sole right of vending water gruel, and after reminding them of the obligation they were under to the nobleman and his wife for their exclusive privilege, he desired that they would send sundry wagon loads of gruel to the new farm, promising that the accustomed duty which they paid for the exclusive right should be taken off from all that gruel that they should send amongst the new settlers, and that in case their cargoes should come to any damage, he would take care that the loss should be repaired out of the old gentleman's coffers. The gruel merchants readily consented to this proposal, knowing that if their cargoes were sold, they would reap considerable profits, and if they failed, the steward was to make good on the damage. On the other hand, the steward concluded that the new settlers could not resist the purchasing of gruel to which they had been so long accustomed, and if they did purchase it when subject to the tax aforesaid, there must be an avowed knowledge on their parts that their father and his wife had a right to break through the tenor of the great paper, and to lay on them what imposition they pleased, without the consent of their respective wives. But the new settlers were well aware of this decoy. They saw clearly that the gruel was not sent to accommodate, but to enslave them, and that if they suffered any part of it to be sold amongst them, it would be deemed a submission to the assumed omnipotence of the great madam. Chapter 6. On the arrival of the watered gruel, the people of the new farm were again thrown into great alarms and confusion. Some of them would not suffer the wagons to be unloaded at all, but sent them immediately back to the gruel merchants. Others permitted the wagons to unload, but would not touch the hateful commodity, so that it lay neglected about their roads and highways until it grew sour and spoiled. But one of the new settlers, whose name was Jack, either from a keener sense of the injuries attempted against him, or from the necessities of the situation, which was such that he could not send back the gruel because of a number of mercenaries whom his father had stationed before his house to watch and be a check upon his conduct. He, I say, being almost driven to despair, fell to work, and with a great zeal stove to pieces the casks of gruel which had been sent to him, and utterly demolished the whole cargo. These proceedings were soon known at the old farm. Great and terrible was the uproar there. The old gentleman fell into great wrath, declaring that his absent children meant to throw off all dependence upon him, and to become altogether disobedient. His wife also tore the padlocks from her lips, and raved and stormed like a Billingsgate. The steward lost all patience and moderation, swearing most profanely that he would leave no stone unturned till he had humbled the settlers of the new farm at his feet, and caused their father to trample on their necks. Moreover, the gruel merchants roared and bellowed for the loss of their gruel, and the clerks and apprentices were in the utmost consternation lest the people of the new farm should again agree to have no dealings with their father's shop. Vengeance was immediately set on foot, particularly against Jack. With him they determined to begin, hoping that by making an example of him they should so terrify the other families of the new settlers that they would all submit to the designs of the steward and the omnipotence of the old lady. A very large padlock was, accordingly, prepared to be fastened upon Jack's great gate, the key of which was to be given to the old gentleman, who was not to open it again until he had paid for the gruel he had spilled, and resigned all claim to the privileges of the great paper, nor then neither unless he thought fit. Secondly, a decree was made to the new model of the regulation and economy of Jack's family in such manner that they might for the future be more subject to the will of the steward. And thirdly, a large gallows was erected before the mansion house in the old farm, and an order made that if any of Jack's children or servants should be suspected of misbehavior, they should not be convicted or acquitted by the consent of their brethren, agreeable to the purport of the great paper, but be tied neck and heels and dragged to the gallows at the mansion house, and there be hanged without mercy. No sooner did tidings of this undue severity reach the new farm, but the people were almost ready to despair. They were altogether at a loss as how to act, or by what means they should avert the vengeance to which they were doomed. But the old lady and steward soon determined the matter, for the padlock was sent over, and without ceremony fastened upon Jack's great gate. They did not wait to know whether he would pay for the gruel or not, or make the required acknowledgments, nor give him the least opportunity to make his defense. The great gate was locked, and the key given to the old nobleman, as had been determined. Poor Jack found himself in a most deplorable condition. The great inlet to his farm was entirely blocked up, so that he could neither carry out the produce of his land for sale, nor receive from abroad the necessities for his family. But this was not all. His father, along with the padlock aforesaid, had sent an overseer to hector and domineer over him and his family, and to endeavor to break his spirit by exercising every possible severity, for which purpose he was attended by a great number of mercenaries, and armed with more than common authorities. On first arrival in Jack's family, he was received with considerable respect, because he was the delegate of their aged father, for, notwithstanding all that had passed, the people of the new settlement loved and revered the old gentleman with truly a filial attachment, attributing his unkindliness entirely to the intrigues of their enemy, the steward. But this fair weather did not last long. The new overseer took the first opportunity of showing that he had no intentions of living in harmony and friendship with the family. Some of Jack's domestics had put on their Sunday clothes and attended the overseer in the great parlor in order to pay him their compliments on his arrival, and request his assistance in reconciling them to their father. But he rudely stopped them short in the midst of their speech, called them a parcel of disobedient scoundrels, and bid them go about their business. So saying, he turned upon his heel, and with great contempt left the room. Chapter 7. Now Jack and his family, finding themselves oppressed, insulted, and tyrannized over in the most cruel and arbitrary manner, advised with their brethren what measures should be adopted to relieve them from their intolerable grievances. Their brethren, one and all, united in sympathizing with their afflictions. They advised them to bear their sufferings with fortitude for a time, assuring them that they looked on the punishments and insults laid upon them with the same indignation as if they had been inflicted on themselves, and that they would stand by and support them to the last, but above all earnestly recommended it to them to be firm and steady in the cause of liberty and justice, and never acknowledge the omnipotence of their mother-in-law, nor yield to the machinations of their enemy, the steward. In the meantime, lest Jack's family should suffer for want of necessaries, their great gate being fast locked, liberal and very generous contributions were raised among the several families of the new settlements for their present relief. This seasonable bounty was handed to Jack over the garden wall, all access to the front of his house being shut up. Now the overseer observed that the children and domestics of Jack's family had frequent meetings and consultations together, sometimes in the garret and sometimes in the stable, understanding, likewise, that an agreement not to deal in their father's shop until that their grievances should be redressed was much talked about amongst them. He wrote a thundering prohibition, much like a pope's bull, which he caused to be pasted up in every room in the house, in which he declared and protested that these meetings were treasonable, traitorous, and rebellious, contrary to the dignity of their father and inconsistent with the omnipotence of their mother-in-law, denouncing also terrible punishments against any two of the family who should from thenceforth be seen whispering together, and strictly forbidding the domestics to hold any more meetings in the garret or stable. These harsh and unconstitutional proceedings irritated Jack and the other inhabitants of the new farm to such a degree that... Cetera desunt. End of A Pretty Story by Francis Hopkins.
An Assisted Immigrant by Richard Harding Davis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. An Assisted Immigrant. Guido stood on the curbstone in 14th Street, between 5th Avenue and 6th Avenue, with a row of plaster figures drawn up on the sidewalk in front of him. It was snowing, and they looked cold in consequence, especially the night and morning. A line of men and boys stretched on either side of Guido all along the curbstone, with toys and dolls and guns that shot corks into the air, with a loud report and glittering dressings for the Christmas trees. It was the day before Christmas. The man who stood next in line to Guido had hideous black monkeys that danced from the end of a rubber string. The man danced up and down too, very much, so Guido thought, as the monkeys did, and stamped his feet on the icy pavement and shouted, "Here you are, lady, for 5 cents. Take them home to the children." There were hundreds and hundreds of ladies and little girls crowding by all of the time. Some of them were a little cross and a little tired, as if Christmas shopping had told on their nerves, but the greater number were happy-looking and warm, and some stopped and laughed at the monkeys dancing on the rubber strings, and at the man with the frost on his moustache, who jumped too and cried, "Only 5 cents, lady. Nice Christmas presents for the children." Sometimes the ladies bought the monkeys, but no one looked at the cold plaster figures of Saint Joseph and Diana and Night and Morning, nor at the heads of Mars and Minerva, not even at the figure of the Virgin, with her 2 hands held out, which Guido pressed in his arms against his breast. Guido had been in New York City just 1 month. He was very young, so young that he had never done anything at home but sit on the wharves and watch the ships come in and out of the great harbor of Genoa. He never had wished to depart with these ships when they sailed away, nor wondered greatly as to where they went. He was content with the wharves and with the narrow straits nearby, and to look up from the bulkheads at the sailors working in the rigging and the longshoremen rolling the casks on board or lowering great square boxes into the holds. He would have liked, could he have had his way, to live so for the rest of his life, but they would not let him have his way, and coaxed him on a ship to go to the New World to meet his uncle. He was not a real uncle, but only a make-believe one, to satisfy those who objected to assisted immigrants, and who wished to be assured against having to support Guido and others like him. But they were not half so anxious to keep Guido at home as he himself was to stay there. The new uncle met him at Ellis Island and embraced him affectionately, and put him in an express wagon and drove him with a great many more of his countrymen to where Mulberry Street makes a bend and joins Hester. And in the bend Guido found thousands of his fellows sleeping 20 in a room and overcrowded into the street, some who had but just arrived, and others who had already learned to swear in English and had their street-cleaning badges and their peddlers' licenses, to show that they had not been overlooked by the kindly society of Tammany, which sees that no free and independent voter shall go unrewarded. New York affected Guido like a bad dream. It was cold and muddy, and the snow, when it fell, turned to mud so quickly that Guido believed they were one and the same. He did not dare to think of the place he knew as home. And the sight of the colored advertisements on the steamship lines that hung in the windows of the Italian bankers hurt him as the sound of traffic on the street cuts to the heart of a prisoner in the tombs. Many of his countrymen bade good-bye to Mulberry Street and sailed away, but they had grown rich through obeying the padrones and working night and morning sweeping the avenue uptown and living on the refuse from the scows at Canal Street. Guido never hoped to grow rich, and no one stopped to buy his uncle's wares. The electric lights came out, and still the crowds passed and thronged before him, and the snow fell and left no mark on the white figures. Guido was growing cold, and the bustle of the hurrying hundreds, which had entertained him earlier in the day, had ceased to interest him, and his amusement had given place to the fear that no one of them would ever stop, and that he would return to his uncle empty-handed. He was hungry now as well as cold, and though there was not much rich food in the Bend at any time, today he had had nothing of any quality to eat since early morning. The man with the monkeys turned his head from time to time and spoke to him in a language that he could not understand, although he saw that it was something amusing and well meant that the man said, and so smiled back and nodded. He felt it to be quite a loss when the man moved away. Guido thought very slowly, but he at last began to feel a certain contempt for the stiff statues and busts which no one wanted, and buttoned the figure of the one of the woman with her arms held out inside of his jacket, and tucked his scarf in around it so that it might not be broken, and also that it might not bear the ignominy with the others of being overlooked. Guido was a gentle, slow-thinking boy, and could not have told you why he did this, but he knew that this figure was of different clay from the others. He had seen it placed high in the cathedrals at home, and he had been told that if you ask certain things of it, it will listen to you. The women and children began to disappear from the crowd, and the necessity of selling some of his wares impressed itself more urgently upon him as the night grew darker and possible customers fewer. He decided that he had taken up a bad position, and that instead of waiting for customers to come to him, he ought to go seek for them. With this purpose in mind, he gathered the figures together upon his tray, and resting it upon his shoulder, moved further along the street to Broadway, where the crowd was greater and the shops more brilliantly lighted. He had good cause to be watchful, for the sidewalks were slippery with ice, and the people rushed and hurried and brushed past him without noticing the burden he carried on one shoulder. He wished now that he knew some words of this new language, that he might call his wares and challenge the notice of the passers-by, as did the other men who shouted so continually and vehemently at the hurrying crowds. He did not know what might happen if he failed to sell one of his statues. It was a possibility so awful that he did not dare conceive of its punishment. But he could do nothing, and so stood silent, dumbly presenting his tray to the people near him. His wanderings brought him to the corner of a street, and he started to cross it in the hopes of better fortune in untried territory. There was no need of his hurrying to do this, although a car was coming towards him, so he stepped carefully but surely. But as he reached the middle of the track, a man came towards him from the opposite pavement. They met and hesitated, and then both jumped to the same side, and the man's shoulder struck the tray and threw the white figures flying to the track, where the horses tramped over them on their way. Guido fell backwards, frightened and shaken, and the car stopped, and the driver and the conductor leaned out anxiously from each end. There seemed to be hundreds of people all around Guido, and some of them picked him up and asked him questions in a very loud voice, as though that would make the language they spoke more intelligible. 2 men took him by each arm and talked with him in earnest tones, and punctuated their questions by shaking him gently. He could not answer them, but only sobbed, and beat his hands softly together, and looked about him for a chance to escape. The conductor of the car jerked the strap violently, and the car went on its way. Guido watched the conductor as he stood with his hands in his pockets looking back at him. Guido had a confused idea that the people on the car might pay him for the plaster figures which had been scattered in the slush and snow, so that the heads and arms and legs lay on every side, or were ground into heaps of white powder. But when the car disappeared into the night, he gave up this hope, and pulling himself free from his captor, slipped through the crowd and ran off into a side street. A man who had seen the accident and had been trying to take up a collection in the crowd, which had grown less sympathetic and less numerous in consequence, and had gathered more than the plaster casts were worth. But Guido did not know this, and when they came to look for him, he was gone, and the bare-headed gentleman, with his hat full of coppers and dimes, was left in much embarrassment. Guido walked to Washington Square and sat down on a bench to rest, and then curled over quickly, and stretching himself out at full length, wept bitterly. When anyone passed, he held his breath and pretended to be asleep. He did not know what he was to do or where he was to go. Such a calamity as this had never entered into his calculations of the evils which might overtake him, and it overwhelmed him utterly. A policeman touched him with his nightstick and spoke to him kindly enough, but the boy only backed away from the man until he was out of his reach, and then ran on again, slipping and stumbling on the ice and snow. He ran to Christopher Street, through Greenwich Village, and on to the wharves. It was quite late, and he had recovered from his hunger, and only felt a sick, tired ache in his heart. His feet were heavy and numb, and he was very sleepy. People passed him continually, and doors opened into churches and into noisy, glaring saloons and crowded shops, but it did not seem possible to him that there could be any relief from any source for the sorrow that had befallen him. It seemed too awful and as impossible to mend as it would be to bring the crushed plaster into shape again. He considered dully that his uncle would miss him and wait for him, and that his anger would increase with every moment of his delay. He felt that he could never return to his uncle again. Then he came to another park, opening into a square, with lighted saloons on one side, and on the other great sheds, with ships lying beside them, and the electric lights showing their spars and masts against the sky. It had ceased snowing, but the air from the river was piercing and cold, and swept through the wires overhead with a ceaseless moaning. The numbness had crept from his feet up over the whole extent of his little body, and he dropped upon a flight of steps back of a sailor's boarding house, and shoved his hands inside of his jacket for possible warmth. His fingers touched the figure he had hidden there, and closed upon it lightly, and then his head dropped back against the wall, and he fell into a heavy sleep. The night passed on and grew colder, and the wind came across the ice-blocked river with shriller, sharper blasts, but Guido did not hear it. Chucky Martin, who blacked boots in front of the corner saloon in summer and swept out the bar room in winter, came out through the family entrance and dumped a pan of hot ashes into the snowbank, and then turned into the house with a shiver. He saw a mass of something lying curled up on the steps of the next house, and remembered it after he had closed the door of the family entrance behind him and shoved the pan under the stove. He decided at last that it might be one of the saloon's customers, or a stray sailor with loose change in his pockets, which he would not miss when he awoke. So he went out again, and picking Guido up, brought him in his arms and laid him out on the floor. There were over 30 men in the place. They had been celebrating the coming of Christmas, and 3 of them pushed each other out of the way in their eagerness to pour very bad brandy between Guido's teeth. Chucky Martin felt a sense of proprietorship in Guido by the right of discovery, and resented this, pushing them away and protesting that the thing to do was to rub his feet with snow. A fat, oily chief engineer of an Italian tramp steamer dropped on his knees beside Guido and beat the boy's hands, and with unsteady fingers tore open his scarf and jacket, and as he did this, the figure of the plaster virgin with her hands stretched out looked up at him from its bed on Guido's chest. Some of the sailors drew their hands quickly across their breasts, and others swore in some alarm, and the barkeeper drank the glass of whiskey he had brought for Guido at a gulp, and then readjusted his apron to show that nothing had disturbed his equanimity. Guido sat up, with his head against the chief engineer's knees, and opened his eyes, and his ears were greeted with words in his own tongue. They gave him hot coffee and hot soup, and more brandy, and he told his story in a burst of words that flowed like a torrent of tears, how he had been stolen from his home at Genoa, where he used to watch the boats from the stone pier in front of the custom house, at which the sailors nodded, and how the padrone, who was not his uncle, finding he could not black boots or sell papers, had given him these plaster casts to sell, and how he had whipped him when people would not buy them, and how at last he had tripped and broken them all except this one hidden in his breast, and how he had gone to sleep, and he asked now why they had wakened him, for he had no place to go. Guido remembered telling them this and following them by their gestures as they retold it to the others in a strange language, and then the lights began to spin and the faces grew distant, and he reached out his hand for the fat chief engineer and felt his arms tightening around him. A cold wind woke Guido, and the sound of something throbbing and beating like a great clock. He was very warm and tired and lazy, and when he raised his head, he touched the ceiling close above him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a little room with a square table covered with oilcloth in the center, and rows of beds like shelves around the walls. The room rose and fell as the streets did when he had had nothing to eat, and he scrambled out of the warm blankets and crawled fearfully up a flight of narrow stairs. There was water on either side of him, beyond and behind him, water blue and white and dancing in the sun, with great blocks of dirty ice tossing on its surface. And behind him lay the odious city of New York, with its great bridge and high buildings, and before him the open sea. The chief engineer crawled up from the engine room and came towards him, rubbing the perspiration from his face with a dirty towel. "Good morning," he called out. "You are feeling pretty well?" "Yes." "It is Christmas Day. Do you know where you are going? You are going to Italy, to Genoa. It is over there," he said, pointing with his finger. "Go back to your bed and keep warm." He picked Guido up in his arms and ran with him down the companionway and tossed him back into his berth. Then he pointed to the shelf at one end of the little room above the sheet iron stove. The plaster figure that Guido had wrapped in his breast had been put there and lashed to its place. "That will bring us good luck and a quick voyage," said the chief engineer. Guido lay quite still until the fat engineer had climbed up the companionway again and permitted the sunlight to once more enter the cabin. Then he crawled out of his berth and dropped on his knees and raised up his hands to the plaster figure which no one would buy. End of An Assisted Immigrant by Richard Harding Davis.
Dalrymple Goes Wrong by F. Scott Fitzgerald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. Dalrymple Goes Wrong by F. Scott Fitzgerald. In the millennium, an educational genius will write a book to be given to every young man on the date of his dissolution. This work will have the flavor of Montaigne's essays and Samuel Butler's notebooks, and a little of Tolstoy and Marcus Aurelius. It will be neither cheerful nor pleasant, but will contain numerous passages of striking humor. Since first-class minds never believe anything very strongly until they've experienced it, its value will be purely relative. All people over 30 will refer to it as depressing. This prelude belongs to the story of a young man who lived, as you and I do, before the book. 2. The generation which numbered Brian Dalrymple drifted out of adolescence to a mighty fanfare of trumpets. Brian played the star in an affair which included a Lewis gun and a 9-day romp behind the retreating German lines. So luck triumphant or sentiment rampant awarded him a row of medals, and on his arrival in the States he was told that he was second in importance only to General Pershing and Sergeant York. This was a lot of fun. The governor of his state, a stray congressman, and a citizens' committee gave him enormous smiles, and by goth, sirs, on the dock at Hoboken, there were newspaper reporters and photographers who said, "Would you mind? And if you could just..." And back in his hometown there were old ladies, the rims of whose eyes grew red as they talked to him, and girls who hadn't remembered him so well since his father's business went blah in 1912. But when the shouting died, he realized that for a month he'd been the house guest of the mayor, that he had only $14 in the world, and that the name that will live forever in the annals and legends of this state was already living there very quietly and obscurely. One morning he lay late in bed, and just outside his door he heard the upstairs maid talking to the cook. The upstairs maid said that Mrs. Hawkins, the mayor's wife, had been trying for a week to hint Dalrymple out of the house. He left at 11 o'clock in intolerable confusion, asking that his trunk be sent to Mrs. Beebe's boarding house. Dalrymple was 23, and he'd never worked. His father had given him 2 years at the State University, and passed away about the time of his son's 9-day romp, leaving behind him some mid-Victorian furniture and a thin packet of folded paper that turned out to be grocery bills. Young Dalrymple had very keen gray eyes, a mind that delighted the Army psychological examiners, a trick of having read it, whatever it was, some time before, and a cool hand in a hot situation. But these things did not save him a final unresigned sigh when he realized that he had to go to work right away. It was early afternoon when he walked into the office of Theron G. Macy, who owned the largest wholesale grocery house in town. Plump, prosperous, wearing a pleasant but quite unhumorous smile, Theron G. Macy greeted him warmly. "Well, how do, Brian? What's on your mind?" To Dalrymple, straining with his admission, his own words, when they came, sounded like an Arab beggar's whine for alms. "Why, this question of a job..." This question of a job seemed somehow more clothed than just a job. "A job?" An almost imperceptible breeze blew across Mr. Macy's expression. "You see, Mr. Macy," continued Dalrymple, "I feel I'm wasting time. I want to get started at something. I had several chances about a month ago, but they all seem to have gone." "Let's see," interrupted Mr. Macy. "What were they?" "Well, just at the first, the governor said something about a vacancy on his staff. I was sort of counting on that for a while, but I hear he's given it to Alan Gregg, the son of G.P. Gregg. He sort of forgot what he said to me. Just talking, I guess." "Well, you ought to push those things." "And then there was that engineering expedition, but they decided they'd have to have a man who knew hydraulics, so they couldn't use me unless I paid my own way." "You had just a year at the university?" 2. But I didn't take any science or mathematics." "Well, the day the battalion paraded, Mr. Peter Jordan said something about a vacancy in his store. I went around there today, and I found he meant a sort of floor walker, and then you said something one day." He paused and waited for the older man to take him up, but noting only a minute wince, continued, "About a position, so I thought I'd come and see you." "There was a position," confessed Mr. Macy reluctantly, "but since then we've filled it." He cleared his throat again. "You've waited quite a while." "Yes, I suppose I did. Everybody told me there was no hurry, and I'd had these various offers. Mr. Macy delivered a paragraph on present-day opportunities which Dalrymple's mind completely skipped. Have you had any business experience? I worked on a ranch 2 summers as a writer. Oh, well, Mr. Macy disparaged this neatly and then continued, What do you think you're worth? I don't know. Well, Brian, I'll tell you. I'm willing to strain a point and give you a chance. Dalrymple nodded. Your salary won't be much. You'll start by learning the stock. Then you'll come in the office for a while, and then you'll go on the road. When could you begin? How about tomorrow? All right. Report to Mr. Hanson in the stockroom. He'll start you off. He continued to regard Dalrymple steadily until the latter, realizing that the interview was over, rose awkwardly. Well, Mr. Macy, I'm certainly much obliged. That's all right. Glad to help you, Brian. After an irresolute moment, Dalrymple found himself in the hall. His forehead was covered with perspiration, and the room had not been hot. Why the devil did I thank the son of a gun? He muttered. 3. Next morning, Mr. Hanson informed him coldly of the necessity of punching the time clock at 7 every morning, and delivered him for instruction into the hands of a fellow worker, one Charlie Moore. Charlie was 26, with that faint musk of weakness hanging about him that is often mistaken for the scent of evil. It took no psychological examiner to decide that he drifted into indulgence and laziness as casually as he had drifted into life, and was to drift out. He was pale, and his clothes stank of smoke. He enjoyed burlesque shows, billiards, and Robert service, and was always looking back upon his last intrigue or forward to his next one. In his youth his taste had run to loud ties, but now it seemed to have faded like his vitality, and was expressed in pale lilac four-in-hands and indeterminate gray collars. Charlie was listlessly struggling that losing struggle against mental, moral, and physical anemia that takes place ceaselessly on the lower fringe of the middle classes. The first morning he stretched himself on a row of cereal cartons and carefully went over the limitations of the Theron G. Macy Company. It's a piker organization. My gosh, look at what they give me. I'm quitting in a couple of months. Hell, me stay with this bunch. The Charlie Moores are always going to change jobs next month. They do, once or twice in their careers, after which they sit around comparing their last job with the present one, to the infinite disparagement of the latter. What do you get? Asked Dalrymple curiously. Me? I get 60. This rather defiantly. Did you start at 60? Me? No, I started at 35. He told me he'd put me on the road after I learned the stock. That's what he tells them all. How long have you been here? Asked Dalrymple with a sinking sensation. Me? 4 years. Now last year, too, you bet your boots. Dalrymple rather resented the presence of the store detective as he resented the time clock, and he came into contact with him almost immediately through the rule against smoking. This rule was a thorn in his side. He was accustomed to his 3 or 4 cigarettes in a morning, and after 3 days without it, he followed Charlie Moore by a circuitous route up the flight of back stairs to a little balcony where they indulged in peace. But this was not for long. One day in his second week, the detective met him in a nook of the stairs on his descent, and told him sternly that the next time he'd be reported to Mr. Macy. Dalrymple felt like an errant schoolboy. Unpleasant facts came to his knowledge. There were cave-dwellers in the basement who'd worked there for 10 or 15 years at $60 a month, rolling barrels and carrying boxes through damp, cement-walled corridors, lost in that echoing half-darkness between 7 and 5:30, and, like himself, compelled several times a month to work until 9 at night. At the end of a month, he stood in line and received $40. He pawned a cigarette case and a pair of field glasses and managed to live, to eat, sleep, and smoke. It was, however, a narrow scrape. As the ways and means of economy were a closed book to him and the second month brought no increase, he voiced his alarm. "If you've got a drag with old Macy, maybe he'll raise you," was Charlie's disheartening reply. "But he didn't raise me till I'd been here nearly 2 years." "I've got to live," said Dalrymple simply. "I could get more pay as a laborer on the railroad, but golly, I want to feel I'm where there's a chance to get ahead." Charles shook his head skeptically, and Mr. Macy's answer next day was equally unsatisfactory. Dalrymple had gone to the office just before closing time. "Mr. Macy, I'd like to speak to you." "Why, yes." The unhumorous smile appeared. The voice was faintly resentful. "I want to speak to you in regard to more salary." Mr. Macy nodded. "Well," he said doubtfully, "I don't know exactly what you're doing. I'll speak to Mr. Hanson." He knew exactly what Dalrymple was doing, and Dalrymple knew he knew. "I'm in the stockroom, and, sir, while I'm here, I'd like to ask how much longer I'll have to stay there." "Why, I'm not sure exactly. Of course, it takes some time to learn the stock." "You told me 2 months when I started." "Yes. Well, I'll speak to Mr. Hanson." Dalrymple paused, irresolute. "Thank you, sir." 2 days later, he again appeared in the office with the result of account that had been asked for by Mr. Hess, the bookkeeper. Mr. Hess was engaged, and Dalrymple, waiting, began idly fingering in a ledger on the stenographer's desk. Half unconsciously, he turned a page. He caught sight of his name. It was a salary list. Dalrymple, Deming, Donahoe, Everett. His eyes stopped. Everett, $60. So Tom Everett, Macy's wheat-chin nephew, had started at 60, and in 3 weeks he'd been out of the packing room and into the office. So that was it. He was to sit and see man after man pushed over him, sons, cousins, sons of friends, irrespective of their capabilities, while he was cast for a pawn, with "going on the road" dangled before his eyes, put off with the stock remark, "I'll see, I'll look into it." At 40, perhaps, he'd be a bookkeeper like old Hess, tired, listless Hess, with a dull routine for his stint and a dull background of boarding-house conversation. This was a moment when a genie should have pressed into his hands the book for disillusioned young men. But the book has not been written. A great protest, swelling into revolt, surged up in him. Ideas half forgotten, chaotically perceived and assimilated, filled his mind. Get on, that was the rule of life, and that was all. How he did it didn't matter. But to be Hess or Charlie Moore? "I won't," he cried aloud. The bookkeeper and the stenographers looked up in surprise. "What?" For a second Dalrymple stared, and then walked up to the desk. "Here's that data," he said brusquely. "I can't wait any longer." Mr. Hess's face expressed surprise. It didn't matter what he did, just so he got out of this rut. In a dream, he stepped from the elevator into the stockroom, and walking into an unused aisle, sat down on a box, covering his face with his hands. His brain was whirring with the frightful jar of discovering a platitude for himself. "I've got to get out of this," he said aloud, and then repeated, "I've got to get out." And he didn't mean only out of Macy's wholesale house. When he left at 5:30, it was pouring rain, but he struck off in the opposite direction from his boarding house, feeling in the first cool moisture that oozed soggily through his old suit an odd exultation and freshness. He wanted a world that was like walking through rain, even though he could not see far ahead of him, but fate had put him in the world of Mr. Macy's fetid storerooms and corridors. At first, merely the overwhelming need of change took him. Then half-plans began to formulate in his imagination. I'll go east to a big city, meet people, bigger people, people who'll help me. Interesting work somewhere. My God, there must be. With sickening truth, it occurred to him that his facility for meeting people was limited. Of all places, it was here in his own town that he should be known, was known, famous, before the water of oblivion had rolled over him. He had to get corners, that was all. Pull, relationship, wealthy marriages. For several miles the continued reiteration of this preoccupied him, and then he perceived that the rain had become thicker and more opaque in the heavy gray of twilight, and that the houses were falling away. The district was of full blocks, then of big houses, then of scattering little ones. Past and great sweeps of misty country opened out on both sides. It was hard walking here. The sidewalk had given place to a dirt road, streaked with furious brown rivulets that splashed and swished around his shoes. Cutting corners. The words began to fall apart, forming curious phrasings, little illuminated pieces of themselves. They resolved into sentences, each of which had a strangely familiar ring. Cutting corners meant rejecting the old childhood principles that success came from faithfulness to duty, that evil was necessarily punished or virtue necessarily rewarded, that honest poverty was happier than corrupt riches. It meant being hard. This phrase appealed to him, and he repeated it over and over. It had to do somehow with Mr. Macy and Charlie Moore, the attitudes, the methods of each of them. He stopped and felt his clothes. He was drenched to the skin. He looked about him, and selecting a place in the fence where a tree sheltered it, perched himself there. In my credulous years, he thought, they told me that evil was a sort of dirty hue, just as definite as a soiled collar, but it seems to me that evil is only a matter of hard luck, or heredity, and environment, or being found out. It hides in the vacillations of dubs like Charlie Moore as certainly as it does in the intolerance of Macy, and if it ever gets much more tangible, it becomes merely an arbitrary label to paste on the unpleasant things in other people's lives. In fact, he concluded, it isn't worth worrying over what's evil and what isn't. Good and evil aren't any standard to me, and they can be a devil of a bad hindrance when I want something. When I want something bad enough, common sense tells me to go and take it, and not get caught. And then, suddenly, Dalrymple knew what he wanted first. He wanted $15 to pay his overdue board bill. With a furious energy, he jumped from the fence, whipped off his coat, and from its black lining cut with his knife a piece about 5 inches square. He made 2 holes near its edge and then fixed it on his face, pulling his hat down to hold it in place. It flapped grotesquely and then dampened and clung to his forehead and cheeks. Now, the twilight had merged to a dripping dusk, black as pitch. He began to walk quickly back toward town, not waiting to remove the mask, but watching the road with difficulty through the jagged eye-holes. He was not conscious of any nervousness. The only tension was caused by a desire to do the thing as soon as possible. He reached the first sidewalk, continued on until he saw a hedge far from any lamppost, and turned in behind it. Within a minute, he heard several series of footsteps. He waited. It was a woman, and he held his breath until she passed, and then a man, a laborer. The next passer, he felt, would be what he wanted. The laborer's footfalls died far up the drenched street. Other steps grew suddenly louder. Dalrymple braced himself. "Put up your hands." The man stopped, uttered an absurd little grunt, and thrust pudgy arms skyward. Dalrymple went through the waistcoat. "Now, you shrimp," he said, setting his hand suggestively to his own hip pocket. "You run and stamp, loud. If I hear your feet stop, I'll put a shot after you." Then he stood there in sudden uncontrollable laughter, as audibly frightened footsteps scurried away into the night. After a moment he thrust the roll of bills into his pocket, snatched off his mask, and running quickly across the street, darted down an alley. 4. Yet, however Dalrymple justified himself intellectually, he had many bad moments in the weeks immediately following his decision. The tremendous pressure of sentiment and inherited ambition kept raising riot with his attitude. He felt morally lonely. The noon after his first venture, he ate in a little lunchroom with Charlie Moore, and watching him unspread the paper, waited for a remark about the hold-up of the day before. But either the hold-up was not mentioned, or Charlie wasn't interested. He turned listlessly to the sporting sheet, read Dr. Crane's crop of seasoned bromides, took an editorial on ambition with his mouth slightly ajar, and then skipped to Mutton Jeff. Poor Charlie, with his faint aura of evil and his mind that refused to focus, playing a lifeless solitaire with cast-off mischief. Yet Charlie belonged on the other side of the fence. In him could be stirred up all the flamings and denunciations of righteousness. He would weep at a stage heroine's lost virtue. He could become lofty and contemptuous at the idea of dishonor. On my side, thought Dalrymple, there aren't any resting places. A man who's a strong criminal is after the weak criminals as well, so it's all guerrilla warfare over here. What will it all do to me? He thought with a persistent weariness. Will it take the color out of life with the honor? Will it scatter my courage and dull my mind? Despiritualize me completely? Does it mean eventual barrenness, eventual remorse, failure? With a great surge of anger, he would fling his mind upon the barrier and stand there with the flashing bayonet of his pride. Other men who broke the laws of justice and charity lied to all the world. He, at any rate, would not lie to himself. He was more than Byronic now. Not the spiritual rebel Don Juan, not the philosophical rebel Faust, but a new psychological rebel of his own century, defying the sentimental a priori forms of his own mind. Happiness was what he wanted, a slowly rising scale of gratifications of the normal appetites, and he had a strong conviction that the materials, if not the inspiration of happiness, could be bought with money. 5. The night came that drew him out upon his second venture, and as he walked the dark street he felt in himself a great resemblance to a cat, a certain supple, swinging litheness. His muscles were rippling smoothly and sleekly under his spare, healthy flesh. He had an absurd desire to bound along the street, to run dodging among trees, to turn cartwheels over soft grass. It was not crisp, but in the air lay a faint suggestion of acerbity, inspirational rather than chilling. The moon is down. I have not heard the clock. He laughed in delight at the line which an early memory had endowed with hushed, awesome beauty. He passed a man and then another a quarter of a mile afterward. He was on Fillmore Street now, and it was very dark. He blessed the city council for not having put a new lamp-post as a recent budget had recommended. Here was the red brick Sterner residence which marked the beginning of the avenue. Here was the Jordan house, the Eisenhowers, the Dents, the Markhams, the Frasers, the Hawkins, where he'd been a guest. The Willoughbys and the Everetts, colonial and ornate, the little cottage where lived the Watts, old maids between the imposing fronts of the Macys and the Krupstadts, the Craigs. Ah, there! He paused, wavered violently. Far up the street was a blot, a man walking, possibly a policeman. After an eternal second, he found himself following the vague, ragged shadow of a lamppost across a lawn, running bent very low. Then he was standing, tense, without breath or need of it, in the shadow of his limestone prey. Interminably he listened. A mile off, a cat howled. 100 yards away, another took up the hymn in a demoniacal snarl, and he felt his heart dip and swoop, acting as shock absorber for his mind. There were other sounds, the faintest fragments of a song far away, strident, gossiping laughter from a back porch diagonally across the alley, and crickets singing in the patched, patterned, moonlit grass of the yard. Within the house there seemed to lie an ominous silence. He was glad he did not know who lived there. His slight shiver hardened to steel. The steel softened and his nerves became pliable as leather. Gripping his hands, he gratefully found them supple, and taking out knife and pliers, he went to work on the screen. So sure was he that he was unobserved, that from the dining room where in a minute he found himself, he leaned out and carefully pulled the screen up into position, balancing it so it would neither fall by chance nor be a serious obstacle to a sudden exit. Then he put the open knife in his coat pocket, took out his pocket flash, and tiptoed around the room. There was nothing here he could use. The dining room had never been included in his plans, for the town was too small to permit disposing of silver. As a matter of fact, his plans were of the vaguest. He'd found that with a mind like his, lucrative in intelligence, intuition, and lightning decision, it was best to have but the skeleton of a campaign. The machine gun episode had taught him that, and he was afraid that a method preconceived would give him 2 points of view in a crisis, and 2 points of view meant wavering. He stumbled slightly on a chair, held his breath, listened, went on, found the hall, found the stairs, started up. The 7th stair creaked at his step, the 9th, the 14th. He was counting them automatically. At the 3rd creak he paused again for over a minute, and in that minute he felt more alone than he'd ever felt before. Between the lines, on patrol, even when alone, he'd had behind him the moral support of 500 million people. Now he was alone, pitted against that same moral pressure. A bandit. He had never felt this fear, yet he had never felt this exultation. The stairs came to an end. A doorway approached. He went in and listened to regular breathing. His feet were economical of steps, and his body swayed sometimes at stretching as he felt over the bureau, pocketing all articles which held promise. He could not have enumerated them 10 seconds afterward. He felt on a chair for possible trousers, found soft garments, women's lingerie. The corners of his mouth smiled mechanically. Another room, the same breathing enlivened by one ghastly snort that sent his heart again on its tour of his breast. Round object, watch, chain, roll of bills, stick pins, 2 rings. He remembered that he'd got rings from the other bureau. He started out, winced as a faint glow flashed in front of him, facing him. God, it was a glow of his own wristwatch on his outstretched arm. Down the stairs, he skipped 2 crumbling steps, but found another. He was all right now, practically safe. As he neared the bottom, he felt a slight boredom. He reached the dining room, considered the silver, again decided against it. Back in his room at the boarding house, he examined the additions to his personal property. $65 in bills. A platinum ring with 3 medium diamonds worth probably about $700. Diamonds were going up. A cheap gold-plated ring with the initials OS and the date inside, 03, probably a class ring from school, worth a few dollars, unsaleable. A red cloth case containing a set of false teeth, a silver watch, a gold chain worth more than the watch, an empty ring box, a little ivory Chinese god, probably a desk ornament, $1.62 in small change. He put the money under his pillow and the other things in the toe of an infantry boot, stuffing a stocking in on top of them. Then for 2 hours his mind raced like a high-power engine here and there through his life, past and future, through fear and laughter. With a vague and opportune wish that he were married, he fell into a deep sleep about 5:30. 6. Though the newspaper account of the burglary failed to mention the false teeth, they worried him considerably. The picture of a human waking in the cool dawn and groping for them in vain, of a soft, toothless breakfast, of a strange, hollow, lisping voice calling the police station, of weary, dispirited visits to the dentist, roused a great fatherly pity in him. Trying to ascertain whether they belonged to a man or a woman, he took them carefully out of the case and held them up near his mouth. He moved his own jaws experimentally. He measured with his fingers, but he failed to decide. They might belong either to a large-mouthed woman or to a small-mouthed man. On a warm impulse, he wrapped them in brown paper from the bottom of his army trunk and printed false teeth on the package in clumsy pencil letters. Then, the next night, he walked down Fillmore Street and shied the package onto the lawn so that it would be near the door. Next day, the paper announced that the police had a clue. They knew that the burglar was in town. However, they didn't mention what the clue was. 7. At the end of a month, burglar Bill of the Silver District was the nurse girl's standby for frightening children. 5 burglaries were attributed to him, but though Dalrymple had only committed 3, he considered that majority had it and appropriated the title to himself. He had once been seen, a large bloated creature with the meanest face you ever laid eyes on. Mrs. Henry Coleman, awaking at 2 o'clock at the beam of an electric torch flash in her eye, could not have been expected to recognize Brian Dalrymple, at whom she'd waved flags last 4th of July, and whom she'd described as not at all the daredevil type, do you think? When Dalrymple kept his imagination at white heat, he managed to glorify his own attitude, his emancipation from petty scruples and remorses. But let him once allow his thought to rove unarmored, great unexpected horrors and depressions would overtake him. Then for reassurance he had to go back to think out the whole thing over again. He found that it was on the whole better to give up considering himself as a rebel. It was more consoling to think of everyone else as a fool. His attitude toward Mr. Macy underwent a change. He no longer felt a dim animosity and inferiority in his presence. As his 4th month in the store ended, he found himself regarding his employer in a manner that was almost fraternal. He had a vague but very assured conviction that Mr. Macy's innermost soul would have abetted and approved. He no longer worried about his future. He had the intention of accumulating several $1,000s and then clearing out, going east, back to France, down to South America. 6 times in the last 2 months he'd been about to stop work, but a fear of attracting attention to his being and funds prevented him, so he worked on, no longer in listlessness, but with contemptuous amusement. 8. Then, with astounding suddenness, something happened that changed his plans and put an end to his burglaries. Mr. Macy sent for him one afternoon, and with a great show of jovial mystery asked him if he had an engagement that night. If he hadn't, would he please call on Mr. Alfred J. Fraser at 8 o'clock? Dalrymple's wonder was mingled with uncertainty. He debated with himself whether it were not his cue to take the first train out of town. But an hour's consideration decided him that his fears were unfounded, and at 8 o'clock he arrived at the big Fraser house in Fillmore Avenue. Mr. Fraser was commonly supposed to be the biggest political influence in the city. His brother was Senator Fraser, his son-in-law was Congressman Deming, and his influence, though not wielded in such a way as to make an objectionable boss, was strong nevertheless. He had a great huge face, deep-set eyes, and a barn door of an upper lip, the melange approaching a worthy climax in a long professional jaw. During his conversation with Dalrymple, his expression kept starting toward a smile, reached a cheerful optimism, and then receded back to imperturbability. "How do you do, sir?" he said, holding out his hand. "Sit down. I suppose you're wondering why I wanted you. Sit down." Dalrymple sat down. "Mr. Dalrymple, how old are you?" "I'm 23. "You're young, but that doesn't mean you're foolish, Mr. Dalrymple. What I've got to say won't take long. I'm going to make you a proposition. To begin at the beginning, I've been watching you ever since last 4th of July when you made that speech in response to the Loving Cup." Dalrymple murmured disparagingly, but Fraser waved him to silence. "It was a speech I've remembered. It was a brainy speech, straight from the shoulder, and it got to everybody in that crowd. I know. I've watched crowds for years." He cleared his throat as if tempted to digress on his knowledge of crowds, then continued. "But, Mr. Dalrymple, I've seen too many young men who promised brilliantly, go to pieces, failed through want of steadiness, too many high-power ideas, and not enough willingness to work. So I waited. I wanted to see what you'd do. I wanted to see if you'd go to work, and if you'd stick to what you started." Dalrymple felt a glow settle over him. "So," continued Fraser, "when Theron Macy told me you started down at his place, I kept watching you, and I followed your record through him. The first month, I was afraid for a while. He told me you were getting restless, too good for your job, hinting around for a raise." Dalrymple started. "But he said after that you evidently made up your mind to shut up and stick to it. That's the stuff I like in a young man. That's the stuff that wins out. And don't think I don't understand. I know how much harder it was for you after all that silly flattery a lot of old women had been giving you. I know what a fight it must have been." Dalrymple's face was burning brightly. It felt young and strangely ingenuous. "Dalrymple, you've got brains and you've got the stuff in you. And that's what I want. I'm going to put you in the state senate." "The what?" "The state senate. We want a young man who's got brains but is solid and not a loafer. And when I say state senate, I don't stop there. We're up against it here, Dalrymple. We've got to get some young men into politics. You know, the old bloods that have been running on the party ticket year in and year out." Dalrymple licked his lips. "You'll run me for the state senate?" "I'll put you in the state senate." Mr. Fraser's expression had now reached the point nearest a smile, and Dalrymple, in a happy frivolity, felt himself urging it mentally on. But it stopped, locked, and slid from him. The barn door and the jaw were separated by a line straight as a nail. Dalrymple remembered with an effort that it was a mouth, and he talked to it. "But I'm through," he said. "My notoriety's dead. People are fed up with me." "Those things," answered Mr. Fraser, "are mechanical. Linotype is a resuscitator of reputations. Wait till you see the Herald beginning next week. That is, if you're with us, that is." And his voice hardened slightly. "If you haven't got too many ideas yourself about how things ought to be run." "No," said Dalrymple, looking him frankly in the eye. "You'll have to give me a lot of advice at first." "Very well. I'll take care of your reputation then. Just keep yourself on the right side of the fence." Dalrymple started at this repetition of a phrase he'd thought of so much lately. There was a sudden ring at the doorbell. "That's Macy now," observed Fraser, rising. "I'll go let him in. The servants have gone to bed." He left Dalrymple there in a dream. The world was opening up suddenly. The State Senate, the United States Senate. So life was this after all. Cutting corners, common sense, that was the rule. No more foolish risks now, unless necessity called, but it was being hard that counted. Never to let remorse or self-reproach lose him a night's sleep. Let his life be a sword of courage. There was no payment. All that was drivel. Drivel. He sprang to his feet with clenched hands in a sort of triumph. "Well, Brian," said Mr. Macy, stepping through the portieres. The two older men smiled their half-smiles at him. "Well, Brian," said Mr. Macy again. Dalrymple smiled also. "How do, Mr. Macy?" He wondered if some telepathy between them had made this new appreciation possible, some invisible realization. Mr. Macy held out his hand. "I'm glad we're to be associated in this scheme. I've been for you all along, especially lately. I'm glad we're to be on the same side of the fence." "I want to thank you, sir," said Dalrymple simply. He felt a whimsical moisture gathering back of his eyes. End of Dalrymple Goes Wrong by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
Extract from The Darling River by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Son of the Exiles. We once travelled on the Darling for 100 miles or so on a boat called the Mud Turtle. At least that's what we called her. She might reasonably have haunted the Mississippi 50 years ago. She didn't seem particular where she went, or whether she started again or stopped for good after getting stuck. Her machinery sounded like a chapter of accidents and was always out of order, but she got along all the same, provided the steersman kept her off the bank. Her skipper was a young man who looked more like a drover than a sailor, and the crew bore a greater resemblance to the unemployed than to any other body we know of, except that they looked a little more independent. They seemed clannish, too, with an unemployed or free labour sort of isolation. We have an idea that they regarded our personal appearance with contempt. Above Louth we picked up a whaler, who came aboard for the sake of society and tobacco. Not that he hoped to shorten his journey. He had no destination. He told us many reckless and unprincipled lies, and gave us a few ornamental facts. One of them took our fancy and impressed us, with its beautiful simplicity, I suppose. He said, "Some miles above where the Darling and the Warrego runs into one another, there's a billabong running right across the two rivers and making a sort of triangular island, and I can tell you a funny thing about it." Here he paused to light his pipe. "Now," he continued, impressively jerking the match overboard, "when the Darling's up and the Warrego's low, the billabong runs from the Darling into the Warrego, and when the Warrego's up and the Darling's down, the waters run from the Warrego into the Darling." What could be more simple? The steamer was engaged to go up a billabong for a load of shearers from a shed which was cutting out, and first it was necessary to tie up in the river and discharge the greater portion of the cargo in order that the boat might safely negotiate the shallow waters. A local fisherman, who volunteered to act as pilot, was taken aboard, and after he was outside about a pint of whisky, he seemed to have the greatest confidence in his ability to take us to hell or anywhere else. At least he said so. A man was sent ashore with blankets and tucker to mind the wool, and we crossed the river, butted into the Anna Branch, and started out back. Only the Lord and the pilot know how we got there. We travelled over the bush, through its branches sometimes, and sometimes through grass and mud, and every now and then we struck something that felt and sounded like a collision. The boat slid down one hill and fetched a stump at the bottom with a force that made every mother's son bite his tongue or break a tooth. The shearers came aboard next morning with their swags and 2 cartloads of boiled mutton, bread, brownie, and tea and sugar. They numbered about 50, including the rouseabouts. This load of sin sank the steamer deeper into the mud, but the passengers crowded over to port by request of the captain, and the crew poked the bank away with long poles. When we began to move, the shearers gave a howl like the yell of a legion of lost souls escaping from down below. They gave 3 cheers for the rouseabout's cook, who stayed behind. Then they cursed the station with a mighty curse. They cleared a space on deck, had a jig, and afterwards a fight between the shearer's cook and his assistant. They gave a mighty bush whoop for the Darling when the boat swung into that grand old gutter, and in the evening they had a general all-round time. We got back, and the crew had to reload the wool without assistance, for it bore the accursed brand of a freedom of contract shed. We slept, or tried to sleep, that night on the ridge of 2 wool bales laid with the narrow sides up, having first been obliged to get ashore and fight 6 rounds with a shearer for the privilege of roosting there. The live cinders from the firebox went up the chimney all night and fell in showers on deck. Every now and again a spark would burn through the wagga rug of a sleeping shearer, and he'd wake suddenly and get up and curse. It was no use shifting round, for the wind was all ways, and the boat steered north, south, east, and west to humour the river. Occasionally a low branch would root 3 or 4 passengers off their wool bales, and they'd get up and curse in chorus. The boat started 2 snags, and towards daylight struck a stump. The accent was on the stump. A wool bale went overboard and took a swag and a dog with it. Then the owner of the swag and dog and the crew of the boat had a swearing match between them. The swagman won. About daylight we stretched our cramped limbs, extricated one leg from between the wool bales, and found that the steamer was just crayfishing away from a mud island, where she had tied up for more wool. Some of the chaps had been ashore and boiled 4 or 5 buckets of tea and coffee. Shortly after the boat had settled down to work again, an incident came along. A rouseabout rose late, and, while the others were at breakfast, got an idea into his head that a good sloosh would freshen him up. So he mooched around until he found a big wooden bucket with a rope to it. He carried the bucket aft of the wheel. The boat was butting upstream for all she was worth, and the stream was running the other way, of course, and about 100 times as fast as a train. The jackaroo gave the line a turn round his wrist. Before anyone could see him in time to suppress him, he lifted the bucket, swung it to and fro, and dropped it cleverly into the water. This delayed us for nearly an hour. A couple of men jumped into the rowboat immediately and cast her adrift. They picked up the jackaroo about a mile down the river, clinging to a snag, and when we hauled him aboard he looked like something the cat had dragged in, only bigger. We revived him with rum and got him on his feet, and then, when the captain and crew had done cursing him, he rubbed his head, went forward and had a look at the paddle. Then he rubbed his head again, thought, and remarked to his mates, "Wasn't it lucky I didn't dip the bucket forward the wheel?" This remark struck us forcibly. We agreed that it was lucky for him, but the captain remarked that it was damned unlucky for the world, which, he explained, was overpopulated with fools already. Getting on towards afternoon, we found a barge loaded with wool and tied up to a tree in the wilderness. There was no sign of a man to be seen, nor any sign, except the barge, that a human being had ever been there. The captain took the craft in tow, towed it about 10 miles up the stream, and left it in a less likely place than where it was before. Floating bottles began to be more frequent, and we knew by that same token that we were nearing Here's Luck, Burke we mean, and this reminds us. When the Brewarrina people observe a more than ordinary number of bottles floating down the river, they guess that Walgett is on the spree. When the Louth chaps see an unbroken procession of dead marines for 2 or 3 days, they know that Burke's drunk. The poor God-abandoned whaler sits in his hungry camp at sunset and watches the empty symbols of hope go by and feels more God-forgotten than ever, and thirstier if possible, and gets a great, wide, thirsty, quaking, empty longing to be up where those bottles come from. If the townspeople knew how much misery they cause by their thoughtlessness, they would drown their dead marines or bury them, but on no account allow them to go drifting down the river and stirring up hells in the bosoms of less fortunate fellow creatures. There came a man from Adelaide to Burke once, and he collected all the empty bottles in town, stacked them by the river, and waited for a boat. What he wanted them for, the legend saith not, but the people reckoned he had a private still, or something of that sort, somewhere down the river, and was satisfied. What he came from Adelaide for, or whether he really did come from there, we do not know. All the Darling bunyips are supposed to come from Adelaide. Anyway, the man collected all the empty bottles he could lay his hands on and piled them on the bank, where they made a good show. He waited for a boat to take his cargo, and while waiting he got drunk. That excited no comment. He stayed drunk for 3 weeks, but the townsfolk saw nothing unusual in that. In order to become an object of interest in their eyes and in that line, he would have had to stay drunk for a year and fight 3 times a day, oftener if possible, and lie in the road in the broiling heat between whiles, and be walked on by camels and Afghans and free labourers, and be locked up every time he got sober enough to smash a policeman and try to hang himself naked, and finally be squashed by a loaded wool team. But while he drank, the Darling rose, for reasons best known to itself, and floated those bottles off. They strung out and started for the Antarctic Ocean with a big old wicker-work demijohn in the lead. For the first week the down river men took no notice, but after the bottles had been drifting past with scarcely a break for a fortnight or so, they began to get interested. Several whalers watched the procession until they got the jim jams by force of imagination, and when their bodies began to float down with the bottles, the downriver people got anxious. At last the Mayor of Wilcannia wired Burke to know whether Dibbs or Parkes was dead, or democracy triumphant, or, if not, wherefore the jubilation. Many telegrams of a like nature were received during that week, and the true explanation was sent in reply to each. But it wasn't believed, and to this day Burke has the name of being the most drunken town on the river. End of Extract from the Darling River by Henry Lawson.
How to Fight the Devil by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nathan Heck. "Look here, boys," said Sam. "Don't you want to go with me up to the Devil's Den this arternoon?" "Where's the Devil's Den?" said I, with a little awe. "Wall, it's a longer tramp than I ever took ye. It's clear up past the pickerel pond and beyond old Skunk John's pasture lot. It's a amazin' good place for raspberries. Shouldn't wonder if we get 2-3 quarts there. Great rocks there, higher on your head, kinder solemn 'tis." This was a delightful and seductive account, and we arranged for a walk that very afternoon. In almost every New England village, the personality of Satan has been acknowledged by calling by his name some particular rock or cave, or other natural object whose singularity would seem to suggest a more than mortal occupancy. The Devil's Punch Bowl, the Devil's Wash Bowl, the Devil's Kettle, the Devil's Pulpit, and the Devil's Den have been designations that marked places or objects of some striking natural peculiarity. Often these are found in the midst of the most beautiful and romantic scenery, and the sinister name seems to have no effect in lessening its attractions. To me, the very idea of going to the Devil's Den was full of a pleasing horror. When a boy, I always lived in the shadowy edge of that line which divides spirit land from mortal life, and it was my delight to walk among its half-lights and shadows. The old graveyard where, side by side, mouldered the remains of Indian sachems and the ancients of English blood, was my favorite haunt. I loved to sit on the graves while the evening mists arose from them, and to fancy cloudy forms waving and beckoning. To me this spirit land was my only refuge from the dry details of a hard prosaic life. The schoolroom, with its hard seats rudely fashioned from slabs of rough wood, with its clumsy desks, hacked and ink-stained, with its unintelligible textbooks and its unsympathetic teacher, was to me a prison out of whose weary windows I watched the pomp and glory of nature, the free birds singing, the clouds sailing, the trees waving and whispering, and longed, as earnestly as ever did the psalmist, to flee far away and wander in the wilderness. Hence no joy of afterlife, nothing that the world has now to give, can equal that joyous sense of freedom and full possession which came over me on Saturday afternoons, when I started off on a tramp with the world all before me, the mighty unexpected world of mysteries and possibilities, bounded only by the horizon. Ignorant alike of all science, neither botanist nor naturalist, I was studying at first hand all that lore out of which science is made. Every plant and flower had a familiar face to me, and said something to my imagination. I knew where each was to be found, its time of coming and going, and met them year after year as returning friends. So it was with joyous freedom that we boys rambled off with Sam this afternoon, intent to find the Devil's Den. It was a ledge of granite rocks rising in the midst of a grove of pines and white birches. The ground was yellow and slippery with the fallen needles of the pines of other days, and the glistening white stems of the birches shone through the shadows like ivory pillars. Underneath the great granite ledges all sorts of roots and plants grappled and kept foothold, and whole armies of wild raspberries matured their fruit, rounder and juicier for growing in the shade. In one place yawned a great rift or cavern, as if the rocks had been violently twisted and wrenched apart, and a mighty boulder lodging in the rift had roofed it over, making a cavern of most seductive darkness and depth. This was the Devil's Den, and after we had picked our pailful of berries, we sat down there to rest. "Sam, do you suppose the devil ever was here?" said I. "What do they call this his den for?" "Massy, child, that was in old witch times. There used to be witch meetin's held here, and awful doin's. They used to have witch Sabbath days and witch sacraments, and sell their souls to the old boy." "What should they want to do that for?" "Wall, sure enough, what was it for? I can't make out that the devil ever gin 'em anything, any on 'em. They weren't no richer, nor didn't they get no more in this world than the rest, and they was took and hung. And then if they went to torment after that, they had a pretty bad bargain on it, I say." "Well, people don't do such things any more, do they?" said I. "No," said Sam. "Since the gret fuss and row-de-doh about it, it's kind of died out. But there's those, I suppose, that has dealin's with the old boy. Folks do say that old Ketchery was a witch, and that, if it had been in old times, she'd 'a' had her neck stretched. But she lived and died in peace." "But do you think," said I, now proposing the question that lay nearest my heart, "that the devil can hurt us?" "That depends considerable on how you take him," said Sam. "You see, come to a straight out-and-out fight with him, he'll get the better on you." "But," said I, "Christian did fight Apollyon, and got him down, too." I had no more doubt in those days that this was an historic fact than I had of the existence of Romulus and Remus and the wolf. "Wall, that weren't just like real things. They says that is an allegory. But I'll tell ye how old Sarah Bugganook fit the devil, when he 'peared to her. You see, old Sarah, she was one of the converted Injuns, and a good old critter she was, too, worked hard and got her living honest. She made baskets, and she made brooms, and she used to pick young wintergreen and tie it up in bunches, and dig sassafras and ginseng to make beer, and she got her a little bit of land right alongside of old Black Hoss John's white birch woodlot. Now I've heard some of these here modern ministers that come down from Cambridge College, and are larnt about everything in creation. They say there ain't no devil, and the reason on it is, 'cause there can't be none. These here fellows is so sort of green, they don't mean no harm, but they don't know nothing about nobody that does. If they'd known old Black Hoss John, they'd have been putty sure there was a devil. He was just the crossest, ugliest critter that ever ye see, and he was ugly just for the sake of ugliness. He couldn't bear to let the boys pick huckleberries in his pasture lots when he didn't pick 'em himself. and he was allers jawing me 'cause I would go trout fishing in one of his pastures, just as if the trout that swims weren't the Lord's, and just as much mine as his. He grudged every critter everything, and if he'd had his will and way, every bird would have fell down dead that picked up a worm on his grounds. He was just as nippin' as a black frost. Old Black Hoss didn't get drunk in a regular way, like Uncle Eph and Toddy Whitney and the rest of them boys, but he was just sot at home, a-soaking on cider, till he was crosser 'n a bear with a sore head. Old Black Hoss had a special spite against old Sarah. He said she was an old witch and an old thief, and that she stole things off in his grounds, when everybody knew that she was just a regular church member, and as decent an old critter as there was goin'. As to her stealin', she didn't do nothin' but pick huckleberries and grapes, and get chestnuts and walnuts and butternuts, and them ere wild things that the lords grow on whose land they will, and is free to all. I've heard him tell that over in the old country. The poor was kept under so that they couldn't shoot a bird, nor catch a fish, nor gather no nuts, nor do nothin' to keep from starvin', 'cause the quality folks they thought they owned everything, way down to the middle of the earth and clear up to the stars. We never had no such doin's this side of the water, thank the Lord. We've allers been free to have the chestnuts and the walnuts and the grapes and the huckleberries and the strawberries, if we could get 'em, and catch fish when and where we was a mind to. Lordy massy, your grand'ther's old Caesar, he used to call the pond his pork pot. He'd just go down to the throwin' a line and catch his dinner. Well, old Black Hoss, he knowed the law was so, and he couldn't do nothin' agin her by law, but he sarved her out every mean trick he could think of. He used to go and stand and lean over her garden gate and jaw at her an hour at a time, but old Sarah, she had the Injun in her. She didn't run to talk much. She used to just keep on with her weedin' in her work, just as if he weren't there, and that made old Black Hoss madder 'n ever, and he thought he'd try and frighten her off from the ground, by making on her believe he was the devil. So one time, when he'd been killin' a beef critter, they took off the skin with the horns and all on, and old Black Hoss, he says to Toddy and Eph and Loker, "You just come up tonight and see how I'll frighten old Sarah Bunganuck." While Toddy and Eph and Loker, they had no better to do, and they thought they'd just go round and see. You see, 'twas a moonlit night, and the old Sarah, she was an industrious critter. She was cutting white birch brush for brooms in the pasture lot. Well, old Black Hoss, he wrapped the critter's skin round him, with the horns on his head, and come and stood by the fence, and begun to roar and make a noise. Old Sarah, she kept right on with her work, cutting her brush and piling on it up, and just let him roar. Well, old Black Hoss felt pretty foolish, especially as the fellows were waiting to see how she took it. So he calls out in a grum voice, "Woman, don't you know who I be?" "No," she says quite quiet. "I don't know who yer be." "Well, I'm the devil," says he. "Ye be?" says old Sarah. "Poor old critter, how I pity ye." And she never gin him another word, but just bundled up her broom stuff and took it on her back and walked off, and old Black Hoss he stood there mighty foolish with his skin and horns, and so he had to laugh agin him, 'cause Eph and Locker they went and told the story down to the tavern, and he felt awful cheap to think old Sarah had got the upper hands on him. Well, you see, boys, that 'ere's just the way to fight the devil. Just keep straight on with what you're doing, and don't ye mind him, and he can't do nothin' to ye. End of How to Fight the Devil by Harriet Beecher Stowe.
The Four Fists by F. Scott Fitzgerald. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. The Four Fists by F. Scott Fitzgerald. At the present time, no one I know has the slightest desire to hit Samuel Meredith. Possibly this is because a man over 50 is liable to be rather severely cracked at the impact of a hostile fist, but for my part I am inclined to think that all his hittable qualities have quite vanished. But it is certain that at various times in his life hittable qualities were in his face, as surely as kissable qualities have ever lurked in a girl's lips. I'm sure everyone has met a man like that, been casually introduced, even made a friend of him, yet felt he was the sort who aroused passionate dislike. expressed by some in the involuntary clenching of fists, and in others by mutterings about taking a poke and landing a swift smash in the eye. In the juxtaposition of Samuel Meredith's features, this quality was so strong that it influenced his entire life. What was it? Not the shape, certainly, for he was a pleasant-looking man from earliest youth, broad-browed with gray eyes that were frank and friendly. Yet I've heard him tell a room full of reporters angling for a success story that he'd be ashamed to tell them the truth, that they wouldn't believe it, that it wasn't one story but four, that the public wouldn't want to read about a man who had been walloped into prominence. It all started at Phillips Andover Academy when he was 14. He'd been brought up on a diet of caviar and bellboys' legs in half the capitals of Europe, and it was pure luck that his mother had nervous prostration and had to delegate his education to less tender, less biased hands. At Andover, he was given a roommate named Gilly Hood. Gilly was 13, undersized and rather the school pet. From the September day when Mr. Meredith's valet stowed Samuel's clothing in the best bureau and asked on departing if there was anything else, Master Samuel, Gilly cried out that the faculty had played him false. He felt like an irate frog in whose bowl has been put goldfish. Good gosh, he complained to his sympathetic contemporaries. He's a damn stuck-up Willie. He said, "Are the crowd here gentlemen?" And I said, "No, they're boys." And he said age didn't matter. And I said, "Who said it did? Let him get fresh with me, the old pie-face." For 3 weeks, Gilly endured in silence young Samuel's comments on the clothes and habits of Gilly's personal friends, endured French phrases in conversation, endured 100 half-feminine meannesses that show what a nervous mother can do to a boy if she keeps close enough to him. Then a storm broke in the aquarium. Samuel was out. A crowd had gathered to hear Gilly be wrathful about his roommate's latest sins. He said, "Oh, I don't like the windows open at night," he said, "except only a little bit," complained Gilly. "Don't let him boss you." "Boss me? You bet he won't. I open those windows, I guess, but the darn fool won't take turns shutting them in the morning." "Make him, Gilly, why don't you?" "I'm gonna." Gilly nodded his head in fierce agreement. "Don't you worry. He needn't think I'm any old butler." "Let's see you make him." At this point, the darn fool entered in person and included the crowd in one of his irritating smiles. 2 boys said, "'Lo, Meredith." The others gave him a chilly glance and went on talking to Gilly, but Samuel seemed unsatisfied. "Would you mind not sitting on my bed?" he suggested politely to 2 of Gilly's particulars, who were perched very much at ease. "Huh?" "My bed. Can't you understand English?" This was adding insult to injury. There were several comments on the bed's sanitary condition and the evidence within it of animal life. "What's the matter with your old bed?" demanded Gilly truculently. "The bed's all right, but—" Gilly interrupted the sentence by rising and walking up to Samuel. He paused several inches away and eyed him fiercely. "You and your crazy old bed," he began. "You and your crazy—" "Go to it, Gilly," murmured someone. "Show the darn fool." Samuel returned the gaze coolly. "Well," he said finally, "it's my bed." He got no further, for Gilly hauled off and hit him succinctly in the nose. "Yeah, Gilly! Show the big bully! Just let him touch you, he'll see." The group closed in on them, and for the first time in his life Samuel realized the insuperable inconvenience of being passionately detested. He gazed around helplessly at the glowering, violently hostile faces. He towered a head taller than his roommates, so if he hit back he'd be called a bully and have half a dozen more fights on his hands within 5 minutes. Yet if he didn't, he was a coward. For a moment he stood there facing Gilly's blazing eyes. And then, with a sudden choking sound, he forced his way through the ring and rushed from the room. The month following bracketed the 30 most miserable days of his life. Every waking moment he was under the lashing tongues of his contemporaries. His habits and mannerisms became butts for intolerable witticism, and, of course, the sensitiveness of adolescence was a further thorn. He considered that he was a natural pariah, that the unpopularity at school would follow him through life. When he went home for the Christmas holidays, he was so despondent that his father sent him to a nerve specialist. When he returned to Andover, he arranged to arrive late so that he could be alone in the bus during the drive from station to school. Of course, when he had learned to keep his mouth shut, everyone promptly forgot all about him. The next autumn, with his realization that consideration for others was the discreet attitude, he made good use of the clean start given him by the shortness of boyhood memory. By the beginning of his senior year, Samuel Meredith was one of the best liked boys of his class, and no one was any stronger for him than his first friend and constant companion, Gilly Hood. 2. Samuel became the sort of college student who in the early 90s drove tandems and coaches and tally-hos between Princeton and Yale and New York City to show that they appreciated the social importance of football games. He believed passionately in good form. His choosing of gloves, his tying of ties, his holding of reins were imitated by impressionable freshmen. Outside of his own set, he was considered rather a snob, but as his set was the set, it never worried him. He played football in the autumn, drank highballs in the winter, and rode in the spring. Samuel despised all those who were merely sportsmen without being gentlemen, or merely gentlemen without being sportsmen. He lived in New York and often brought home several of his friends for the weekend. Those were the days of the horse car, and in case of a crush, it was, of course, the proper thing for anyone of Samuel's set to rise and deliver his seat to a standing lady with a formal bow. One night in Samuel's junior year, he boarded a car with 2 of his intimates. There were 3 vacant seats. When Samuel sat down, he noticed a heavy-eyed laboring man sitting next to him who smelt objectionably of garlic, sagged slightly against Samuel, and, spreading a little as a tired man will, took up quite too much room. The car had gone several blocks when it stopped for a quartet of young girls, and, of course, the 3 men of the world sprang to their feet and proffered their seats with due observance of form. Unfortunately, the laborer, being unacquainted with the code of neckties and tally-hos, failed to follow their example, and one young lady was left at an embarrassed stance. 14 eyes glared reproachfully at the barbarian. 7 lips curled slightly. But the object of scorn stared stolidly into the foreground in sturdy unconsciousness of his despicable conduct. Samuel was the most violently affected. He was humiliated that any male should so conduct himself. He spoke aloud. "There's a lady standing," he said sternly. That should have been quite enough, but the object of scorn only looked up blankly. The standing girl tittered and exchanged nervous glances with her companions. But Samuel was aroused. "There's a lady standing," he repeated, rather raspingly. The man seemed to comprehend. "I pay my fare," he said quietly. Samuel turned red and his hands clenched, but the conductor was looking their way, so at a warning nod from his friends he subsided into sullen gloom. They reached their destination and left the car, but so did the laborer, who followed them swinging his little pail. Seeing his chance, Samuel no longer resisted his aristocratic inclination. He turned around and, launching a full-featured dime novel sneer, made a loud remark about the right of the lower animals to ride with human beings. In a half-second, the workman had dropped his pail and let fly at him. Unprepared, Samuel took the blow neatly on the jaw and sprawled full length into the cobblestone gutter. "Don't laugh at me," cried his assailant. "I've been working all day. I'm tired as hell." As he spoke, the sudden anger died out of his eyes, and the mask of weariness dropped again over his face. He turned and picked up his pail. Samuel's friends took a quick step in his direction. "Wait." Samuel had risen slowly and was motioning back. Sometime, somewhere, he'd been struck like that before. Then he remembered. Gilly Hood. In the silence, as he dusted himself off, the whole scene in the room at Andover was before his eyes, and he knew intuitively that he'd been wrong again. This man's strength, his rest, was the protection of his family. He had more use for his seat in the streetcar than any young girl. "It's all right," said Samuel gruffly. "Don't touch him. I've been a damn fool." Of course, it took more than an hour or a week for Samuel to rearrange his ideas on the essential importance of good form. At first, he simply admitted that his wrongness had made him powerless, as it had made him powerless against Gilly. But eventually, his mistake about the workman influenced his entire attitude. Snobbishness is, after all, merely good breeding grown dictatorial. So Samuel's code remained, but the necessity of imposing it upon others had faded out in a certain gutter. Within that year, his class had somehow stopped referring to him as a snob. 3. After a few years, Samuel's university decided that it had shone long enough in the reflected glory of his neckties, so they declaimed to him in Latin, charged him $10 for the paper, which proved him irretrievably educated, and sent him into the turmoil with much self-confidence, a few friends, and the proper assortment of harmless bad habits. His family had by that time started back to shirt sleeves, through a sudden decline in the sugar market, and it had already unbuttoned its vest, so to speak, when Samuel went to work. His mind was that exquisite tabula rasa that a university education sometimes leaves, but he had both energy and influence, so he used his former ability as a dodging halfback and twisting through Wall Street crowds as a runner for a bank. His diversion was women. There were half a dozen, 2 or 3 debutantes, an actress in a minor way, a grass widow, and one sentimental little brunette who was married and lived in a little house in Jersey City. They had met on a ferry boat. Samuel was crossing from New York on business. He'd been working several years by this time, and he helped her look for a package that she had dropped in the crush. "Do you come over often?" he inquired casually. "Just to shop," she said shyly. She had great brown eyes and the pathetic kind of little mouth. "I've only been married 3 months, and we find it cheaper to live over here." Does your husband like your being alone like this?" She laughed, a cheery young laugh. "Oh, dear me, no. We were to meet for dinner, but I must have misunderstood the place. He'll be awfully worried." "Well," said Samuel disapprovingly, "he ought to be. If you'll allow me, I'll see you home." She accepted his offer thankfully, so they took the cable car together. When they walked up the path to her little house, they saw a light there. Her husband had arrived before her. "He's frightfully jealous," she announced, laughingly apologetic. "Very well," answered Samuel rather stiffly. "I'd better leave you here." She thanked him, and, waving a good night, he left her. That would have been quite all if they hadn't met on Fifth Avenue one morning a week later. She started and blushed and seemed so glad to see him that they chatted like old friends. She was going to her dressmaker's, eat lunch alone at Taine's, shop all afternoon, and meet her husband on the ferry at 5. Samuel told her that her husband was a very lucky man. She blushed again and scurried off. Samuel whistled all the way back to his office, but about 12 o'clock he began to see that pathetic, appealing little mouth everywhere, and those brown eyes. He fidgeted when he looked at the clock. He thought of the grill downstairs where he lunched and the heavy male conversation thereof, and opposed to that picture appeared another, a little table at Taine's, with the brown eyes and the mouth a few feet away. A few minutes before 12:30, he dashed on his hat and rushed for the cable car. She was quite surprised to see him. "Why, hello," she said. Samuel could tell that she was just pleasantly frightened. "I thought we might lunch together. It's so dull eating with a lot of men." She hesitated. "Why, I suppose there's no harm in it." How could there be? It occurred to her that her husband should have taken lunch with her, but he was generally so hurried at noon. She told Samuel all about him. He was a little smaller than Samuel, but much better looking. He was a bookkeeper and not making a lot of money, but they were very happy and expected to be rich within 3 or 4 years. Samuel's grass widow had been in a quarrelsome mood for 3 or 4 weeks, and through contrast he took an accentuated pleasure in this meeting. So fresh was she, and earnest, and faintly adventurous. Her name was Marjorie. They made another engagement. In fact, for a month they lunched together 2 or 3 times a week. When she was sure that her husband would work late, Samuel took her over to New Jersey on the ferry, leaving her always on the tiny front porch after she'd gone in and lit the gas to use the security of his masculine presence outside. This grew to be a ceremony, and it annoyed him. Whenever the comfortable glow fell out through the front windows, that was his congé. Yet he never suggested coming in, and Marjorie didn't invite him. Then, when Samuel and Marjorie had reached a stage in which they sometimes touched each other's arms gently, just to show that they were very good friends, Marjorie and her husband had one of those ultra-sensitive, supercritical quarrels that couples never indulge in unless they care a great deal about each other. It started with a cold mutton chop or a leak in the gas jet, and one day Samuel found her in Taine's with dark shadows under her brown eyes and a terrifying pout. By this time Samuel thought he was in love with Marjorie, so he played up the quarrel for all it was worth. He was her best friend and patted her hand and leaned down close to her brown curls while she whispered in little sobs what her husband had said that morning. And he was a little more than her best friend when he took her over to the ferry in a hansom. "Marjorie," he said gently when he left her as usual on the porch, "if at any time you want to call on me, remember that I'm always waiting, always waiting." She nodded gravely and put both her hands in his. "I know," she said. "I know you're my friend, my best friend." Then she ran into the house, and he watched there until the gas went on. For the next week, Samuel was in a nervous turmoil. Some persistently rational strain warned him that at bottom he and Marjorie had little in common. But in such cases there's usually so much mud in the water that one can seldom see the bottom. Every dream and desire told him that he loved Marjorie, wanted her, had to have her. The quarrel developed. Marjorie's husband took to staying in New York until late at night, came home several times disagreeably overstimulated, and made her generally miserable. They must have had too much pride to talk it out, for Marjorie's husband was, after all, pretty decent. So it drifted on from one misunderstanding to another. Marjorie kept coming more and more to Samuel. When a woman can accept masculine sympathy, it is much more satisfactory to her than crying to another girl. But Marjorie didn't realize how much she'd begun to rely on him, how much he was part of her little cosmos. One night, instead of turning away when Marjorie went in and lit the gas, Samuel went in too, and they sat together on the sofa in the little parlor. He was very happy. He envied their home, and he felt that the man who neglected such a possession out of stubborn pride was a fool and unworthy of his wife. But when he kissed Marjorie for the first time, she cried softly and told him to go. He sailed home on the wings of desperate excitement. quite resolved to fan the spark of romance, no matter how big the blaze or who was burned. At the time, he considered that his thoughts were unselfishly of her. In a later perspective, he knew that she had meant no more to him than the white screen in a motion picture. It was just Samuel, blind, desirous. Next day at Taine's, when they met for lunch, Samuel dropped all pretense and made frank love to her. He had no plans, no definite intentions except to kiss her lips again, to hold her in his arms and feel that she was very little and pathetic and lovable. He took her home, and this time they kissed until both their hearts beat high. Words and phrases formed on his lips. And then suddenly there were steps on the porch. A hand tried the outside door. Marjorie turned dead white. "Wait," she whispered to Samuel in a frightened voice. But in angry impatience at the interruption, he walked to the front door and threw it open. Everyone has seen such scenes on the stage, seen them so often that when they actually happen, people behave very much like actors. Samuel felt that he was playing a part, and the lines came quite naturally. He announced that all had a right to lead their own lives and looked at Marjorie's husband menacingly, as if daring him to doubt it. Marjorie's husband spoke of the sanctity of the home, forgetting that it hadn't seemed very holy to him lately. Samuel continued along the lines of the right to happiness. Marjorie's husband mentioned firearms and the divorce court. Then suddenly he stopped and scrutinized both of them. Marjorie in pitiful collapse on the sofa, Samuel haranguing the furniture in a consciously heroic pose. "Go upstairs, Marjorie," he said in a different tone. "Stay where you are," Samuel countered quickly. Marjorie rose, wavered, and sat down, rose again, and moved hesitatingly toward the stairs. "Come outside," said her husband to Samuel. "I want to talk to you." Samuel glanced at Marjorie, tried to get some message from her eyes. Then he shut his lips and went out. There was a bright moon, and when Marjorie's husband came down the steps, Samuel could see plainly that he was suffering, but he felt no pity for him. They stood and looked at each other a few feet apart, and the husband cleared his throat as though it were a bit husky. That's my wife," he said quietly. And then a wild anger surged up inside him. "Damn you," he cried, and hit Samuel in the face with all his strength. In that second, as Samuel slumped to the ground, it flashed to him that he'd been hit like that twice before, and simultaneously the incident altered like a dream. He felt suddenly awake. Mechanically, he sprang to his feet and squared off. The other man was waiting, fists up, a yard away, but Samuel knew that though physically he had him by several inches and many pounds, he wouldn't hit him. The situation had miraculously and entirely changed. A moment before, Samuel had seemed to himself heroic. Now he seemed the cad, the outsider, and Marjorie's husband, silhouetted against the lights of the little house, the eternal heroic figure, the defender of his home. There was a pause, and then Samuel turned quickly away and went down the path for the last time. 4. Of course, after the third blow, Samuel put in several weeks at conscientious introspection. The blow years before at Andover had landed on his personal unpleasantness. The workmen of his college days had jarred the snobbishness out of his system, and Marjorie's husband had given a severe jolt to his greedy selfishness. It threw women out of his ken until a year later, when he met his future wife, for the only sort of woman worthwhile seemed to be the one who could be protected, as Marjorie's husband had protected her. Samuel could not imagine his grass widow, Mrs. Stefariak, causing any righteous blows on her own account. His early 30s found him well on his feet. He was associated with old Peter Carhart, who was in those days a national figure. Carhart's physique was like a rough model for a statue of Hercules, and his record was just as solid, a pile made for the pure joy of it, without cheap extortion or shady scandal. He'd been a great friend of Samuel's father, but he watched the son for 6 years before taking him into his own office. Heaven knows how many things he controlled at the time: mines, railroads, banks, whole cities. Samuel was very close to him, knew his likes and dislikes, his prejudices, weaknesses, and many strengths. One day Carhart sent for Samuel and, closing the door of his inner office, offered him a chair and a cigar. "Everything okay, Samuel?" he asked. "Why, yes." "I've been afraid you're getting a bit stale." "Stale?" Samuel was puzzled. "You've done no work outside the office for nearly 10 years. "Well, I've had vacations in the Adirondack." Carhart waved this aside. "I mean outside work, seeing the things move that we've always pulled the strings of here." "No," admitted Samuel, "I haven't." "So," he said abruptly, "I'm going to give you an outside job that'll take about a month." Samuel didn't argue. He rather liked the idea, and he made up his mind that, whatever it was, he would put it through just as Carhart wanted it. That was his employer's greatest hobby, and the men around him were as dumb under direct orders as infantry subalterns. "You'll go to San Antonio and see Hamill," continued Carhart. "He's got a job on hand, and he wants a man to take charge." Hamill was in charge of the Carhart interests in the Southwest, a man who'd grown up in the shadow of his employer, and with whom, though they'd never met, Samuel had had much official correspondence. "When do I leave?" "You'd better go tomorrow," answered Carhart, glancing at the calendar. "That's the 1st of May. I'll expect your report here on the 1st of June. Next morning Samuel left for Chicago, and 2 days later he was facing Hamill across a table in the office of the Merchants' Trust in San Antonio. It didn't take long to get the gist of the thing. It was a big deal in oil which concerned the buying up of 17 huge adjoining ranches. This buying up had to be done in 1 week, and it was a pure squeeze. Forces had been set in motion that put the 17 owners between the devil and the deep sea, and Samuel's part was simply to handle the matter from a little village near Pueblo. With tact and efficiency, the right man could bring it off without any friction, for it was merely a question of sitting at the wheel and keeping a firm hold. Hamill, with an astuteness many times valuable to his chief, had arranged a situation that would give a much greater clear gain than any dealing in the open market. Samuel shook hands with Hamill, arranged to return in 2 weeks, and left for San Felipe, New Mexico. It occurred to him, of course, that Carhart was trying him out. Hamill's report on his handling of this might be a factor in something big for him, but even without that he would have done his best to put the thing through. 10 years in New York hadn't made him sentimental, and he was quite accustomed to finish everything he began, and a little bit more. All went well at first. There was no enthusiasm, but each one of the 17 ranchers concerned knew Samuel's business, knew what he had behind him, and that they had as little chance of holding out as flies on a window pane. Some of them were resigned. Some of them cared like the devil, but they talked it over, argued with lawyers, and couldn't see any possible loophole. 5 of the ranches had oil, the other 12 were part of the chance, but quite as necessary to Hamill's purpose in any event. Samuel soon saw that the real leader was an early settler named McIntyre, a man of perhaps 50, gray-haired, clean-shaven, bronzed by 40 New Mexico summers, and with those clear, steady eyes that Texas and New Mexico weather are apt to give. His ranch had not as yet shown oil, but it was in the pool, and if any man hated to lose his land, McIntyre did. Everyone had rather looked to him at first to avert the big calamity, and he'd hunted all over the territory for the legal means with which to do it, but he had failed, and he knew it. He avoided Samuel assiduously, but Samuel was sure that when the day came for the signatures, he would appear. It came, a baking May day, with hot wave rising off the parched land as far as eyes could see, and as Samuel sat stewing in his little improvised office, a few chairs, a bench, and a wooden table, he was glad the thing was almost over. He wanted to get back east, the worst way, and join his wife and children for a week at the seashore. The meeting was set for 4 o'clock, and he was rather surprised at 3:30 when the door opened and McIntyre came in. Samuel could not help respecting the man's attitude and feeling a bit sorry for him. McIntyre seemed closely related to the prairies, and Samuel had the little flicker of envy that city people feel toward men who live in the open. "Afternoon," said McIntyre, standing in the open doorway with his feet apart and his hands on his hips. "Hello, Mr. McIntyre." Samuel rose, but omitted the formality of offering his hand. He imagined the rancher cordially loathed him, and he hardly blamed him. McIntyre came in and sat down leisurely. "You got us," he said suddenly. This didn't seem to require any answer. "When I heard Carhart was in back of this," he continued, "I gave up." "Mr. Carhart is," began Samuel, but McIntyre waved him silent. "Don't talk to me about the dirty sneak thief." "Mr. McIntyre," said Samuel briskly, "if this half hour is to be devoted to that sort of talk—" "Dry up, young man," McIntyre interrupted. "You can't abuse a man who'd do a thing like this." Samuel made no answer. "It's simply a dirty filch. There just are skunks like him too big to handle." "You're being paid liberally," offered Samuel. "Shut up," roared McIntyre suddenly. "I want the privilege of talking." He walked to the door and looked out across the land, the sunny, steaming pasturage that began almost at his feet and ended with the gray-green of the distant mountains. When he turned around, his mouth was trembling. "Do you fellas love Wall Street?" he asked hoarsely, "or wherever you do your dirty scheming?" He paused. "I suppose you do. No critter gets so low that he doesn't sort of love the places he's worked, where he sweated out the best he's had in him." Samuel watched him awkwardly. McIntyre wiped his forehead with a huge blue handkerchief and continued. "I reckon this rotten old devil had to have another $1,000,000. I reckon we're just a few of the poor he's blotted out to buy a couple more carriages or something." He waved his hand toward the door. "I built a house out there when I was 17 with these 2 hands. I took a wife there at 21. Added 2 wings, and with 4 mangy steers I started out. 40 summers I've saw the sun come up over those mountains and drop down red as blood in the evening before the heat drifted off and the stars came out. I've been happy in that house. My boy was born there, and he died there late one spring in the hottest part of an afternoon like this. Then the wife and I lived there alone like we'd lived before. I sort of tried to have a home, after all, not a real home, but nigh it. 'Cause the boy always seemed around close somehow, and we expected a lot of nights to see him running up the path to supper." His voice was shaking so he could hardly speak, and he turned again to the door, his gray eyes contracted. "That's my land out there," he said, stretching out his arm. "My land, by God. It's all I've got in the world, and ever wanted." He dashed his sleeve across his face, and his tone changed as he turned slowly and faced Samuel. "But I suppose it's got to go when they want it. It's got to go." Samuel had to talk. He felt that in a minute more he would lose his head, so he began as level-voiced as he could in the sort of tone he saved for disagreeable duties. "It's business, Mr. McIntyre," he said. "It's inside the law. Perhaps we couldn't have bought out 2 or 3 of you at any price, but most of you did have a price. Progress demands some things." Never had he felt so inadequate, and it was with the greatest relief that he heard hoofbeats a few hundred yards away. But at his words the grief in McIntyre's eyes had changed to fury. "You and your dirty gang of crooks," he cried. "Not one of you has got an honest love for anything on God's earth. You're a herd of money swine." Samuel rose, and McIntyre took a step toward him. "You long-winded dude. You got our land. Take that for Peter Carhart." He swung from the shoulder, quick as lightning, and down went Samuel in a heap. Dimly he heard steps in the doorway, and knew that someone was holding McIntyre, but there was no need. The rancher had sunk down in his chair and dropped his head in his hands. Samuel's brain was whirring. He realized that the fourth fist had hit him, and a great flood of emotion cried out that the law that had inexorably ruled his life was in motion again. In a half-daze he got up and strode from the room. The next 10 minutes were perhaps the hardest of his life. People talk of the courage of convictions, but in actual life, a man's duty to his family may make a rigid corpse seem a selfish indulgence of his own righteousness. Samuel thought mostly of his family, yet he never really wavered. That jolt had brought him to. When he came back in the room, there were a lot of worried faces waiting for him, but he didn't waste any time explaining. "Gentlemen," he said, "Mr. McIntyre has been kind enough to convince me that in this matter you are absolutely right, and the Peter Carhart interests absolutely wrong. As far as I'm concerned, you can keep your ranches to the rest of your days." He pushed his way through an astounded gathering, and within a half hour he'd sent 2 telegrams that staggered the operator into complete unfitness for business. One was to Hamill in San Antonio, one was to Peter Carhart in New York. Samuel didn't sleep much that night. He knew that for the first time in his business career he'd made a dismal, miserable failure. But some instinct in him, stronger than will, deeper than training, had forced him to do what would probably end his ambitions and his happiness. But it was done, and it never occurred to him that he could have acted otherwise. Next morning 2 telegrams were waiting for him. The first was from Hamill. It contained 3 words: "You blamed idiot." The second was from New York. "Deal off. Come to New York immediately. Carhart." Within a week, things had happened. Hamill quarreled furiously and violently defended his scheme. He was summoned to New York and spent a bad half hour on the carpet in Peter Carhart's office. He broke with the Carhart interests in July, and in August, Samuel Meredith, at 35 years old, was to all intents made Carhart's partner. The fourth fist had done its work. I suppose that there's a caddish streak in every man that runs crosswise across his character and disposition and general outlook. With some men it's secret, and we never know it's there until they strike us in the dark one night. But Samuel's showed when it was in action, and the sight of it made people see red. He was rather lucky in that, because every time his little devil came up it met a reception that sent it scurrying down below in a sickly, feeble condition. That was the same devil, the same streak that made him order Gilly's friends off the bed, that made him go inside Marjorie's house. If you could run your hand along Samuel Meredith's jaw, you'd feel a lump. He admits he's never been sure which fist left it there, but he wouldn't lose it for anything. He says there's no cad like an old cad, and sometimes just before making a decision, it's a great help to stroke his chin. The reporters call it a nervous characteristic, but it's not that. It's so he can feel again the gorgeous clarity, the lightning sanity of those four fists. End of The Four Fists by F. Scott Fitzgerald.
A Frontier Girl by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. A Frontier Girl, A Tale of the Backwoods Settlements. A girl of 15, slim and lithe in figure, although it would scarcely have suggested itself to a casual observer, so disfigured was it by the thick homespun garment in which she was clothed, stood looking out from the door of a log cabin over the lake which lay 100 yards away. Her face would have been almost childish, had it not been for a certain alertness of expression and keenness of glance, which would never have been seen in the face of a town-bred girl, nor in one brought up in a country where the only danger ever to be encountered was in crossing a meadow in which a bull was grazing. Mary Mitford was the only child of the settler who owned the cabin. He had at one time been a well-to-do farmer, but he had fallen into difficulties and been obliged to give up his farm and travel farther west, where land could be had for the taking up. The times had been peaceful, and although the spot he had fixed upon was 10 miles from the nearest village, that did not deter him from settling there. It was a natural clearing of some 20 acres in extent. The land was fertile, and sloped gradually down to the lake. A clear spring rose close to the spot where he had determined to make his house, and as to Indian troubles he shrugged his shoulders and said, "If the Indians break out, I shall only have to shut up my cabin and move into the village, but as there is no house nearer than that, no tracks in the forest leading past my place, and nothing worth stealing, it is hardly likely that the redskins will come my way. They are more likely to attack the village than they are to visit my shanty." He had now lived on this little farm for 4 years, and had no reason to regret his choice. The cabin originally built had been enlarged. He had a horse to do his ploughing, and some 10 acres under tillage. A score of half-wild pigs roamed by day in the forest, picking up their living there, and returning of their own accord to their sties in the evening for their one regular meal. 5 or 6 cows and a score of sheep grazed on the untilled ground. Geese and ducks waddled down to the lake at daybreak and returned at nightfall. 2 or 3 dozen chickens found plenty of grubs and worms to eat between the rows of corn and vegetables on the tilled ground. Altogether John Mitford was doing well. He went down once a week with ducks, geese, fowls, and vegetables to the village, using a large boat, on which he had built a sort of cabin, where he often passed the night on the lake, returning home to breakfast with a goodly store of wild duck he had shot, and sometimes a stag which he had overtaken as it swam across the lake. So well had he done, indeed, that he had settled to take on 3 or 4 hired men to extend the clearing by cutting down and grubbing up the forest. He had been ably assisted by his wife, who not only looked after the house, but assisted on the farm at busy times, while Mary, who was but 9 years old when they came there, made herself as useful as she could at light work, fed the animals, cooked when her mother was in the fields, and as she grew older spent a good deal of her time in a small birch bark canoe her father had bought for her in the village. She added a good deal to the family store by fishing. Not only was the house well supplied, but she enabled her father to take a large basketful down when he went to the village, where the people were all too busy to fish for themselves. She also learned to use her father's rifle with a skill equal to his own, and could hit any duck that came within range of the weapon. From time to time there were rumours of trouble with the Indians, but these either proved to be without foundation, or the troubles took place at distant spots on the border. Sometimes Mary's mother accompanied her father to the village, when stores had to be laid in, and materials for garments purchased, for which their own homespun cloth was unsuitable. They had started together this morning, and the 3 men who had been engaged were to return with them. These were to be accommodated in an outhouse until they had built a log cabin for themselves, and a store of groceries, saws and axes, blankets and other necessaries for their use were also to be purchased and brought up. They had, when the settler had gone down on the previous week, heard that councils had been held among the village elders as to the rumoured Indian troubles, and as to the best method of defending the place should the enemy threaten an attack. John Mitford had received many warnings, but he paid little attention to them, and while speaking lightly of them to his wife, remarked with a laugh that with the hired men they would have quite a garrison. "They will all bring their guns up with them," he said, "and it will scarcely be worth the while of any Indians to attack us when they know that we should be able to make a stout fight, and that even if they took the place there would be nothing to pay them except for our scalps for the loss of life they would suffer. The men I hired today are all accustomed to border work, and claim to be good shots. I can say as much for myself, and Mary here is a good bit better than I am, and you have learned to make very fair practice, wife." "I have not had time for much of it, John, but at least I think that I could scarcely miss an Indian at 50 yards. However, as you say, we have been hearing these rumours every 3 or 4 months since we settled here, and nothing has ever come of it." So little did they think of the matter, that when they started in the scow an hour before daybreak no allusion was made to it, and Mary was to have supper ready for them on their return. "Remember that there will be 6, Mary; you will have to provide plentifully for the men. It would never do to give them a bad impression on their arrival. We shall be back before nightfall." When they had gone, Mary went about her usual work, let the pigs out, and saw them well on their way towards the forest. The ducks started down to the lake, and the chickens to the fields, while the geese began to graze in the meadow between the house and the lake, where the horse and other animals joined them as soon as they were let out. Having attended to these matters, she went about the work of the house. From time to time she came to the door to see that all was going on well. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when she heard a sudden squeal of alarm in the forest, and a minute or 2 later the pigs came galloping out of it. Accustomed as Mary was to all the noises of the place, the sudden outcry startled her. "What can have frightened the pigs?" she said to herself. "It may be that a mountain lion has sprang down upon one of them, but it may be that there are Indians." She went back at once into the house, pulled out the moss from the loopholes that had been made when it was built in case they should ever be attacked, and, going from one to another, gazed into the forest. Before doing so, she had looked to the priming of the 3 rifles and 2 shotguns that hung on the walls. She could see nothing, but observed that there was a general feeling of uneasiness among the animals. The horse had stopped feeding, and with ears outstretched seemed to be listening for sounds in the forest. The cows, after staring about, commenced to walk in the direction of their byres, and some geese which were near the edge of the lake gave warning cries, keeping close together, and also moved toward the house. The girl had heard so many stories of Indian raids on lonely settlements that she felt sure that an attack would not be made until after dark. They could hardly know that she was alone in the house, and would not risk losing lives by an advance against it in broad daylight. As she moved from loophole to loophole, she thought over what was best to be done. Although the Indians might wait till nightfall, if they saw no advantage in attacking before, they would assuredly fall upon her father's party as they landed, as, with the advantage of such a surprise, they might expect to slaughter them without resistance. It was hardly likely that any large party could be in the wood. She had heard her father often say that any body of Indians on the war-path would make straight for the settlements and would not waste their time upon isolated farms, though stragglers from the main body might do so. "I must do something at once," she said to herself at last. "If the Indians see no one about they may crawl up here, and though I might shoot 1 or 2 of them I could not be on all sides of the house at once. If I were killed, father and mother would be sure to fall into the trap. From the way those geese behaved, I believe it must be a party who were travelling down the lake, and knowing of the clearing, they landed some little distance away, and moved along the shore. As canoes often traverse the lake, and the Indians have an eye for every detail, they would know that its occupants possess a scow, and that, as it was not there, some of the inhabitants were certainly away. They would therefore probably wait until their return before making an attack on the hut, which could easily be captured, while, were they to attack the cabin at once, the firing might be heard, and those on the scow being thus warned might go at once to the village, where the report would give the alarm to the inhabitants, and so put them on their guard against the attack that was to be made upon them by the main body that night. All these things were thought over by the girl. She had so often listened to the stories of Indian raids told by passing hunters who put up for the night, that she was able to judge the situation as accurately as an older settler might have done. She was pale, but this was only the sign of her consciousness that her life was in extreme danger. She knew that if an attack had not been made at once, the Indians must have good reasons for waiting. From time to time Indian canoes had stopped there, and the occupants had landed in order to exchange skins and other articles for tobacco and powder, and so save themselves the journey down to the settlement, and they would know that their father, mother, and herself were the sole occupants. The absence of the scow showed that her father was away, and that the place could be easily captured, though perhaps not without loss of blood, for women of the frontier were usually able to use a rifle on an emergency. She went out occasionally, took some food for the pigs, and hung up some clothes to dry, in a quiet and unconcerned manner, in order to show that no suspicion was entertained that Indians were in the neighbourhood. At last she determined upon the best course to be pursued. It was above all things necessary to warn her parents. That the attempt might cost her her life did not weigh in the slightest. She would certainly be killed if she remained there. There was just a possibility that she might succeed in saving their lives as well as her own by action. Once in her canoe she might escape. It was very small and light. Constant exercise had so strengthened her arms that she could make it fly through the water at a speed which few of the Indians with whom she had sometimes tried a spin could surpass. The canoe or canoes, however, in which the redskins had arrived, were doubtless paddled by 3 or more men, and these would certainly overtake her. It was the knowledge that this was so that had prevented her from making an earlier start. To give her a chance of getting away she must carry a rifle with her, and once a lurking enemy, who were doubtless watching her every moment, perceived that she was armed, they would guess at once that she was conscious of their presence, and would rush out and tomahawk her before she reached the water's edge. At last she decided upon a plan. Taking off her gown, she fastened the rifle with a cord round her body. The butt was against her shoulder, and the barrel came down just below her ankle, projecting but an inch or two below her gown. When she put it on again, even the sharpest Indian eye could scarcely notice this, as she walked through the grass. She had passed the rope but once round her body, and had tied the end in a bow so that she could in a moment unloose it on reaching the canoe, for it would be impossible for her to kneel down with the rifle in its present position. She took a powder horn which she slung over her shoulder by a cord, and put a dozen bullets into her pocket. Then she put some grain into a basket, and was ready to start. Before leaving the house she stood for a few moments in silent prayer, for she was unable to kneel. Then she went out. It needed a great effort to saunter leisurely along, but the thought of her parents' danger nerved her, and she went from animal to animal, giving each a handful or two of grain, calling them to her, and singing in a voice in which at first there was a little quaver, but which soon rang out loud and fearlessly. Fortunately the horse and 1 or 2 of the cows were feeding close down by the lake. As she went her hopes rose. After feeding them she strolled in a leisurely way towards her canoe, and, standing close to it, looked over the water. Then she went down to its edge, and gazed down the lake as if looking for the returning scow. After standing thus for a minute or two, she returned to the canoe, pulled at the ends of the rope under her loose dress, and let the muzzle of the rifle drop to the ground. She stooped over the canoe as if arranging the paddles, and placed the rifle in it. The action, she thought, could hardly have been seen by the Indians, for the trees were 200 yards on each side of her. She then lifted the light canoe and carried it down to the water. This was the critical moment. The Indians might allow her to go unmolested, thinking that she was only going for a short paddle to pass away the time until her parents returned, and in that case they would crawl across and enter the cabin, in order to take the party by surprise as they unsuspectedly strolled up from the scow. On the other hand, if they thought that she had any idea of their presence, and was going to warn her father, they would know the coveted scalps would be lost if they did not succeed in catching her. As she seated herself in the canoe and took up her paddle, her heart beat high with hope, but glancing toward the trees she saw 6 redskins running at full speed from the edge of the forest. What she hadn't reckoned upon had occurred. Their sharp eyes had caught the flash of the sun upon the barrel of the rifle as she put it in, and they at once guessed that she was aware of their presence and was endeavouring to escape. It was well that she had not lost a moment's time after placing the canoe in the water. Her nervousness had now passed away, and with rapid but steady strokes she drove the light craft ahead and was 50 or 60 yards out onto the lake before the Indians reached the spot she had left. They had been silent hitherto, but their yells rose fiercely as they fired shot after shot. But the powder sold to the Indians was always of a poor quality, and though the balls fell close to her, none struck her. The redskins did not wait to reload, but ran back to the forest, and a minute after they had disappeared among the trees she saw a canoe with 3 paddlers dash out from some bushes in which it had been concealed. She had but some 300 yards start, and although she was rowing her hardest, looking over her shoulder from time to time, she found that they were gaining upon her. When a mile had been passed she was but 70 or 80 yards ahead. With a sweep of her paddle she turned the canoe broadside to her pursuers, laid her paddle in, seized her rifle, took a steady aim, and fired. The report was followed by a yell, and the Indian in the bow dropped his paddle and fell back. At other times, at so short a distance, she would not have missed her aim at the centre of his chest by a finger's breadth, but though she had held her breath in order to steady her rifle, her arms were quivering from her exertions, and she had only hit him in his right shoulder, the red mark on the brown skin showing where he was struck. A moment later she was again on her way. The fall of the man against the red skin behind him had nearly upset the Indian canoe, and she had gained several lengths before the pursuit was continued. She looked round, then saw that the wounded man was again kneeling in his place. His paddle had fallen overboard when he was struck, and even had it not been so, he could have rendered but slight assistance to his comrades with but one hand available. "It's lucky that he was not killed," she said to herself. "If he had been they would have thrown him overboard." A minute later she heard a splash. The wounded man had leapt into the water and was making for the shore. "It's a fair race now," she thought. "Their canoe is a large one, as it held 3 sitters besides the rowers. Now I must take it steadily. I am sure they will not gain on me as long as I can keep up. It is just a question of last." She rowed, however, her hardest for a few minutes, as it was all important to get beyond the range of the Indians' guns. When a glance round showed her that she was some 120 yards ahead of her pursuers, she settled down into a long, steady stroke. She knew well that she was now practically safe, for even if one of their guns could carry to her, it was difficult for even the best shot to aim from a dancing canoe. For half an hour there was no change in the position. The Indians were rowing their hardest, but the weight of their comparatively heavy canoe was telling upon them as much as the labour of driving her light craft was upon the girl. It was well for her that an out-of-door life and daily practice had hardened her muscles and strengthened her frame. She had once paused for a couple of seconds and pulled off her frock, which at once cumbered her movements and was terribly hot. The speed of the canoe had scarcely slackened when the paddle was at work again, and she felt a sensible relief from the freedom of her limbs. A few minutes later a little cry of joy broke from her as she saw the scow come out from behind a point some 2 miles away. The sight gave her renewed hope and strength. They must have left the village earlier than she had expected. On the other hand, a yell from the redskins told her that they too had seen the scow, and would certainly exert themselves to the utmost to overtake her before she reached it. Although it had seemed that the paddlers were all doing their best before, the added speed of the canoes told her that their exertions had been redoubled. When within a mile of the scow, the girl glanced backwards. The Indians had gained some 30 yards upon her, but another 5 minutes would bring her within rifle shot of the scow. She could see by the motion of the oars that the rowers were doing their utmost, while the others were standing up watching the chase with their rifles in their hands. Her strength was failing her fast now, but she struggled on determinedly. At least she had saved her father and mother. 2 minutes later she started at the report of a gun behind, and the splash of a ball in the water alongside the canoe. She felt that she was safe now. The redskins would not have stopped to fire had they not felt that it was their last chance of revenge. A few more strokes and she looked round. The Indians were already on their way towards the shore. Then she let her paddle drop and collapsed in the bottom of the canoe, hearing but faintly the sound of repeated shots from the scow, which was now but a little more than a quarter of a mile away. Hitherto they had been unable to fire, as the 2 canoes were in a line. Faintly she heard a shout in her father's voice. "Are you hit, Mary?" But she was incapable of making an effort to reply, and it was not until the scow came alongside and she was lifted on board that she was able to answer. The relief of her father and mother was intense when they found that she was unwounded. They had heard the Indians fire, and at the distance they were away it had seemed to them that the canoes were close to each other. They then saw the redskins at once make for shore, and she had so quickly afterwards sunk into the canoe that they greatly feared she was wounded. The men with them, however, were unanimous in agreeing that she had not been hit. If she had been, they argued, her pursuers would certainly have paddled up to the canoe and taken her scalp before making for the shore. It was some time before she was able to tell her story, and the frontiersmen were as warm in their expressions of admiration for her coolness as were her parents. A consultation was now held as to the best plan to be pursued. It was finally agreed that one of the men should take the canoe and return to the village, which was but 4 miles away, and warn them to prepare for an attack that night. The stockades had already been strengthened, and, if prepared, it was possible that the settlers would be able to beat off any attack. The scow was then put in motion again. It was felt that the 3 Indians on shore would have done nothing until they learned from the men in the canoe that the pursuit had failed, and that the settlers had been warned. They would probably have followed along the shore to see the result, and might either return, burn the cabin, and slaughter the cattle, or might go on and join the Indians, who were doubtless gathered close to the village. The frontiersmen were of opinion that they would take the latter course. "The redskins are fond of revenge," one of the men said, "but they are fonder of scalps. They will not expect to get much plunder from your house, and will certainly get no scalps, and though they might do a lot of mischief on your clearing, this would offer less satisfaction to them than getting their share of plunder and scalps from the village." "Besides," another put in, "they would certainly get into bad odour with their tribe if they were absent from the attack. I take it for certain that they had orders to go straight there, and that it was only the hope that they would bring in some scalps that induced them to land at your clearing. I think that is plumb sure that they will go straight on." Rowing vigorously, they reached the farm an hour before sunset. To their great satisfaction they saw the animals grazing as usual, the cabin intact, and no signs of an enemy's presence. Nevertheless, the frontiersmen advised Mr. Mitford to proceed cautiously, for it was just possible the Indians were hidden in the house. Accordingly, he told his wife and daughter to remain in the scow, which, when the men landed, was pushed off into deep water and the grapnel dropped. The men moved up through the trees until abreast of the house. "I am convinced they are not there," the settler said. "The animals are all feeding quietly, and the geese are just in front of the door. I am sure that if redskins were inside, the horse and cattle would all be gathered by the water, and the geese, which are as watchful as dogs, would not be near the house." The others agreed, and, stooping low, made their way through the standing grain until within some 30 yards of the house. Then, with rifles advanced ready to fire, they dashed forward. Still all was quiet. "They are not here," one of the men said positively. "They certainly would have fired and not let us get up against the wall. We have only to walk in." They went round to the door and entered. All was exactly as Mary had left it. The fire had burnt low, but the pot was still simmering over it. The farmer went down to the water and fetched up his wife and Mary. "If it hadn't been for you, Mary," he said, "everything would have been destroyed here, and we should be lying dead on the shore." The question was next discussed, what they had best do. The frontiersmen were unanimous in their opinion that there was no fear of an attack that night, but were equally certain that one would be made the next night, or at the latest on the following. "No matter whether they take the village or not, they are sure to attack you. If they have won, the varmint you have balked today will bring a party of their friends here for plunder and scalps. If they are beaten off they will, before they return home, ravage every outlying farm. To make matters sure, I should say it would be safest for your wife and daughter to sleep on board the scow. We can bring her in close to shore and camp down there ourselves, so that, if needs be, we can get on board and put out into the lake. They have only 1 canoe, as far as we know, but if they had a dozen they would not dare to attack us. I do not think there is a chance of any trouble tonight. In the morning, I should say your best plan would be to get the things you most value on board the scow, with enough meat and provisions to last for a week. You must stay with the ladies on board, and we will drive all the animals a couple of miles into the forest. The worst that can happen then is when the Indians come they will burn down the house. I don't see how we can prevent that. If we were to lay off here in the scow we could keep them from approaching within the range of our rifles, but we could not prevent them from coming down from behind the house." "It does not matter about the cabin," the settler said. "That is easily put up again. And, indeed, I had intended before long to pull it down, and rebuild it in better style, and put it close down by the water." "That would be a good plan, boss. If you were to put it there, and make a strong palisade running from it on each side down to the water, you could fight it out against a big lot of redskins, and if the worst came to the worst you could make off in your scow. I would put a bag or two of grain in the boat if I were you now. When you start in the morning, row along the shore to the east till you see us come out. We will bunch the animals close by there, and if we give them a feed every evening they are safe not to wander very far. It is not likely the redskins will trouble to hunt for them. They will burn your house and then make off. You might leave half a dozen of your sheep there. If they come, the Indians can make a meal, and they won't be wanting to search the woods for one, and are safe to make off without delay. Where they have once got a beating, they don't care to hang about, and if they have succeeded at the village and got scalps and booty, some of them will at once start for home to have a dance after their victory, and the others will be off to strike a blow at some other village before the news of what has occurred reaches the settlers." And so the matter was carried out. The night passed quickly, but in the morning the frontiersmen, putting their ears down to the surface of the lake, could make out heavy firing in the distance, and knew that the attack on the village had begun. The work was then set about. The whole of the feathered stock were tied by their legs and placed in the scow. The store of provisions, groceries, the linen, and clothes were all placed on board, and then the settler, with his wife and daughter, pushed off, while the three men drove the animals into the forest. 3 hours later those on the scow saw them appear at the edge of the lake, nearly 3 miles from the clearing, and the scow was at once rowed ashore. The animals had been driven to a small clearing a quarter of a mile away, and on the party going up they were found to be still there. Mary went round petting them, and giving them handfuls of grain, and after remaining there for half an hour they returned to the lake. The scow was hidden under some branches overhanging the water. In the afternoon a small canoe with a solitary paddler was seen coming along, keeping close inshore. As it approached, Mary recognized her canoe, and the men declared that the rower was their comrade who had gone to give the alarm to the village. "What news, Reuben?" they shouted as he was within hearing. "Bad news," he said. "The village is taken and every soul but myself murdered. They made a good fight, but the redskins were too strong. I got hit in the leg pretty early in the fight, and finding that I was no more use I got 2 women to carry me down to the canoe. I knew that I should be as comfortable there as anywhere, and if things went wrong it gave me a chance. 2 hours later I heard by the screaming that the redskins had forced the palisades and were in the village, so I thought that it was time for me to be off. I was able to sit up, though I was badly hit below the knee, and I paddled off and made for the clearing. When I got there I saw at once that all the animals were gone, and I made sure that they had been driven into the forest, and that you had taken the scow. I did not suppose that you had gone very far, so I came on looking for you, and glad enough I was to hear you shout." "You fear that all in the village have been murdered," Mr. Mitford said. "I have not a doubt of it. Those red fiends spare no one, especially as there was a stout resistance, and a good many of them have been wiped out." He was now helped out of the canoe. His comrades, all of whom had much experience of wounds, examined his leg carefully, and were of opinion that, although the bone was splintered, it was not broken, and that the ball had gone out behind. "The best thing to do," one of them said, "will be to make a deep cut and pick out all the pieces of bone. It will never heal properly with them in." "Fire away, then," the wounded man said coolly. "It is best to make a good job of it at once. Now I know that the bone is really not broken, I don't mind what you do with it." "Do you happen to have a new knife, Mr. Mitford?" one of the other frontiersmen said, turning to the settler. "One wants a new knife, and a sharp one." "I cannot give you a new one, but it was only yesterday that I ground my own knife, and it is both sharp and clean." "That will do first rate." And, taking the long knife the settler wore in a sheath hanging from his belt, he proceeded to operate. Not a groan or a sigh proceeded from the wounded man. Accustomed to a hard life as these men were, they were almost as insensible to pain as the Indians themselves. After the splinters of bone had been removed, the wound was washed with warm water and then carefully bandaged. A fire had by this time been lit a short distance in the forest, in a position where its light could not be observed by any passing canoe. Here the men bivouacked, taking it by turns to keep watch. For 4 days they remained here, then one of them started as soon as it was dark, in Mary's canoe to examine the clearing. He returned in little over an hour. The cabin and outbuildings had all been burnt, and the place was absolutely deserted. It was agreed that there was not the slightest chance of the Indians returning there, and the settler and 3 of the men at once began to fell trees, while the 4th, who could not assist in active work for some time, went down in the canoe to the village, which he found had been entirely destroyed, but that a body of the state militia had arrived there. From them he learned that another village had been destroyed, but in an attack on a third the Indians had been repulsed with great loss. It had not since been heard of, and it was believed that they had retired to their own villages. 3 months later a log house had been erected by the waterside, with palisades running down into deep water. It was large and comfortable, and being built of square logs and well loopholed, and with the doors and windows on the waterside only, it could resist a formidable attack. A very strong gate in one of the palisades would admit of the animals being driven in there for shelter. All those which had been taken into the forest had been recovered. The house done, the men set to work to enlarge the clearing, and 10 years later it was one of the largest and best cultivated farms on the lake. Mary, whose exploit had gained for her a wide reputation throughout the district for her courage and coolness, had long before married a young Englishman who had come out with some capital, with the intention of farming. Mary would not hear of leaving her father and mother, and accordingly he entered into partnership with Mr. Mitford, and his energy and capital had no small share in developing the farm. A second log house was built within some 20 yards of the other, and connected with it by a strong palisade. However, the settlers were never again disturbed by the Indians, and so many newcomers had settled beyond them that it could no longer be called an outlying settlement, especially as a town of considerable size had sprung into existence on the site of the village that had been destroyed. End of A Frontier Girl by G.A. Henty. How Dawn Was Saved by Lucy Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. How Dawn Was Saved. Will Barry went whistling down the lane of the Locksley farm, took a short cut over a field of clover aftermath, and through a sloping orchard where the trees were laden with apples, and emerged into the farmhouse yard where Curtis Locksley was sitting on a pile of logs, idly whittling at a stick. "You look as if you had a corner in time, Curt," said Will. "I call that luck, for I want you to go chestnutting up to Grier's Hill with me. I met old Tom Grier on the road yesterday, and he told me I might go any day. Nice old man, Tom Grier." "Good," said Curtis heartily, as he sprang up. "If I haven't exactly a corner in time, I have a day off, at least. Uncle doesn't need me today. Wait till I whistle for Don. May as well take him with us." Curtis whistled accordingly, but Don, his handsome Newfoundland dog, did not appear. After calling and whistling about the yard and barns for several minutes, Curtis turned away disappointedly. "He can't be anywhere around. It's very strange. Don never used to go away from home without me, but lately he has been missing several times, and twice last week he wasn't here in the morning, and didn't turn up until midday." "I'd keep him shut up until I broke him of the habit of playing truant, if I were you," said Will, as they turned into the lane. "Don hates to be shut up, howls all the time so mournfully that I can't stand it," responded Curtis. "Well," said Will hesitatingly, "maybe that would be better after all than letting him stray away with other dogs who may teach him bad habits. I saw Don myself one evening last week, ambling down the harbour road with that big brown dog of Sam Ventnor's. Ventnor's dog is beginning to have a bad reputation, you know. There have been several sheep worried lately, and—" "Don wouldn't touch a sheep," interrupted Curtis hotly. "I dare say not yet, but Ventnor's dog is under suspicion, and if Don runs with him he'll learn the trick sure as preaching. The farmers are growling a good bit already, and if they hear of Don and Ventnor's dog going about in company, they'll put it on them both. Better keep Don shut up a while, let him howl as he likes." "I believe I will," said Curtis soberly. "I don't want Don to fall under the suspicion of sheep worrying, although I'm sure he would never do it. Anyhow, I don't want him to run with Ventnor's dog. I'll chain him up in the barn when I go home. I couldn't stand it if anything happened to Don. After you, he's the only chum I've got, and he's a good one." Will agreed. He was almost as fond of Don as Curtis was, but he did not feel so sure that the dog would not worry a sheep. Will knew that Don was suspected already, but he did not like to tell Curtis so. And of course there was as yet no positive proof, merely mutterings and suggestions among the Bayside farmers, who had lost sheep and were anxious to locate their slayer. There were many other dogs in Bayside and the surrounding districts who were just as likely to be the guilty animals, and Will hoped that if Don were shut up for a time, suspicion might be averted from him, especially if the worrying still went on. He had felt a little doubtful about hinting the truth to Curtis, who was a high-spirited lad, always resented any slur cast upon Don much more bitterly than if it were meant for himself. But he knew that Curtis would take it better from him than from the other Bayside boys, one or the other of whom would be sure soon to cast something up to Curtis about his dog. Will felt decidedly relieved to find that Curtis took his advice in the spirit in which it was offered. "Who have lost sheep lately?" queried Curtis, as they left the main road and struck into a wood path through the ranks of beeches on Tom Grier's land. "Nearly everybody on the Hollow farms," answered Will. "Until last week nobody on the hill farms had lost any, but Tuesday night old Paul Stockton had 6 fine sheep killed in his upland pasture behind the fir woods. He's furious about it, I believe, and vows he'll find out what dog did it and have him shot." Curtis looked grave. Paul Stockton's farm was only about a quarter of the mile from the Locksley homestead, and he knew that Paul had an old family grudge against his Uncle Arnold, which included his nephew and all belonging to him. Moreover, Curtis remembered with a sinking heart that Wednesday morning had been one of the mornings upon which Don was missing. "But I don't care," he thought miserably. "I know Don didn't kill those sheep." "Talking of old Paul," said Will, who thought it advisable to turn the conversation, "reminds me that they are getting anxious at the harbour about George Finley's schooner, the Amy Reade. She was due 3 days ago and there's no sign of her yet. And there have been 2 bad gales since she left Morro. Oscar Stockton is on board of her, you know, and his father is worried about him. There are 5 other men on her, all from the harbour, and their folks down there are pretty wild about the schooner." Nothing more was said about the sheep, and soon in the pleasures of chestnutting Curtis forgot his anxiety. Old Tom Grier had called to the boys as they passed his house to come back and have dinner there when the time came. This they did, and it was late in the afternoon when Curtis, with his bag of chestnuts over his shoulder, walked into the Locksley yard. His uncle was standing before the open barn doors, talking to an elderly grizzled man with a thin, shrewd face. Curtis's heart sank as he recognized old Paul Stockton. What could have brought him over? "Curtis," called his uncle, "come here." As Curtis crossed the yard, Don came bounding down the slope from the house to meet him. He put his hand on the dog's big head, and the 2 of them walked slowly to the barn. Old Paul included them both in a vindictive scowl. "Curtis," said his uncle gravely, "here's a bad business. Mr. Stockton tells me that your dog has been worrying his sheep." "It's a—" Curtis began angrily, then he checked himself and went on more calmly. "That can't be so, Mr. Stockton. My dog would not harm anything." "He killed or helped to kill 6 of the finest sheep in my flock," retorted old Paul. "What proof have you of it?" demanded Curtis, trying to keep his anger within bounds. "Abner Peck saw your dog and Ventnor's running together through my sheep pasture at sundown on Tuesday evening," answered old Paul. "Wednesday morning I found this in the corner of the pasture where the sheep were worried. Your uncle admits that it was tied around your dog's neck on Tuesday." And old Paul held out triumphantly a faded red ribbon. Curtis recognized it at a glance. It was the ribbon his little cousin Lena had tied around Don's neck Tuesday afternoon. He remembered how they had laughed at the effect of that frivolous red collar and bow on Don's massive body. "I'm sure Don isn't guilty!" he cried passionately. Mr. Locksley shook his head. "I'm afraid he is, Curtis. The case looks very black against him, and sheep stealing is a serious offense." "The dog must be shot," said old Paul decidedly. "I leave the matter in your hands, Mr. Locksley. I've got enough proof to convict the dog, and if you don't have him killed I'll make you pay for the sheep he worried." As old Paul strode away, Curtis looked beseechingly at his uncle. "Don mustn't be shot, uncle," he said desperately. "I'll chain him up all the time." "And have him howling night and day as if we had a brood of banshees around the place?" said Mr. Locksley sarcastically. He was a stern man with little sentiment in his nature, and no understanding whatever of Curtis's affection for Don. The Bayside people said that Arnold Locksley had always been very severe with his nephew. "No, no, Curtis, you must look at the matter sensibly. The dog is a nuisance and must be shot. You can't keep him shut up forever, and if he has once learned the trick of sheep worrying he will never forget it. You can get another dog if you must have one. I'll get Charles Pippy to come and shoot Don tomorrow. No sulking now, Curtis. You are too big a boy for that. Tie the dog up for the night, and then go and put the calves in. There's a storm coming. The wind is blowing hard from the northeast now." His uncle walked away, leaving the boy white and miserable in the yard. He looked at Don, who sat on his haunches and returned his gaze frankly and open-heartedly. He did not look like a guilty dog. Could it be possible that he had really worried those sheep? "I'll never believe it of you, old fellow," Curtis said, as he led the dog into a corner of the carriage house and tied him up there. Then he flung himself down on a pile of sacks beside him, and buried his face in Don's curly black fur. The boy felt sullen, rebellious, and wretched. He lay there until dark, thinking his own bitter thoughts, and listening to the rapidly increasing gale. Finally he got up and flung off after the calves, with Don's melancholy howls at finding himself deserted, ringing in his ears. "He'll be quiet enough tomorrow night," thought Curtis wretchedly, as he went upstairs to bed after housing the calves. For a long while he lay awake, but finally dropped into a heavy slumber, which lasted until his aunt called him for milking. The wind was blowing more furiously than ever. Up over the fields came the roar and crash of the surges on the outside shore. The harbour to the east of Bayside was rough and stormy. They were just rising from breakfast when Will Barry burst into the kitchen. "The Amy Reade is ashore on Gleeson's Rocks," he shouted. "Struck there at daylight this morning. Come on, Kurt." Curtis sprang for his cap, his uncle following suit more deliberately. As the two boys ran through the yard, Curtis heard Don howling. "I'll take him with me," he muttered. "Wait a minute, Will." The harbour road was thronged with people hurrying to the outside shore, for the news of the Amy Reade's disaster had spread rapidly. As the boys, with the rejoicing Don at their heels, pelted along, Sam Morrow overtook them in a cart and told them to jump in. Sam had already been down to the shore and had gone back to tell his father. As they jolted along, he screamed information at them over the shriek of the gale. "Bad business, this! She's pounding on a reef 'bout a quarter of a mile out. They're sure she's going to break up. Old tub, you know, leaky, rotten. The sea's tremenjous high, and the surf's going dean over her. There can't be no boat launched for hours yet. They'll all be drowned. Old Paul's down there like a madman, offering everything he's got to the man who'll save Oscar, but it can't be done." By this time they had reached the shore, which was black with excited people. Out on Gleeson's Reef the ill-fated little schooner was visible amid the flying spray. A grizzled old harbour fisherman, to whom Sam shouted a question, shook his head. "No, can't do nothin'. No boat could live in that surf for a moment. The schooner'll go to pieces mighty soon, I'm feared. It's turrible to stand by and watch your neighbours drown like this." Curtis and Will elbowed their way down to the water's edge. The relatives of the crew were all there in various stages of despair, but old Paul Stockton seemed like a man demented. He ran up and down the beach crying and praying. His only son was on the Amy Reade, and he could do nothing to save him. "What are they doing?" asked Will of Martin Clark. "Trying to get a line ashore by throwing out a small rope with a stick tied to it," answered Martin. "It's young Stockton that's trying now, but it isn't any use. The cross currents on that reef are too powerful." "Why, Don will bring that line ashore!" exclaimed Curtis. "Here, Don! Don, I say!" The dog bounded back along the shore with a quick bark. Curtis grasped him by the collar and pointed to the stick which young Stockton had just hurled again into the water. Don, with another bark of comprehension, dashed into the sea. The onlookers, grasping the situation, gave a cheer and then relapsed into silence. Only the shriek of the gale and the crash of the waves could be heard as they watched the magnificent dog swimming out through the breakers, his big black head now rising on the crest of a wave, and now disappearing in the hollow behind it. When Don finally reached the tossing stick, grasped it in his mouth, and turned shoreward, another great shout went up from the beach. A woman behind Curtis, whose husband was on the schooner, dropped her knees on the pebbles, sobbing and thanking God. Curtis himself felt the stinging tears start to his eyes. When Don reached the shore he dropped the stick at Curtis's feet and gave himself a tremendous shake. Curtis caught at the stick while a dozen men and women threw themselves bodily on Don, hugging him and kissing his wet fur like distracted creatures. Old Paul Stockton was among them. Over his shoulder Don's big black head looked up, his eyes asking as plainly as speech what all this fuss was about. Meanwhile some of the men had already pulled a big hawser ashore and made it fast. In half an hour the crew of the Amy Reade were safe on shore, chilled and dripping. Before they were hurried away to warmth and shelter, old Paul Stockton caught Curtis's hand. The tears were running freely down his hard old face. "Tell your uncle he's not to lay a finger on that dog," he said. "He never killed a sheep of mine, he couldn't! And if he did I don't care. He's welcome to kill them all if nothing but mutton will serve his turn." Curtis walked home with a glad heart. Mr. Locksley heard old Paul's message with a smile. He too had been touched by Don's splendid feat. "Well, Curtis, I'm very glad that it has turned old Paul in his favour. But we must shut Don up for a week or so, no matter how hard he takes it. You can see for that yourself. After all, he might have worried the sheep. And anyway he must be broken of his intimacy with Ventnor's dog." Curtis acknowledged the justice of this, and poor Don was tied up again. His captivity was not long, however, for Ventnor's dog was soon shot. When Don was released, Curtis had an anxious time for a week or two, but no more sheep were worried, and Don's innocence was triumphantly established. As for old Paul Stockton, it seemed as if he could not do enough for Curtis and Don. His ancient grudge against the Locksleys was completely forgotten, and from that date he was a firm friend of Curtis. In regard to Don, old Paul would say, "Why, there never was such a dog before, sir, never. He just talks with his eyes, that dog does. And if you'd just 'a seen him swimming out to that schooner. Bones? Yes, sir. Every time that dog comes he's to get the best bones we've got for him, and more'n bones too. That dog's a hero, sir, that's what he is." End of How Don Was Saved, by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
Indissoluble Matrimony, by Rebecca West. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. When George Silverton opened the front door, he found that the house was not empty, for all its darkness. The spitting noise of the striking of damp matches and mild growling exclamations of annoyance told him that his wife was trying to light the dining-room gas. He went in and, with some short, hostile sound of greeting, lit a match and brought brightness into the little room. Then, irritated by his own folly in bringing private papers into his wife's presence, he stuffed the letters he had brought from the office deep into the pockets of his overcoat. He looked at her suspiciously, but she had not seen them, being busy in unwinding her orange motor veil. His eyes remained on her face, to brood a little sourly on her moving loveliness, which he had not been sure of finding. For she was one of those women who create an illusion alternately of extreme beauty and extreme ugliness. Under her curious dress, designed in some pitifully cheap and worthless stuff by a successful mood of her indiscreet taste, she had black blood in her. Her long body seemed pulsing with some exaltation. The blood was coursing violently under her luminous yellow skin, and her lids, dusky with fatigue, drooped contentedly over her great humid black eyes. Perpetually she raised her hand to the mass of black hair that was coiled on her thick golden neck, and stroked it with secretive enjoyment, as a cat licks its fur. And her large mouth smiled frankly, but abstractedly, at some digested pleasure. There was a time when George would have looked on this riot of excited loveliness with suspicion. But now he knew it was almost certainly caused by some trifle, a long walk through stinging weather, the report of a socialist victory at a by-election, or the intoxication of a waltz refrain floating from the municipal bandstand across the flats of the local recreation ground. And even if it had been caused by some amorous interlude, he would not have greatly cared. In the 10 years since their marriage he had lost the quality which would have made him resentful. He now believed that quality to be purely physical. Unless one was in good condition and responsive to the messages sent out by the flesh, Evadne could hardly concern one. He turned the bitter thought over in his heart, and stung himself by deliberately gazing unmoved upon her beautiful, joyful body. "Let's have supper now," she said rather greedily. He looked at the table and saw she had set it before she went out. As usual, she had been in an improvident hurry. It was carelessly done. Besides, what an absurd supper to set before a hungry solicitor's clerk. In the centre, obviously intended as the principal dish, was a bowl of plums, softly red, soaked with the sun, glowing like jewels in the downward stream of the incandescent light. Beside them was a great yellow melon, its sleek sides fluted with rich growth, and a honeycomb glistening on a willow-patterned dish. The only sensible food to be seen was a plate of tongue laid at his place. "I can't sit down to supper without washing my hands." While he splashed in the bathroom upstairs, he heard her pull in a chair to the table and sit down to her supper. It annoyed him. There was no ritual about it. While he was eating the tongue, she would be crushing honey on new bread, or stripping a plum of its purple skin and holding the golden globe up to the gas to see the light filter through. The meal would pass in silence. She would innocently take his dumbness for a sign of abstraction and forbear to babble. He would find the words choked on his lips by the weight of dullness that always oppressed him in her presence. Then, just about the time when he was beginning to feel able to formulate his obscure grievances against her, she would rise from the table without a word and run upstairs to her work, humming in that uncanny Negro way of hers. And so it was. She ate with an appalling catholicity of taste, with a nice child's love of sweet foods, and occasionally she broke into that hoarse, beautiful croon. Every now and then she looked at him with too obvious speculations as to whether his silence was due to weariness or uncertain temper. Timidly she cut him an enormous slice of the melon, which he did not want. Then she rose abruptly and flung herself into the rocking-chair on the hearth. She clasped her hands behind her head and strained backwards so that the muslin stretched over her strong breasts. She sang softly to the ceiling. There was something about the fantastic figure that made him feel as though they were not properly married. "Evadne." "Yes?" "What have you been up to this evening?" "I was at Millie Staffordale's." He was silent again. That name brought up the memory of his courting days. It was under the benign eyes of blonde, plebeian Millie that he had wooed the distracting creature in the rocking-chair. 10 years before, when he was 25, his firm had been reduced to hysteria over the estates of an extraordinarily stupid old woman named Mrs. Mary Ellerker. Her stupidity, grappling with the complexity of the sources of the vast income which rushed in spate from the properties of 4 deceased husbands, demanded oceans of explanations, even over her weekly rents. Silverton alone in the office, by reason of a certain natural incapacity for excitement, could deal calmly with this marvel of imbecility. He alone could endure to sit with patience in the black-panelled drawing-room, amidst the jungle of shiny mahogany furniture, and talk to a mass of darkness, who rested heavily in the window-seat, and now and then made an idiotic remark in a bright, hearty voice. But it shook even him. Mrs. Mary Ellerker was obscene. Yet she was perfectly sane, and although of that remarkable plainness noticeable in most oft-married women, in good enough physical condition. She merely presented the loathsome spectacle of an ignorant mind, contorted by the artificial idiocy of coquetry, lack of responsibility, and hatred of discipline, stripped naked by old age. That was the real horror of her. One feared to think how many women were really like Mrs. Ellerker, under their armour of physical perfection or social grace. For this reason he turned eyes of hate on Mrs. Ellerker's pretty little companion, Millie Staffordale, who smiled at him over her embroidery with wintry northern brightness. When she was old, she too would be obscene. This horror obsessed him. Never before had he feared anything. He had never lived more than half an hour from a police station, and, as he had by some chance missed the melancholy clairvoyance of adolescence, he had never conceived of any horror with which the police could not deal. This disgust of women revealed to him that the world is a place of subtle perils. He began to fear marriage as he feared death. The thought of intimacy with some lovely, desirable, and necessary wife turned him sick as he sat at his lunch. The secret obscenity of women. He talked darkly of it to his friends. He wondered why the Church did not provide a service for the absolution of men after marriage. Wife desertion seemed to him a beautiful return of the tainted body to cleanliness. On his 5th visit to Mrs. Ellerker, he could not begin his business at once. One of Milly Staffordale's friends had come in to sing to the old lady. She stood by the piano against the light, so that he saw her washed with darkness. Amazed, of tropical fruit. And before he had time to apprehend the sleepy wonder of her beauty, she had begun to sing. Now he knew that her voice was a purely physical attribute, built in her as she lay in her mother's womb, and no index of her spiritual values. But then, as it welled up from the thick golden throat and clung to her lips, it seemed a sublime achievement of the soul. It was a smouldering contralto, such as only those of black blood can possess. As she sang, her great black eyes lay on him with the innocent shamelessness of a young animal, and he remembered hopefully that he was good-looking. Suddenly she stood in silence, playing with her heavy black plait. Mrs. Ellerker broke into silly thanks. The girl's mother, who had been playing the accompaniment, rose and stood rolling up her music. Silverton, sick with excitement, was introduced to them. He noticed that the mother was a little darker than the conventions permit. Their name was Hannon, Mrs. Arthur Hannon, and Evadne. They moved lithely and quietly out of the room, the girl's eyes still lingering on his face. The thought of her splendor and the rolling echoes of her voice disturbed him all night. Next day, going to his office, he travelled with her on the horse-car that bound his suburb to Petrick. One of the horses fell lame, and she had time to tell him that she was studying at a commercial college. He quivered with distress. All the time he had a dizzy illusion that she was nestling up against him. They parted shyly. During the next few days they met constantly. He began to go and see them in the evening at their home, a mean flat crowded with cheap glories of bead curtains and oriental hangings that set off the women's alien beauty. Mrs. Hannon was a widow, and they lived alone, in a wonderful silence. He talked more than he had ever done in his whole life before. He took a dislike to the widow. She was consumed with fiery subterranean passions, no fit guardian for the tender girl. Now he could imagine with what silent rapture Evadne had watched his agitation. Almost from the first she had meant to marry him. He was physically attractive, though not strong. His intellect was gently stimulating like a mild white wine. And it was time she married. She was ripe for adult things. This was the real wound in his soul. He had tasted of a divine thing created in his time for dreams out of her rich beauty, her loneliness, her romantic poverty, her immaculate youth. He had known love. And Evadne had never known anything more than a magnificent physical adventure, which she had secured at the right time as she would have engaged a cab to take her to the station in time for the cheapest excursion train. It was a quick way to light-hearted living. With loathing, he remembered how in the days of their engagement she used to gaze purely into his blinking eyes, and with her unashamed kisses incite him to extravagant embraces. Now he cursed her for having obtained his spiritual revolution on false pretenses. Only for a little time had he his illusion, for their marriage was hastened by Mrs. Hannon's sudden death. After 3 months of savage mourning, Evadne flung herself into marriage, and her excited candour had enlightened him very soon. That marriage had lasted 10 years. And to Evadne their relationship was just the same as ever. Her vitality needed him, as it needed the fruit on the table before him. He shook with wrath and a sense of outraged decency. "Oh, George!" She was yawning widely. "What's the matter?" he said without interest. "It's so beastly dull." "I can't help that, can I?" "No." She smiled placidly at him. "We're a couple of dull dogs, aren't we? I wish we had children." After a minute she suggested, apparently as an alternative amusement, "Perhaps the post hasn't passed." As she spoke, there was a rat-tat and the slither of a letter under the door. Evadne picked herself up and ran out into the lobby. After a second or two, during which she made irritating, inarticulate exclamations, she came in reading the letter and stroking her bust with a gesture of satisfaction. "They want me to speak at Longton's meeting on the 19th, she purred. "Longton? What's he up to?" Stephen Longton was the owner of the biggest ironworks in Petrick, a man whose refusal to adopt the livery of busy oafishness thought proper to commercial men aroused the gravest suspicions. "He's standing as Socialist candidate for the town council." "Socialist," he muttered. He set his jaw. That was a side of Evadne he considered as little as possible. He had never been able to assimilate the fact that Evadne had, 2 years after their marriage, passed through his own orthodox radicalism to a passionate socialism, and that after reading enormously of economics she'd begun to write for the socialist press and to speak successfully at meetings. In the jaundiced recesses of his mind he took it for granted that her work would have the lax fibre of her character, that it would be infected with her oriental crudities. Although once or twice he had been congratulated on her brilliance, he mistrusted this phase of her activity as a caper of the sensualist. His eyes blazed on her, and found the depraved, oversexed creature looking milder than a gazelle, holding out a handbill to him. "They've taken it for granted." He saw her name, his name, Mrs. Evadne Silverton. It was at first the blaze of stout scarlet letters on the dazzling white ground that made him blink. Then he was convulsed with rage. "Georgie, dear." She stepped forward and caught his weak body to her bosom. He wrenched himself away. Spiritual nausea had made him determined to be a better man than her. "A pair of you, you and Longton," he snarled scornfully. Then, seeing her startled face, he controlled himself. "I thought it would please you," said Evadne, a little waspishly. "You mustn't have anything to do with Longton," he stormed. A change passed over her. She became ugly. Her face was heavy with intellect, her lips coarse with power. He was at arms with a socialist lead. Much he would have preferred the bland sensualist again. "Why?" "Because his lips stuck together like blotting paper. He's not the sort of man my wife should. With movements which terrified him by their rough energy, she folded up the bills and put them back in the envelope. "George, I suppose you mean that he's a bad man?" He nodded. "I know quite well that the girl who used to be his typist is his mistress." She spoke it sweetly, as if reasoning with an old fool. "But she's got consumption. She'll be dead in 6 months. In fact, I think it's rather nice of him, to look after her and all that." "My God!" He leapt to his feet, extending a shaking forefinger. As she turned to him, the smile dying on her lips, his excited weakness wrapped him in a paramnesic illusion. It seemed to him that he had been through all this before, a long, long time ago. "My God! You talk like a woman off the streets!" Evadne's lips lifted over her strong teeth. With clever cruelty she fixed his eyes with hers, well knowing that he longed to fall forward and bury his head on the table in a transport of hysterical sobs. After a moment of this torture, she turned away, herself distressed by a desire to cry. "How can you say such dreadful, dreadful things?" she protested chokingly. He sat down again. His eyes looked little and red, but they blazed on her. "I wonder if you are," he said softly. "Ah, what?" she asked petulantly, a tear rolling down her nose. You know, he answered, nodding. George, 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 she cried. You've always been keen on kissing and making love, haven't you, my precious? At first you startled me. You did. I didn't know women were like that. From that morass he suddenly stepped on to a high peak of terror. Amazed to find himself sincere, he cried, I don't believe good women are. Georgie, how can you be so silly? Exclaimed Evadne shrilly. You know quite well I've been as true to you as any woman could be. She sought his eyes with a liquid glance of reproach. He averted his gaze, sickened at having put himself in the wrong. For even while he degraded his tongue, his pure soul fainted with loathing of her fleshliness. I'm sorry. Too wily to forgive him at once, she showed him a lowering profile with downcast lids. Of course, he knew it was a fraud. An imputation against her chastity was no more poignant than a reflection on the cleanliness of her nails. Rude and spiteful, but that was all. But for a time they kept up the deception, while she cleared the table in a steely silence. Evadne, I'm sorry. I'm tired. His throat was dry. He could not bear the discord of a row added to the horror of their companionship. Evadne, do forgive me. I don't know what I meant by... That's all right, silly, she said suddenly, and bent over the table to kiss him. Her brow was smooth. It was evident from her splendid expression that she was preoccupied. Then she finished clearing up the dishes and took them into the kitchen. While she was out of the room, he rose from his seat and sat down in the armchair by the fire, setting his bulldog pipe alight. For a very short time he was free of her voluptuous presence. But she ran back soon, having put the kettle on and changed her blouse for a loose dressing jacket, and sat down on the arm of his chair. Once or twice she bent and kissed his brow, but for the most part she lay back with his head drawn to her bosom, rocking herself rhythmically. Silverton, a little disgusted by their contact, sat quite motionless, and passed into a doze. He revolved in his mind the incidents of his day's routine, and remembered a snub from a superior. So he opened his eyes and tried to think of something else. It was then that he became conscious that the rhythm of Evadne's movement was not regular. It was broken, as though she rocked in time to music. Music? His sense of hearing crept up to hear if there was any sound of music in the breaths she was emitting rather heavily every now and then. At first he could hear nothing. Then it struck him that each breath was a muttered phrase. He stiffened, and hatred flamed through his veins. The words came clearly through her lips. The present system of wage slavery. Evadne! He sprang to his feet. You're preparing your speech. She did not move. I am, she said. Damn it, you shan't speak. Damn it, I will. Evadne, you shan't speak. If you do, I swear to God above, I'll turn you out into the streets. She rose and came towards him. She looked black and dangerous. She trod softly like a cat with her head down. In spite of himself, his tongue lipped his lips in fear, and he cowered a moment before he picked up a knife from the table. For a space she looked down on him and the sharp blade. You idiot! Can't you hear the kettle's boiling over? He shrank back, letting the knife fall on the floor. For 3 minutes he stood there controlling his breath and trying to still his heart. Then he followed her into the kitchen. She was making a noise with a basin full of dishes. Stop that row. She turned round with a dripping dishcloth in her hand and pondered whether to throw it at him. But she was tired and wanted peace, so that she could finish the rough draft of her speech. So she stood waiting. Did you understand what I said then? If you don't promise me here and now... She flung her arms upwards with a cry and dashed past him. He made to run after her upstairs, but stumbled on the threshold of the lobby and sat with his ankle twisted under him, shaking with rage. In a second she ran downstairs again, clothed in a big cloak, with a black bundle clutched to her breast. For the first time in their married life she was seized with a convulsion of sobs. She dashed out of the front door, and banged it with such passion that a glass pane shivered to fragments behind her. "What's this? What's this?" he cried stupidly, standing up. He perceived with an insane certainty that she was going out to meet some unknown lover. "I'll come and tell him what a slut you are," he shouted after her, and stumbled to the door. It was jammed now, and he had to drag at it. The night was flooded with the yellow moonshine of midsummer. It seemed to drip from the lacquered leaves of the shrubs in the front garden. In its soft clarity he could see her plainly, although she was now 200 yards away. She was hastening to the north end of Sumatra Crescent, an end that curled up the hill like a silly kitten's tail and stopped abruptly in green fields. So he knew that she was going to the young man who had just bought the Georgian manor whose elm trees crowned the hill. Oh, how he hated her! Yet he must follow her, or else she would cover up her adulteries so that he could not take his legal revenge. So he began to run, silently, for he wore his carpet slippers. He was only 100 yards behind her when she slipped through a gap in the hedge to tread a field path. She still walked with pride, for though she was town-bred, night in the open seemed not at all fearful to her. As he shuffled in pursuit, his carpet slippers were engulfed in a shining pool of mud. He raised one with a squelch, the other was left. This seemed the last humiliation. He kicked the other one off his feet and padded on in his socks, snuffling in anticipating of a cold. Then physical pain sent him back to the puddle to pluck out the slippers. It was a dirty job. His heart battered his breast as he saw that Evadne had gained the furthest hedge and was crossing the stile into the lane that ran up to the manor gates. "Go on, you beast," he muttered. "Go on, go on." After a scamper he climbed the stile and thrust his lean neck beyond a mass of wilted hawthorn bloom that crumbled into vagrant petals at his touch. The lane mounted yellow as cheese to where the moon lay on his iron tracery of the manor gates. Evadne was not there. Hardly believing his eyes, he hobbled over into the lane and looked in the other direction. There he saw her disappearing round the bend of the road. Gathering himself up to a run, he tried to think out his bearings. He had seldom passed this way, and like most people without strong primitive instincts, he had no sense of orientation. With difficulty he remembered that after a mile's mazy wanderings between high hedges, this lane sloped suddenly to the bowl of heather overhung by the moorlands, in which lay the Petrick reservoirs, 2 untamed lakes. "Ah, she's going to meet him by the water," he cursed to himself. He remembered the withered ash tree, seared by lightning to its root, that stood by the road at the bare frontier of the moor. "May God strike her like that," he prayed, "as she fouls the other man's lips with her kisses. Oh God, let me strangle her, or bury a knife deep in her breast." Suddenly he broke into a lolloping run. "Oh, my Lord, I'll be able to divorce her. I'll be free to live alone, to do my day's work and sleep my night's sleep without her. I'll get a job somewhere else and forget her. I'll bring her to the dogs. No clean man or woman in Petrick will look at her now. They won't have her to speak at that meeting now." His throat swelled with joy. He leapt high in the air. "I'll lie about her. If I can prove that she's wrong with this man, they'll believe me if I say she's a bad woman and drinks. I'll make her name a joke. And then—" He flung wide his arms in ecstasy. The left struck against stone. More pain than he had thought his body could hold convulsed him, so that he sank on the ground, hugging his aching arm. He looked backwards as he writhed, and saw that the hedge had stopped. Above him was the great stone wall of the county asylum. The question broke on him. Was there any lunatic in its confines so slavered with madness as he himself? Nothing but madness could have accounted for the torrent of ugly words, the sea of uglier thoughts that was now a part of him. Oh God, Me to turn like this, he cried, rolling over full length on the grassy bank by the roadside. That the infidelity of his wife, a thing that should have brought out the stern manliness of his true nature, should have discovered him as lecherous-lipped as any pot-house lounger, was the most infamous accident of his married life. The sense of sin descended on him so that his tears flowed hot and bitterly. Have I gone to the Unitarian chapel every Sunday morning, and to the Ethical Society every evening for nothing? His spirit asked itself in its travail. All those Browning lectures for nothing? He said the Lord's Prayer several times, and lay for a minute quietly crying. The relaxation of his muscles brought him a sense of rest, which seemed forgiveness falling from God. The tears dried on his cheeks. His calmer consciousness heard the sound of rushing waters, mingled with the beating of blood in his ears. He got up and scrambled round the turn of the road that brought him to the withered ash-tree. He walked forward on the parched heatherland, to the mound whose scarred sides, heaped with boulders, tufted with mountain grasses, shone before him in the moonlight. He scrambled up to it hurriedly, and hoisted himself from ledge to ledge, till he fell on his knees with a squeal of pain. His ankle was caught in a crevice of the rock. Gulping down his agony at this final physical humiliation, he heaved himself upright and raced on to the summit, and found himself before the Devil's Cauldron, filled to the brim with yellow moonshine and the fiery play of summer lightning. The rugged crags opposite him were a low barricade against the stars, to which the mound where he stood shot forward like a bridge. To the left of this, the long Lisbech pond lay like a trailing serpent. Its silver scales glittered as the wind swept down from the vaster moorlands to the east. To the right, under a steep drop of 20 feet, was the Whimsy Pond, more sinister, shaped in an unnatural oval, sheltered from the wind by the high ridge, so that the undisturbed moonlight lay across it like a sharp-edged sword. He looked about for some sign of Evadne. She could not be on the land by the margin of the lakes, for the light blazed so strongly that each reed could be clearly seen like a black dagger stabbing the silver. He looked down Lisbech and saw far east a knot of red and green and orange lights. Perhaps for some devilish purpose Evadne had sought Lisbech railway station, but his volcanic mind had preserved one grain of sense that assured him that, subtle as Evadne's villainy might be, it would not lead her to walk 5 miles out of her way to a terminus which she could have reached in 15 minutes by taking a train from the station down the road. She must be under cover somewhere here. He went down the gentle slope that fell from the top of the ridge to Lisbech Pond in a disorder of rough heather, unhappy patches of cultivated grass, and coppices of silver birch, fringed with flaming broom that seemed faintly tarnished in the moonlight. At the bottom was a roughly hewn path, which he followed in hot, aimless hurry. In a little he approached a riot of falling waters. There was a slice 10 feet broad carved out of the ridge, and to this narrow channel of black shining rock the floods of Lisbech leapt some feet and raced through to Whimsy. The noise beat him back. The gap was spanned by a gaunt thing of paint-blistered iron, on which he stood dizzily, and noticed how the wide step that ran on each side of the channel through to the other pond was smeared with sinister green slime. Now his physical distress reminded him of Evadne, whom he had almost forgotten in contemplation of these lonely waters. The idea of her had been present but obscured, as sometimes toothache may cease active torture. His bloodlust set him on, and he staggered forward with covered ears. Even as he went, something caught his eye in a thicket high up on the slope near the crags. Against the slender pride of some silver birches stood a gnarled hawthorn tree, its branches flattened under the stern moorland winds so that it grew squat like an opened umbrella. In its dark shadows, faintly illumined by a few boughs of withered blossom, there moved a strange bluish light. Even while he did not know what it was, it made his flesh stir. The light emerged. It was the moonlight reflected from Evadne's body. She was clad in a black bathing dress, and her arms and legs and the broad streak of flesh laid bare by a rent down the back shone brilliantly white, so that she seemed like a grotesquely patterned wild animal as she ran down to the lake. Whirling her arms above her head, she trampled down into the water and struck out strongly. Her movements were full of brisk delight, and she swam quickly. The moonlight made her the centre of a little feathery blur of black and silver, with a comet's tail trailing in her wake. Nothing in all his married life had ever staggered Silverton so much as this. He had imagined his wife's adultery so strongly that it had come to be. It was now as real as their marriage, more real than their courtship. So this seemed to be the last crime of the adulteress. She had dragged him over those squelching fields and these rough moors, and changed him from a man of irritations but no passions, into a cold designer of murderous treacheries, so that he might witness a swimming exhibition. For a minute he was stunned. Then he sprang down to the rushy edge and ran along in the direction of her course, crying, "Evadne! Evadne!" She did not hear him. At last he achieved a chest note and sounded, "Evadne! Come here!" The black and silver feather shivered in mid-water. She turned immediately and swam back to shore. He suspected sullenness in her slowness, but was glad of it, for after the shock of this extraordinary incident he wanted to go to sleep. Drowsiness lay on him like lead. He shook himself like a dog and wrenched off his linen collar, winking at the bright moon to keep himself awake. As she came quite near, he was exasperated by the happy, snorting breaths she drew, and strolled a pace or two up the bank. To his enragement, the face she lifted as she waded to dry land was placid, and she scrambled gaily up the bank to his side. "Oh, George, why did you come?" she exclaimed quite affectionately, laying a damp hand on his shoulder. "Oh, damn it! What does this mean?" he cried, committing a horrid tenor squeak. "What are you doing?" "Why, George," she said, "I came here for a bathe." He stared into her face, and could make nothing of it. It was only sweet surfaces of flesh, soft radiances of eye and lip, a lovely lie of comeliness. He forgot this present grievance in a cold search for the source of her peculiar hatefulness. Under this sick gaze she pouted and turned away with a peevish gesture. He made no sign and stood silent, watching her saunter to that gaunt iron bridge. The roar of the little waterfall did not disturb her splendid nerves, and she drooped sensuously over the handrail, sniffing up the sweet night smell, too evidently trying to abase him to another apology. A mosquito whirred into his face. He killed it viciously and strode off toward his wife, who showed by a common little toss of the head that she was conscious of his coming. "Look here, Evadne," he panted. "What did you come here for? Tell me the truth, and I promise I'll not... Not what, George?" "Oh, please, please, tell me the truth. Do, Evadne!" he cried pitifully. "But, dear, what is there to carry on about so? You went on so queerly about my meeting that my head felt fit to split, and I thought the long walk and the dip would do me good." She broke off, amazed at the wave of horror that passed over his face. His heart sank. From the loose-lipped hurry in the telling of her story, from the bigness of her eyes and the lack of subtlety in her voice, he knew that this was the truth. Here was no adulteress whom he could accuse in the law courts and condemn into the street, no resourceful sinner whose merry crimes he could discover. Here was merely his good wife, the faithful attendant of his hearth, relentless wrecker of his soul. She came towards him as a cat approaches a displeased master, and hovered about him on the stone coping of the noisy sluice. "Indeed," he found himself saying sarcastically, "indeed." "Yes, George Silverton, indeed," she burst out, a little frightened. "And why shouldn't I? I used to come here often enough on summer nights with poor mamma." "Yes," he shouted. It was exactly the sort of thing that would appeal to that weird half-black woman from the back of Beyond. "Mamma," he cried tauntingly, "mamma." There was a flash of silence between them, before Evadne, clutching her breast and balancing herself dangerously on her heels on the stone coping, broke into gentle shrieks. "You dare talk of my mamma, my poor mamma, and she cold in her grave! I haven't been happy since she died and I married you, you silly little misery, you!" Then the rage was suddenly wiped off her brain by the perception of a crisis. The trickle of silence overflowed into a lake, over which their spirits flew, looking at each other's reflection in the calm waters. In the hurry of their flight they had never before seen each other. They stood facing one another with dropped heads, quietly thinking. The strong passion which filled them threatened to disintegrate their souls, as a magnetic current decomposes the electrolyte, so they fought to organize their sensations. They tried to arrange themselves and their lives for comprehension. But beyond sudden lyric visions of old incidents of hatefulness, such as a smarting quarrel of 6 years ago as to whether Evadne had or had not cheated the railway company out of 1 8 on an excursion ticket, the past was intangible. It trailed behind this intense event as the pale hair trails behind the burning comet. They were preoccupied with the moment. Quite often George had found a mean pleasure in the thought that by never giving Evadne a child he had cheated her out of one form of experience, and now he paid the price for this unnatural pride of sterility. For now the spiritual offspring of their intercourse came to birth. A sublime loathing was between them. For a little time it was a huge, perilous horror, but afterwards, like men aboard a ship whose masts seek the sky through steep waves, they found a drunken pride in the adventure. This was the very absolute of hatred. It cheapened the memory of the fantasias of irritation and ill will they had performed in the less boring moments of their marriage, and they felt dazed, as amateurs who had found themselves creating a masterpiece. For the first time they were possessed by a supreme emotion, and they felt a glad desire to strip away restraint and express it nakedly. It was ecstasy. They felt tall and full of blood. Like people who, bewitched by Christ, see the whole earth as the breathing body of God, so they saw the universe as the substance and the symbol of their hatred. The stars trembled overhead with wrath. A wind from behind the angry crags set the moonlight on Lisbeck quivering with rage, and the squat hawthorn tree creaked slowly like the irritation of a dull little man. The dry moors, parched with harsh anger, waited thirstily, and, sending out the murmur of rustling mountain grass and the cry of wakening fowl, seemed to huddle closer to the lake. But this sense of the earth's sympathy slipped away from them, and they loathed all matter as the dull wrapping of their flame-like passion. At their wishing, matter fell away, and they saw sarcastic visions. He saw her as a toad squatting on the clean earth, obscuring the stars and pressing down its hot, moist body on the cheerful fields. She felt his long, boneless body coiled round the roots of the lovely tree of life. They shivered fastidiously. With an uplifting sense of responsibility, they realized that they must kill each other. A bird rose over their heads with a leaping flight that made it seem as though its black body was bouncing against the bright sky. The foolish noise and motion precipitated their thoughts. They were broken into a new conception of life. They perceived that God is war, and his creatures are meant to fight. When dogs walk through the world, cats must climb trees. The virgin must snare the wanton, the fine lover must put the prude to the sword. The gross man of action walks, spurred on the bloodless bodies of the men of thought, who lie quiet and cunningly do not tell him where his grossness leads him. The flesh must smother the spirit must set the flesh on fire and watch it burn. And those who were gentle by nature and shrank from the ordained brutality were betrayers of their kind, surrendering the earth to the seed of their enemies. In this war there is no discharge. If they succumbed to peace now, the rest of their lives would be dishonourable, like the exile of a rebel who has begged his life as the reward of cowardice. It was their first experience of religious passion, and they abandoned themselves to it, so that their immediate personal qualities fell away from them. Neither his weakness nor her prudence stood in the way of the event. They measured each other with the eye. To her, he was a spidery thing against the velvet blackness and hard silver surfaces of the pond. The light soaked her bathing dress so that she seemed, against the jagged shadows of the rock cutting, as though she were clad in a garment of dark, polished mail. Her knees were bent so clearly, her toes gripped the coping so strongly. He understood very clearly that if he did not kill her instantly, she would drop him easily into the deep riot of waters. Yet for a space he could not move, but stood expecting a degrading death. Indeed, he gave her time to kill him. But she was without power too, and struggled weakly with a hallucination. The quarrel in Sumatra Crescent with its suggestion of vast and unmentionable antagonisms, her swift race through the moon-drenched countryside, all crepitant with night noises, the swimming in the wine-like lake, their isolation on the moor, which was expressly hostile to them, as nature always is to lonely man, and this stark contest face to face, with their resentments heaped between them like a pile of naked swords. These things were so strange that her civilized self shrank back appalled. There entered into her the primitive woman who is the curse of all women, a creature of the most utter femaleness, useless, save for childbirth, with no strong brain to make her physical weakness a light accident, abjectly and corruptingly afraid of man. A squaw, she dared not strike her lord. The illusion passed like a moment of faintness, and left her enraged at having forgotten her superiority even for an instant. In the material world she had 1,000 times been defeated into making prudent reservations and practising unnatural docilities. But in the world of thought she had maintained unfalteringly her masterfulness, in spite of the strong yearning of her temperament towards voluptuous surrenders. That was her virtue. Its violation whipped her to action, and she would have killed him at once, had not his moment come a second before hers. Sweating horribly, he had dropped his head forward on his chest, his eyes fell on her feet, and marked the plebeian moulding of her ankle, which rose thickly over a crease of flesh from the heel to the calf. The woman was coarse in grain and pattern. He had no instinct for honourable attack, so he found himself striking her in the stomach. She reeled from pain, not because his strength overcame hers. For the first time her eyes looked into his candidly open, unveiled by languor or lust. Their hard brightness told him how she despised him for that unwarlike blow. He cried out as he realized that this was another of her despicable victories, and that the whole burden of the crime now lay on him, for he had begun it. But the rage was stopped on his lips as her arms, flung wildly out as she fell backwards, caught him about the waist with abominable justness of eye and evil intention. So they fell, body to body, into the quarrelling waters. The feathery confusion had looked so soft, yet it seemed the solid rock they struck. The breath shot out of him, and suffocation warmly stuffed his ears and nose. Then the rock cleft, and he was swallowed by a brawling blackness, in which whirled a vortex that flung him again and again on a sharp thing that burned his shoulder. All about him fought the waters, and they cut his flesh like knives. His pain was past belief. Though God might be war, he desired peace in his time, and he yearned for another God, a child's God, an immense arm coming down from the hills and lifting him to a kindly bosom. Soon his body would burst for breath, his agony would smash in his breastbone. So great was his pain that his consciousness was strange to apprehend it, as a too tightly stretched canvas splits and rips. Suddenly the air was sweet on his mouth. The starlight seemed as hearty as a cheer. The world was still there, the world in which he had lived, so he must be safe. His own weakness and lovableness induced enjoyable tears, and there was a delicious moment of abandonment to comfortable whining before he realized that the water would not kindly buoy him up for long, and that even now a hostile current clasped his waist. He braced his flaccid body against the sucking blackness, and flung his head back so that the water should not bubble so hungrily against the cords of his throat. Above him the slime of the rock was sticky with moonbeams, and the leprous light brought to his mind a newspaper paragraph, read years ago, which told him that the dawn had discovered floating in some oily Mersey dock, under walls as infected with wet growth as this, a corpse whose blood-encrusted fingertips were deeply cleft. On the instant his own fingertips seemed hot with blood and deeply cleft from clawing at the impregnable rock. He screamed gaspingly and beat his hands through the strangling flood. Action, which he had always loathed and dreaded, had broken the hard mould of his self-possession, and the dry dust of his character was blown hither and thither by fear. But one sharp fragment of intelligence which survived this detrition of his personality perceived that a certain gleam on the rock about a foot above the water was not the cold putrescence of the slime, but certainly the hard and merry light of a moon-ray striking on solid metal. His left hand clutched upwards at it, and he swung from a rounded projection. It was, his touch told him, a leaden ring hanging obliquely from the rock, to which his memory could visualize precisely in some past, drier time, when Lisbech sent no flood to Whimsey, a waterman mooring a boat strewn with pale-bellied perch. And behind the stooping waterman he remembered a flight of narrow steps that led up a buttress to a stone shelf that ran through the cutting. Unquestionably he was safe. He swung in a happy rhythm from the ring, his limp body trailing like a caterpillar through the stream to the foot of the steps, while he gasped in strength. A part of him was in agony, for his arm was nearly dragged out of its socket, and a part of him was embarrassed because his hysteria shook him with a deep rumbling chuckle that sounded as though he meditated on some unseemly joke. The whole was pervaded by a twilight atmosphere of unenthusiastic gratitude for his rescue, like the quietly cheerful tone of a Sunday evening sacred concert. After a minute's deep breathing, he hauled himself up by the other hand and prepared to swing himself on to the steps. But first, to shake off the wet worsted rags, once his socks, that now stuck uncomfortably between his toes, he splashed his feet outwards to midstream. A certain porpoise-like surface met his left foot. Fear dappled his face with goose-flesh. Without turning his head he knew what it was. It was Evadne's fat flesh rising on each side of her deep-furrowed spine through the rent in her bathing dress. Once more hatred marched through his soul like a king, compelling service by his godhead, and like all gods, a little hated for his harsh lieu on his worshipper. He saw his wife as the curtain of flesh between him and celibacy, and solitude, and all those delicate abstentions from life which his soul desired. He saw her as the invisible worm destroying the rose of the world with her dark, secret love. Now he knelt on the lowest stone step watching her wet seal-smooth head bobbing nearer on the waters. As her strong arms, covered with little dark points where her thick hairs were clotted with moisture, stretched out towards safety, he bent forward and laid his hands on her head. He held her face under water. Scornfully, he noticed the bubbles that rose to the surface from her protesting mouth and nostrils, and the foam raised by her arms and her thick ankles. To the end, the creature persisted in turmoil, in movement, in action. She dropped like a stone. His hands, with nothing to resist them, slapped the water foolishly, and he nearly overbalanced forward into the stream. He rose to his feet very stiffly. "I must be a very strong man," he said, as he slowly climbed the steps. I must be a very strong man, he repeated, a little louder, as with a hot and painful rigidity of the joints he stretched himself out at full length along the stone shelf. Weakness closed him in like a lead coffin. For a little time the wetness of his clothes persisted in being felt. Then the sensation oozed out of him, and his body fell out of knowledge. There was neither pain, nor joy, nor any other reckless ploughing of the brain by nerves. He knew unconsciousness, or rather, the fullest consciousness he had ever known. For the world became nothingness, and nothingness which is free from the yeasty nuisance of matter and the ugliness of generation was the law of his being. He was absorbed into vacuity, the untamed substance of the universe, round which he conceived passion and thought to circle as straws caught up by the wind. He saw God and lived. In heaven 1,000 years are a day. And this little corner of time in which he found happiness shrank to a nutshell as he opened his eyes again. This peace was hardly printed on his heart, yet the brightness of the night was blurred by the dawn. With the grunting carefulness of a man drunk with fatigue, he crawled along the stone shelf to the iron bridge, where he stood with his back to the roaring sluice and rested. All things seemed different now, and happier. Like most timid people, he disliked the night, and the commonplace hand which the dawn laid on the scene seemed to him a sanctification. The dimmed moon sank to her setting behind the crags. The jewel lights of Lisbech railway station were weak, cheerful twinklings. A steaming bluish milk of morning mist had been spilt on the hard silver surface of the lake, and the reeds no longer stabbed it like little daggers, but seemed a feathery fringe, like the pampas grass in the front garden in Sumatra Crescent. The black crags became brownish, and the mist disguised the sternness of the moor. This weakening of effects was exactly what he had always thought the extinction of Evadne would bring the world. He smiled happily at the moon. Yet he was moved to sudden angry speech. "If I had my time over again," he said, "I wouldn't touch her with the tongs." For the cold he had known all along he would catch had settled in his head, and his handkerchief was wet through. He leaned over the bridge and looked along Lisbech and thought of Evadne. For the first time for many years he saw her image without spirits, and wondered without indignation why she had so often looked like the cat about to steal the cream. What was the cream, and did she ever steal it? Now he would never know. He thought of her very generously, and sighed over the perversity of fate in letting so much comeliness. If she had married a butcher or a veterinary surgeon, she might have been happy, he said, and shook his head at the glassy black water that slid under the bridge to that boiling sluice. A gust of ague reminded him that his wet clothes clung to his fevered body, and that he ought to change as quickly as possible, or expect to be laid up for weeks. He turned along the path that led back across the moor to the withered ash tree, and was learning the torture of bare feet on gravel when he cried out to himself, "I shall be hanged for killing my wife." It did not come as a trumpet call, for he was one of those people who never quite hear what is said to them, and this deafishness extended in him to emotional things. It stole on him clamly, like a fog closing on a city. When he first felt hemmed in by this certainty, he looked over his shoulder to the crags, remembering tales of how Jacobite fugitives had hidden on the moors for many weeks. There lay at least another day of freedom. But he was the kind of man who always goes home. He stumbled on, not very unhappy, except for his feet. Like many people of weak temperament, he did not fear death. Indeed, it had a peculiar appeal to him, for while it was important, exciting, it did not, like most important and exciting things, try to create action. He allowed his imagination the vanity of painting pictures. He saw himself standing in their bedroom, plotting this last event, with the white sheet and the high lights of the mahogany wardrobe shining ghostly at him through the darkness. He saw himself raising a thin hand to the gas bracket and turning on the tap. He saw himself staggering to their bed while death crept in at his nostrils. He saw his corpse lying in full daylight, and for the first time knew himself certainly, unquestionably, dignified. He threw back his chest in pride, but at that moment the path stopped, and he found himself staggering down the mound of heatherland and boulders with bleeding feet. Always he had suffered from sore feet, which had not exactly disgusted, but, worse still, disappointed Evadne. A certain wistfulness she had always evinced when she found herself the superior animal had enraged and humiliated him many times. He felt that sting him now, and flung himself down the mound, cursing. When he stumbled up to the withered ash tree, he hated her so much that it seemed as though she were alive again, and a sharp wind blowing down from the moor terrified him like her touch. He rested there. Leaning against the stripped grey trunk, he smiled up at the sky, which was now so touched to ineffectiveness by the dawn that it looked like a tent of faded silk. There was the peace of weakness in him, which he took to be spiritual, because it had no apparent physical justification. But he lost it as his dripping clothes chilled his tired flesh. His discomfort reminded him that the phantasmic night was passing from him. Daylight threatened him, the daylight in which for so many years he had worked in the solicitor's office and been snubbed and ignored. "The garish day," he murmured disgustedly, quoting the blasphemy of some hymn-writer. He wanted his death to happen in this phantasmic night. So he limped his way along the road. The birds had not yet begun to sing, but the rustling noises of the night had ceased. The silent highway was consecrated to his proud progress. He staggered happily like a tired child returning from a lovely birthday walk. His death in the little bedroom, which for the first time he would have to himself, was a culminating treat to be gloated over, like the promise of a favourite pudding for supper. As he walked, he brooded dozingly on large and swelling thoughts. Like all people of weak passions and enterprise, he loved to think of Napoleon, and in the shadow of the great asylum wall he strutted a few steps of his advance from murder to suicide, with arms crossed on his breast and thin legs trying to strut massively. He was so happy. He wished that a military band went before him, and pretended that the high hedges were solemn lines of men, stricken in awe to silence as their king rode out to some nobly self-chosen doom. Vast he seemed to himself, and magnificent like music, and solemn like the Sphinx. He had saved the earth from corruption by killing Evadne, for whom he now felt the unremorseful pity a conqueror might bestow on a devastated empire. He might have grieved that his victory brought him death, but with immense pride he found that the occasion was exactly described by a text. He saved others, himself he could not save. He had missed the stile in the field above Sumatra Crescent, and had to go back and hunt for it in the hedge. So quickly had his satisfaction brought him home. The field had the fantastic air that jerry-builders give to land poised on the knife-edge of town and country, so that he walked in romance to his very door. The unmarred grass sloped to a stone hedge of towers of loose brick, trenches and mounds of shining clay, and the fine, intentful spires of the scaffolding round the last unfinished house. And he looked down on Petrick. Though to the actual eye it was but a confusion of dark distances through the twilight, a breaking of velvety perspectives, he saw more intensely than ever before its squalid walls and squalid homes, where mean men and mean women enlaced their unwholesome lives. Yet he did not shrink from entering for his great experience, as Christ did not shrink from being born in a stable. He swaggered with humility over the trodden mud of the field and the new white flags of Sumatra Crescent. Down the road before him there passed a dim figure, who paused at each lamp-post, and raised a long wand to behead the yellow gas-flowers that were now wilting before the dawn, a ghostly herald preparing the world to be his deathbed. The crescent curved in quiet darkness, save for one house, where blazed a gaslit room with undrawn blinds. The brightness had the startling quality of a scream. He looked in almost anxiously as he passed, and met the blank eyes of a man in evening clothes who stood by the window shaking a medicine. His face was like a wax mask softened by heat. The features were blurred with the suffering which comes from the spectacle of suffering. His eyes lay unshiftingly on George's face as he went by, and he went on shaking the bottle. It seemed as though he would never stop. In the hour of his grandeur, George was not forgetful of the griefs of the little human people, but interceded with God for the sake of this stranger. Everything was beautiful. 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 His own little house looked solemn as a temple. He leaned against the lamp-post at the gate and stared at its empty windows and neat bricks. The disorder of the shattered pane of glass could be overlooked by considering a sign that this house was a holy place, like the Passover blood on the lintel. The propriety of the evenly drawn blind pleased him enormously. He had always known that this was how the great tragic things of the world had accomplished themselves, quietly. Evadne's raging activity belonged to trivial or annoying things, like spring cleaning or thunderstorms. Well, the house belonged to him now. He opened the gate and went up the asphalt path, sourly noticing that Evadne had as usual left out the lawn-mower, though it might very easily have rained, with the wind coming up as it was. A stray cat that had been sleeping in the tuft of pampas grass in the middle of the lawn was roused by his coming, and fled, insolently close to his legs. He hated all wild, homeless things, and bent for a stone to throw at it. But instead, his fingers touched a slug, which reminded him of the feeling of Evadne's flesh through the slit in her bathing dress. And suddenly the garden was possessed by her presence. She seemed to amble there as she had so often done, sowing seeds unwisely and tormenting the last days of an ailing geranium by insane transplantation, exclaiming absurdly over such mere weeds as morning glory. He caught the very clucking of her voice. The front door opened at his touch. The little lobby with its closed doors seemed stuffed with expectant silence. He realized that he had come to the theatre of his great adventure. Then panic seized him. Because this was the home where he and she had lived together so horribly, he doubted whether he could do this splendid, momentous thing, for here he had always been a poor thing with the habit of failure. His heart beat in him more quickly than his raw feet could pad up the oilclothed stairs. Behind the deal door at the end of the passage was death, nothingness. It would escape him. Even the idea of it would escape him if he did not go to it at once. When he burst at last into its presence, he felt so victorious that he sank back against the door, waiting for death to come to him without turning on the gas. He was so happy. His death was coming true. But Evadne lay on his deathbed. She slept there soundly, with her head flung back on the pillows, so that her eyes and brow seemed small in shadow, and her mouth and jaw huge above her thick throat in the light. Her wet hair straggled across the pillow onto a broken cane chair, covered with her tumbled clothes. Her breast, silvered with sweat, shone in the ray of the street lamp that had always disturbed their nights. The counterpane rose enormously over her hips in rolls of glazed linen. Out of mere innocent sleep, her sensuality was distilling a most drunken pleasure. Not for one moment did he think this a phantasmic appearance. Evadne was not the sort of woman to have a ghost. Still, leaning against the door, he tried to think it all out, but his thoughts came brokenly, because the dawn light flowing in at the window confused him by its pale glare, and that lax figure on the bed held his attention. It must have been that when he laid his murderous hands on her head, she had simply dropped below the surface and swum a few strokes under water, as any expert swimmer can. Probably he had never even put her into danger, for she was a great lusty creature, and the weir was a little place. He had imagined the wonder and peril of the battle as he had imagined his victory. He had sneezed exhaustingly, and from his physical distress realized how absurd it was ever to have thought that he had killed her. Bodies like his do not kill bodies like hers. Now his soul was naked and lonely, as though the walls of his body had fallen in at death, and the grossness of Evadne's sleep made him suffer more unlovely a destitution than any old beggar-woman squatting by the roadside in the rain. He had thought he had had what every man most desires, one night of power over a woman for the business of murder or love. But it had been a lie. Nothing beautiful had ever happened to him. He would have wept, but the hatred he had learnt on the moors obstructed all tears in his throat. At least this night had given him passion enough to put an end to it all. Quietly he went to the window and drew down the sash. There was no fireplace, so that sealed the room. Then he crept over to the gas bracket and raised his thin hand, as he had imagined in his hour of vainglory by the lake. He had forgotten Evadne's thrifty habit of turning off the gas at the main to prevent leakage when she went to bed. He was beaten. He undressed and got into bed, as he had done every night for 10 years, and as he would do every night until he died. Still sleeping, Evadne caressed him with warm arms. End of Indissoluble Matrimony by Rebecca West.
The Learned Miss Fleming by Agnes G. Brogan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Learned Miss Fleming by Agnes G. Brogan. "Why I should always be delegated to this highbrow stuff," complained Billy Atkins, "I don't understand. Interviewing the authoress in her lair and all that. Here's this Fleming person, spells her name Helene, writer of treatises on domestic science and director of something in schools. Now what questions can I ask her? Why don't they send a man like Brothers?" "Been there," answered Brothers laconically. "Sent me because I wear glasses. But it would be easier to find audience with the Kaiser than to be admitted to the presence of the learned Helene. Saw her, though, from a distance. She was sitting upon an upper veranda, evidently correcting proof. That's the nearest I got." "Severe looking?" anxiously queried Billy. "No name for it," answered Brothers. "Forbidding's the word. Thought if I could see the niece I'd get in. The two Miss Flemings are rusticating out there together, but Miss Niece was probably avoiding the wily reporter." "Silly fuss to make over some newfangled style of learning anyway," grumbled Billy, jamming his hat on his head. "Well, here's to my success and promotion. The stubborn authoress shall be hunted down." "Look out she doesn't mistake your attentions for intentions," called Brothers, as a parting shot. "They say she's looking for a soul mate. Can write pretty romantic stuff, too, for a lady well along." Billy found the old Fleming mansion, set well back among its trees from the roadside. It had not always been a Fleming mansion. In fact, the name was newly adopted, the famous authoress having sprung from unknownness into sudden prominence. There was an evidence of deep study in her briefest articles, of wonderful practical discoveries which set the general student mind to thinking. Miss Helene Fleming was a woman of uncommon ability. So Billy Atkins went in unusual trepidation for that self-confident young man up the flower-bordered path to the door. The entrance was imposing. Billy rang. With no response to his ring, Billy tried the side door, bowing with assumed assuredness to the servant who opened it. Miss Fleming, the writer. Could he see her for just a moment? No, he would not send up his card, but this visit was important. Miss Fleming was too busily engaged to see callers. But this begged Billy. "It's very urgent." "Miss Fleming will see no one." For a moment Billy camped hopefully upon the doorstep, but the door was firmly closed. Half angrily he made his way around to a rear door. A staring maid confronted him. "Was it Miss Fleming you wished to see, or de niece?" "Oh, either one," he answered hastily. It had occurred to him that the niece might be persuaded to act as envoy to the very difficult aunt, and Billy prided himself upon his persuasive powers with young women. "In de garden there," directed the maid. "She's out there somewheres by de wall." So Billy started, whistling, to encircle the rear garden wall. High upon one post at last he discovered a huge yellow cat, and high upon the corresponding one perched a very pert looking young woman. Perhaps his first impression of pertness was caused by the girl's swinging heels, which clicked against the garden wall in tune to her humming voice, and to a certain rakish angle, maybe, of her bright red hat. "How do you do?" said Billy easily. After a brief scrutiny the girl stared over his head. Billy laughed. "Allow me," he explained, "to both apologize and introduce myself. I came primarily to see Miss Fleming, but—" He paused eloquently. "Miss Fleming is not to be seen. Therefore, the matter being urgent, I take it upon myself to seek out and enlist the assistance of her young niece. Please." Billy held out an ingratiating hand. "Be a good girl and come down and help me out." The "good girl" regarded him contemptuously, then turned and deliberately addressed the yellow cat. "Peter," she said, "how old do you suppose this callow youth takes us to be?" Peter continued the toilet of his paws. The youth referred to answered in self-defense. "From the length of your dress and the look in your eyes, I should take you to be about 16." "Dresses are worn very short this year," she returned. "Full grown women, in my experience," Billy told her, "are not found perched upon gate posts with cats for companions." "The companionship of a yellow cat," the girl answered vindictively, "is a relief after the persecution of a lot of brainless reporters." "Whew!" Billy whistled. "I'm one of those." The girl swung her heels. "I knew you were," she said quietly. Uninvited, Billy seated himself upon a bench facing the little figure on the wall. His face fell gloomily. "If you knew what this assignment meant to me," he said, sighing. "How I've counted upon it. Just because your aunt is so determined in her refusal to be interested, it will be a big thing for the man who accomplishes it. You could help me out, if you would. Just ask her to see me. That would be a simple thing for you to be, and it might mean so much to me." The girl wrinkled her brows perplexedly. "Do I understand this to be an affair of the heart?" she mocked. "If so, Miss Fleming might not be entirely obdurate. She has been quoted by one of your papers as searching for a soul mate. So if that is the case—" The girl slipped gracefully down from the wall. "The Lord forbid!" ejaculated Billy. "I'm pretty anxious for this interview, but not desperate enough to propose to a female encyclopedia in order to get it. Pardon me," he added hastily, "I forgot she was your aunt." The girl waved her hands. "Oh, don't mind us," she said sweetly. "We're used to reporters. That's why we like yellow cats." Billy's lugubrious face brightened visibly as he looked at her standing before him. "You are a good deal older than you seemed up there upon the wall," he conceded. The girl nodded. "Yes," she repeated seriously, "a good deal older." For a moment she stood studying his good natured, disappointed face, then impulsively seated herself at his side. "Maybe," she suggested, "just maybe, you know, I could answer a few of those questions of yours without disturbing my aunt." You? Billy's brows went up incredulously. She nodded. I always go over my aunt's copy as it comes from the machine. Breathlessly, Billy grabbed at pencil and paper. It's a confounded subject to get at, he said apologetically, but I'll do my best from these instructions. Let's see, interrupted the girl, and in a moment it was her pencil that was flying across the pages of Billy's notebook. There, she said at last, raising a sparkling, glowing face. That covers the subject pretty well, I think. And now, with a childish movement, she held the book behind her back. Promise before I give it to you. Solemnly promise that you won't open this, won't read a word of it, till you are back in the office. It's some trick then, said Billy, sadly. I knew it was too good to be true. Promise, demanded the girl. My hand on it, she added quickly. Billy glanced into the teasing, tempting eyes, down at the little proffered hand, then surrendered. Cross your heart, laughed the girl. Cross my heart, said Billy. Over the soft hand he held close in his own he saw suddenly a woman's erect form approaching, a woman with fine, intelligent features and white, severely brushed hair. Blushing confusedly, the girl withdrew her hand, leaving in its place the reporter's book. Auntie, she said, I'll be with you directly. Good bye, she added meaningly, as with new hopefulness Billy waited. Good bye, the girl repeated, and, picking up her yellow cat, passed swiftly through the garden gate. Dazedly, Billy glanced after them. The witch, he muttered. What nonsense has she scribbled in that book? Nothing to do with the case, of course. Billy Atkins, you've been cleverly disposed of, and just when you might have landed real copy. But there was his promise. Jove! He could still feel the firm clasp of that little hand. A very pleasant and heretofore unknown sensation trembled about the region of Billy's honest heart. Jove! He murmured again, and laughed softly. What luck! Cried brothers, as Billy tried to pass unseen into the seclusion of his office. He must read her message alone. Half an hour later he rushed about wildly, his voice triumphant. What luck? He cried. What luck? Well, just about the best ever. Full and comprehensive article. Personal touch, too, because it was written by the lady herself. Oh, come off, jeered brothers. But Billy was back in his room, reading again a personal postscript. You're to be congratulated, he read, upon having this enlivening article direct from the pen of the author, for poor little I am the author. Aunt is only my amanuensis. I couldn't help it, could I, because you got us mixed? I'm doing this to make up for my disagreeable remark as to the preference for cats, and here's hoping for that promotion. Yours, Helene Fleming. Billy closed his eyes in smiling reminiscence, then rushed to the phone. May I come out tonight? He begged his unseen listener, to try at least to speak my gratitude. There was silence for a moment. Unless, he added humbly, you still have a preference for yellow cats. If, answered Miss Fleming sweetly, you can overcome your aversion to a female encyclopedia. Coming now, cried Billy. Right-o, laughed the learned Helene. The hours seemed long to Billy while waiting for his watch to tell him that it was a proper hour to call. He took it out so often that once he thought it had stopped and put it to his ear to test it. But when the hand stood at 7:30, the time he had set for starting, he began a journey that should have taken twice the time he gave it. The days were still long, and he was informed that he would find the authoress where he had met her before, in the garden. There he went, and there we leave them. End of The Learned Miss Fleming by Agnes G. Brogan
The Long Arm by Richard Harding Davis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carolyn. The Long Arm. The safe was an old one that opened with a key. As adjutant, Captain Swanson had charge of certain funds of the regiment and kept in the safe about $5,000. No one but himself and Ruff, his first sergeant, had access to it, and as Ruff proved an alibi, the money might have been removed by an outsider. The court-martial gave Swanson the benefit of the doubt and a reprimand for not taking greater care of the keys, and Swanson made good the 5,000. Swanson did not think it was a burglar who had robbed the safe. He thought Ruff had robbed it, but he could not possibly prove that. At the time of the robbery, Ruff was outside the Presidio, in uniform, at a moving picture show in San Francisco. A dozen people saw him there. Besides, Ruff held an excellent record. He was a silent, clerk-like young man, better at paperwork than campaigning, but even as a soldier he had never come upon the books. And he had seen service in 2 campaigns, and was supposed to cherish ambitions towards a commission. But as he kept much to himself, his fellow non-coms could only guess that. On his captain's account he was loyally distressed over the court-martial, and in his testimony tried to shield Swanson by agreeing heartily that through his own carelessness the keys might have fallen into the hands of someone outside the post. But his loyalty could not save his superior officer from what was a verdict virtually of "not proven." It was a most distressing affair, and on account of the social prominence of Swanson's people, his own popularity, and the name he had made at Batangas and in the boxer business, was much commented upon, not only in the services, but by the newspapers all over the United States. Everyone who knew Swanson knew the court-martial was only a matter of form. Even his enemies ventured only to suggest that overnight he might have borrowed the money, meaning to replace it the next morning. And the only reason for considering this explanation was that Swanson was known to be in debt. For he was a persistent gambler. Just as at Pekin he had gambled with death for his number, in times of peace he gambled for money. It was always his own money. From the start, Swanson's own attitude towards the affair was one of blind, unreasoning rage. In it he saw no necessary routine of discipline, only crass, ignorant stupidity. That anyone should suspect him was so preposterous, so unintelligent, as to be nearly comic. And when instantly he demanded a court of inquiry, he could not believe it when he was summoned before a court-martial. It sickened, wounded, deeply affronted him, turned him quite savage. On his stand, his attitude and answers were so insolent that his old friend and classmate, Captain Copley, who was acting as his counsel, would gladly have kicked him. The findings of the court-martial, that neither cleared nor condemned, and the reprimand were an intolerable insult to his feelings, and in a fit of bitter disgust with the service and every one in it, Swanson resigned. Of course, the moment he had done so he was sorry. Swanson's thought was that he could no longer associate with anyone who could believe him capable of theft. It was his idea of showing his own opinion of himself and the army. But no one saw it in that light. On the contrary, people said, "Swanson has been allowed to resign." In the army, voluntarily resigning and being allowed to resign lest greater evil befalls are two vastly different things. And when it was too late, no one than Swanson saw that more clearly. His anger gave way to extreme morbidness. He believed that in resigning he had assured every one of his guilt. In every friend and stranger he saw a man who doubted him. He imagined snubs, rebuffs, and coldness. His morbidness fastened upon his mind like a parasite upon a tree, and the brain sickened. When men and women glanced at his alert, well set up figure and shoulders, that even when he wore cits, seemed to support epaulets, and smiled approvingly, Swanson thought they sneered. In a week he longed to be back in the army with a homesickness that made every one who belonged to it his enemy. He left San Francisco, where he was known to all, and traveled south through Texas, and then to New Orleans and Florida. He never could recall this period with clearness. He remembered changing from one train to another, from one hotel to the next. Nothing impressed itself upon him. For what he had lost, nothing could give consolation. Without honor, life held no charm. And he believed that in the eyes of all men he was a thief, a pariah, and an outcast. He had been in Cuba with the Army of Occupation, and of that beautiful island had grown foolishly fond. He was familiar with every part of it, and he believed in one or another of its pretty ports. He could so completely hide himself that no one could intrude upon his misery. In the States, in the newspapers, he seemed to read only of those places where he had seen service, of those places and friends and associates he most loved. In the little Cuban village in which he would bury himself, he would cut himself off from all newspapers, from all who knew him, from those who had been his friends, and those who knew his name only to connect it with a scandal. On his way from Port Tampa to Cuba, the boat stopped at Key West, and for the hour in which she discharged cargo, Swanson went ashore and wandered aimlessly. The little town, reared on a flat island of coral and limestone, did not long detain him. The main street of shops, eating-houses and saloons, the pretty residences with overhanging balconies, set among gardens and magnolia trees, were soon explored, and he was returning to the boat when the martial music of a band caused him to halt. A side street led to a great gateway surmounted by an anchor. Beyond it, Swanson saw lawns of well-kept grass, regular paths, pretty cottages, the two-starred flag of an admiral, and rising high above these, like 4 Eiffel towers, the gigantic masts of a wireless. He recognized that he was at the entrance to the Key West Naval Station and turned quickly away. He walked a few feet, the music of the band still in his ears. In an hour he would be steaming toward Cuba, and should he hold to his present purpose, in many years this would be the last time he would stand on American soil, would see the uniform of his country, would hear a military band lull the sun to sleep. It would hurt, but he wondered if it were not worth the hurt. A small sergeant of Marines, in passing, cast one glance at the man who seemed always to wear epaulettes, and brought his hand sharply to salute. The act determined Swanson. He had obtained the salute under false pretenses, but it had pleased, not hurt him. He turned back and passed into the gate of the naval station. From the gate a grass-lined carriage drive led to the waters of the harbour and to the wharfs. At its extreme end was the band stand, flanked on one side by the cottage of the Admiral, on the other by a sail loft with iron-barred windows and whitewashed walls. Upon the turf were pyramids of cannon-balls, and, laid out in rows as though awaiting burial, one-time muzzle-loading guns. Across the harbour the sun was sinking into the coral reefs, and the spring air, still warm from its caresses, was stirred by the music of the band into gentle, rhythmic waves. The scene was one of peace, order, and content. But as Swanson advanced, the measure of the music was instantly shattered by a fierce volley of explosions. They came so suddenly and sharply as to make him start. It was as though from his flank a quick-firing gun in ambush had opened upon him. Swanson smiled at having been taken unawares, for in San Francisco he often had heard the roar and rattle of the wireless. But never before had he listened to an attack like this. From a tiny white and green cottage, squatting among the four giant masts, came the roar of a forest fire. One could hear the crackle of the flames, the crash of the falling tree trunks. The air about the cottage was torn into threads. Beneath the shocks of the electricity, the lawn seemed to heave and tremble. It was like some giant monster, bound and fettered, struggling to be free. Now it growled sullenly, now in impotent rage it spat and spluttered, now it lashed about with crashing, stunning blows. It seemed as though the wooden walls of the station could not contain it. From the road Swanson watched, through the open windows of the cottage, the electric bolts flash and flare and disappear. The thing appealed to his imagination. Its power, its capabilities fascinated him. In it he saw a hungry monster reaching out to every corner of the continent and devouring the news of the world, feeding upon tales of shipwreck and disaster, lingering over some dainty morsel of scandal, snatching from ships and cities 2,000 miles away the thrice-told tale of a conflagration, the score of a baseball match, the fall of a cabinet, the assassination of a king. In a sudden access of fierceness, as though in an ecstasy over some fresh horror just received, it shrieked and chortled, and then, as suddenly as it had broken forth, it sank into silence, and from the end of the carriage drive again rose, undisturbed, the music of the band. The musicians were playing to a select audience. On benches around the band stand sat a half-dozen nursemaids with knitting in their hands, the baby carriages within arm's length. On the turf, older children of the officers were at play, and up and down the path, bare-headed girls and matrons and officers in uniform strolled leisurely. From the vine-covered cottage of Admiral Preble, set in a garden of flowering plants and bending palmettos, came the tinkle of teacups and the ripple of laughter, and at a respectful distance, seated on the dismantled cannon, were Marines in khaki and blue jackets in glistening white. It was a family group, and had not Swanson recognized among the little audience the others of the passengers from the steamer and natives of the town who, like himself, had been attracted by the music, he would have felt that he intruded. He now wished to remain. He wanted to carry with him into his exile a memory of the men in uniform, of the music and pretty women, of the gorgeous crimson sunset. But though he wished to remain, he did not wish to be recognized. From the glances already turned toward him, he saw that in this little family gathering the presence of a stranger was an event, and he was aware that during the trial the newspapers had made his face conspicuous. Also, it might be that stationed at the post was some officer or enlisted man who had served with him in Cuba, China, or the Philippines, and who might point him out to others. Fearing this, Swanson made a detour and approached the band stand from the wharf, and with his back to the hawser post, seated himself upon the string piece. He was overcome with an intolerable melancholy. From where he sat he could see, softened into shadows by the wire screens of the veranda, Admiral Preble and his wife and their guests at tea. A month before, he would have reported to the Admiral as the commandant of the station and paid his respects. Now he could not do that, at least not without inviting a rebuff. A month before, he need only have shown his card to the Admiral's orderly, and the orderly and the guard and the officers' mess and the Admiral himself would have turned the post upside down to do him honor. But of what avail now was his record in 3 campaigns? Of what avail now was his Medal of Honor? They now knew him as Swanson, who had been court-martialed, who had been allowed to resign, who had left the army for the army's good. They knew him as a civilian without rank or authority, as an ex-officer who had robbed his brother officers, as an outcast. His position, as his morbid mind thus distorted it, tempted Swanson no longer. For being in this plight, he did not feel that in any way he was to blame. but with a flaming anger he still blamed his brother officers of the court-martial who had not cleared his name, and with a clean bill of health restored him to duty. Those were the men he blamed, not Ruff, the sergeant who he believed had robbed him, nor himself, who, in a passion of wounded pride, had resigned and so had given reason for gossip, but the men who had not in tones like a bugle call proclaimed his innocence, who, when they had handed him back his sword, had given it grudgingly, not with congratulation. As he saw it, he stood in a perpetual pillory. When they had robbed him of his honor, they had left him naked, and life without honor had lost its flavor. He could eat, he could drink, he could exist. He knew that in many corners of the world white arms would reach out to him and men would beckon him to a place at table. But he could not cross that little strip of turf between him and the chattering group on the veranda and hand his card to the Admiral's orderly. Swanson loved life. He loved it so that without help, money, or affection, he could each morning have greeted it with a smile. But life without honor, he felt a sudden hot nausea of disgust. Why was he still clinging to what had lost its purpose, to what lacked the one thing needful? If life be an ill thing, he thought, I can lay it down. The thought was not new to him, and during the 2 past weeks of aimless wandering he had carried with him his service automatic. To reassure himself he laid his fingers on its cold, smooth surface. He would wait, he determined, until the musicians had finished their concert and the women and children had departed, and then the orderly would find him where he was now seated, sunken against the hawser post, with a hole through his heart. To his disordered brain, his decision appeared quite sane. He was sure he never had been more calm, and as he prepared himself for death, he assured himself that for one of his standard no other choice was possible. Thoughts of the active past, or of what distress in the future his act would bring to others, did not disturb him. The thing had to be, no one lost more heavily than himself, and regrets were cowardly. He counted the money he had on his person, and was pleased to find there was enough to pay for what services others must soon render him. In his pockets were letters, cards, a cigarette case, each of which would tell his identity. He had no wish to conceal it, for of what he was about to do he was not ashamed. It was not his act. He would not have died by his own hand. To his unbalanced brain, the officers of the court-martial were responsible. It was they who had killed him. As he saw it, they had made his death as inevitable as though they had sentenced him to be shot at sunrise. A line from The Drums of the Fore and Aft came back to him. Often he had quoted it when someone in the service had suffered through the fault of others. It was the death cry of the boy officer, Devlin. The knives of the Ghazi had cut him down, but it was his own people's abandoning him in terror that had killed him. And so, with a sob, he flung the line at the retreating backs of his comrade. "You've killed me, you cowards!" Swanson, nursing his anger, repeated this savagely. He wished he could bring it home to those men of the court-martial. He wished he could make them know that his death lay at their door. He determined that they should know. On one of his visiting cards he penciled, "To the officers of my court-martial, you've killed me, you cowards." He placed the card in the pocket of his waistcoat. They would find it just above the place where the bullet would burn the cloth. The band was playing Auf Wiedersehen, and the waltz carried with it the sadness that had made people call the man who wrote it the Waltz King. Swanson listened gratefully. He was glad that before he went out his last mood had been of regret and gentleness. The sting of his anger had departed, the music soothed and sobered him. It had been a very good world. Until he had broken the spine of things, it had treated him well, far better, he admitted, than he deserved. There were many in it who had been kind, to whom he was grateful. He wished there was some way by which he could let them know that. As though in answer to his wish, from across the parade ground the wireless again began to crash and crackle, but now Swanson was at a greater distance from it, and the sighing rhythm of the waltz was not interrupted. Swanson considered to whom he might send a farewell message, but as in his mind he passed from one friend to another, he saw that to each such a greeting could bring only distress. He decided it was the music that had led him astray. This was no moment for false sentiment. He let his hand close upon the pistol. The audience now was dispersing. The musicians were taking apart their music racks, and from the steps of the vine-covered veranda, Admiral Preble was bidding the friends of his wife adieu. At his side his aide, young, alert, confident, with ill-concealed impatience awaited their departure. Swanson found that he resented the aide. He resented the manner in which he speeded the parting guests. Even if there were matters of importance he was anxious to communicate to the chief, he need not make it plain to the womenfolk that they were in the way. When, a month before, he had been adjutant, in a like situation he would have shown more self-command. He disapproved of the aide entirely. He resented the fact that he was as young as himself, that he was in uniform, that he was an aide. Swanson certainly hoped that when he was in uniform he had not looked so much the conquering hero, so self-satisfied, so supercilious. With a smile he wondered why, at such a moment, a man he had never seen before, and never would see again, should so disturb him. In his heart he knew. The aide was going forward just where he was leaving off. The ribbons on the tunic of the aide, the straps on his shoulders, told Swanson that they had served in the same campaigns, that they were of the same relative rank, and that when he himself, had he remained in the service, would have been a brigadier general, the 8 would command a battleship. The possible future of the young sailor filled Swanson with honorable envy and bitter regret. With all his soul he envied him the right to look his fellow man in the eye, his right to die for his country, to give his life, should it be required of him, for 90 million people, for a flag. Swanson saw the 2 officers dimly, with eyes of bitter self-pity. He was dying, but he was not dying gloriously for a flag. He had lost the right to die for it, and he was dying because he had lost that right. The sun had sunk and the evening had grown chill. At the wharf where the steamer lay on which he had arrived, but on which he was not to depart, the electric cargo lights were already burning. But for what Swanson had to do, there still was light enough. From his breast pocket he took the card on which he had written his message to his brother officers, read and re-read it, and replaced it. Save for the Admiral and his aide at the steps of the cottage, and a bare-headed bluejacket who was reporting to them, and the Admiral's orderly who was walking towards Swanson, no one was in sight. Still seated upon the string-piece of the wharf, Swanson so moved that his back was toward the 4 men. The moment seemed propitious, almost as though it had been prearranged, for with such an audience, for his taking off no other person could be blamed. There would be no question but that death had been self-inflicted. Approaching from behind him, Swanson heard the brisk step of the orderly drawing rapidly nearer. He wondered if the wharf were government property, if he were trespassing, and if for that reason the man had been sent to order him away. He considered bitterly that the government grudged him a place even in which to die. Well, he would not for long be a trespasser. His hand slipped into his pocket. With his thumb he lowered the safety catch of the pistol. But the hand with the pistol in it did not leave his pocket. The steps of the orderly had come to a sudden silence. Raising his head heavily, Swanson saw the man, with his eyes fixed upon him, standing at a salute. They had first made his life unsupportable, Swanson thought. Now they would not let him leave it. "Captain Swanson, sir?" asked the orderly. Swanson did not speak or move. "The Admiral's compliments, sir," snapped the orderly. "And will the captain please speak with him?" Still Swanson did not move. He felt that the breaking point of his self-control had come. This impertinent interruption, this thrusting into the last few seconds of his life of a reminder of all that he had lost, this futile postponement of his end, was cruel, unhuman, unthinkable. The pistol was still in his hand. He had but to draw it and press it close, and before the Marine could leap upon him, he would have escaped. From behind, approaching hurriedly, came the sound of impatient footsteps. The orderly stiffened to attention. "The Admiral," he warned. 12 years of discipline, 12 years of recognition of authority, 12 years of deference to superior officers, dragged Swanson's hand from his pistol and lifted him to his feet. As he turned, Admiral Preble, the aide, and the bare-headed bluejacket were close upon him. The Admiral's face beamed, his eyes were young with pleasurable excitement. With the eagerness of a boy he waved aside formal greetings. "My dear Swanson," he cried, "I assure you it's a most astonishing, most curious coincidence. See this man?" He flung out his arm at the blue jacket. "He's my wireless chief. He was wireless operator on the transport that took you to Manila. When you came in here this afternoon he recognized you. Half an hour later he picks up a message, picks it up 2,000 miles from here, from San Francisco, Associated Press news. It concerns you, that is, not really concerns you, but we thought... As though signaling for help, the Admiral glanced unhappily at his aide. "We thought you'd like to know. Of course, to us," he added hastily, "it's quite superfluous, but—" The aide coughed apologetically. "You might read, sir," he suggested. "What? Exactly. Quite so," cried the Admiral. In the fading light he held close to his eyes a piece of paper. "San Francisco, April 20, he read. "Riff, First Sergeant, shot himself here today, leaving written confession theft of regimental funds for which Swanson, Captain, lately court-martialed. Money found intact in Ruff's mattress. Innocence of Swanson never questioned, but dissatisfied with findings of court-martial, has left army. Brother officers making every effort to find him and persuade return." The Admiral sighed happily. "And my wife," he added, with an impressiveness that was intended to show he had at last arrived at the important part of his message, "says you are to stay for dinner." Abruptly, rudely, Swanson swung upon his heel and turned his face from the Admiral. His head was thrown back, his arms held rigid at his sides. In slow, deep breaths, like one who had been dragged from drowning, he drank in the salt, chill air. After one glance the four men also turned, and in the failing darkness stood staring at nothing, and no one spoke. The aide was the first to break the silence. In a polite tone, as though he were continuing a conversation which had not been interrupted, he addressed the Admiral. "Of course, Riff's written confession was not needed," he said. "His shooting himself proved that he was guilty." Swanson started as though across his naked shoulders the aide had drawn a whip. In penitence and gratitude he raised his eyes to the stars. High above his head the strands of the wireless, swinging from the towering masts like the strings of a giant Aeolian harp, were swept by the wind from the ocean. To Swanson the sighing and whispering wires sang in praise and thanksgiving. End of The Long Arm by Richard Harding Davis.
The Mask of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. THE MASQUE OF THE RED DEATH by Edgar Allan Poe. The Red Death had long devastated the country. No pestilence had ever been so fatal or so hideous. Blood was its avatar and its seal. The redness and the horror of blood. There were sharp pains and sudden dizziness, and then profuse bleeding at the pores with dissolution. The scarlet stains upon the body, and especially upon the face of the victim, were the pest ban which shut him out from the aid and from the sympathy of his fellow men. And the whole seizure, progress, and termination of the disease were the incidents of half an hour. But the Prince Prospero was happy and dauntless and sagacious. When his dominions were half depopulated, he summoned to his presence 1,000 hale and light‐hearted friends from among the knights and dames of his court, and with these retired to the deep seclusion of one of his castellated abbeys. This was an extensive and magnificent structure, the creation of the prince's own eccentric yet august taste. A strong and lofty wall girdled it in. This wall had gates of iron. The courtiers, having entered, brought furnaces and massy hammers and welded the bolts. They resolved to leave means neither of ingress or egress to the sudden impulses of despair or of frenzy from within. The abbey was amply provisioned. With such precautions the courtiers might bid defiance to contagion. The external world could take care of itself. In the meantime it was folly to grieve, or to think. The prince had provided all the appliances of pleasure. There were buffoons, there were improvisatori, there were ballet dancers, there were musicians, there was beauty, there was wine. All these and security were within. Without was the Red Death. It was toward the close of the 5th or 6th month of his seclusion, and while the pestilence raged most furiously abroad, that the Prince Prospero entertained his 1,000 friends at a masked ball of the most unusual magnificence. It was a voluptuous scene, that masquerade. But first let me tell you of the rooms in which it was held. There were 7. An imperial suite. In many palaces, however, such suites form a long and straight vista, while the folding doors slide back nearly to the walls on either hand, so that the view of the whole extent is scarcely impeded. Here the case was very different, as might have been expected from the Duke's love of the bizarre. The apartments were so irregularly disposed that the vision embraced but little more than one at a time. There was a sharp turn at every 20 or 30 yards, and at each turn a novel effect. To the right and left, in the middle of each wall, a tall and narrow Gothic window looked out upon a closed corridor which pursued the windings of the suite. These windows were of stained glass, whose color varied in accordance with the prevailing hue of the decorations of the chamber into which it opened. That at the eastern extremity was hung, for example, in blue, and vividly blue were its windows. The second chamber was purple in its ornaments and tapestries, and here the panes were purple. The third was green throughout, and so were the casements. The fourth was furnished and lighted with orange, the fifth with white, the sixth with violet. The 7th apartment was closely shrouded in black velvet tapestries that hung all over the ceiling and down the walls, falling in heavy folds upon a carpet of the same material and hue. But in this chamber only, the color of the windows failed to correspond with the decorations. The panes here were scarlet, a deep blood color. Now in no one of the 7 apartments was there any lamp or candelabrum. amid the profusion of golden ornaments that lay scattered to and fro or depended from the roof. There was no light of any kind emanating from lamp or candle within the suite of chambers. But in the corridors that followed the suite, there stood, opposite to each window, a heavy tripod bearing a brazier of fire that projected its rays through the tinted glass and so glaringly illumined the room. And thus were produced a multitude of gaudy and fantastic appearances. But in the western or black chamber the effect of the firelight that streamed upon the dark hangings through the blood-tinted panes was ghastly in the extreme, and produced so wild a look upon the countenances of those who entered, that there were few of the company bold enough to set foot within its precincts at all. It was in this apartment also that there stood against the western wall a gigantic clock of ebony. Its pendulum swung to and fro with a dull, heavy, monotonous clang, and when the minute hand made the circuit of the face, and the hour was to be stricken, there came from the brazen lungs of the clock a sound which was clear and loud and deep and exceedingly musical, but of so peculiar a note and emphasis that, at each lapse of an hour, the musicians of the orchestra were constrained to pause momentarily in their performance to hearken to the sound. And thus the waltzers perforce ceased their evolutions, and there was a brief disconcert of the whole gay company. And while the chimes of the clock yet rang, it was observed that the giddiest grew pale, and the more aged and sedate passed their hands over their brows as if in confused reverie or meditation. But when the echoes had fully ceased, a light laughter at once pervaded the assembly. The musicians looked at each other and smiled, as if at their own nervousness and folly, and made whispering vows, each to the other, that the next chiming of the clock should produce in them no similar emotion. And then, after the lapse of 60 minutes, which embrace 3,600 seconds of the time that flies, there came yet another chiming of the clock, and then were the same disconcert and tremulousness and meditation as before. But in spite of these things, it was a gay and magnificent revel. The tastes of the Duke were peculiar. He had a fine eye for colors and effects. He disregarded the decora of mere fashion. His plans were bold and fiery, and his conceptions glowed with barbaric lustre. There are some who would have thought him mad. His followers felt that he was not. It was necessary to hear and see and touch him to be sure that he was not. He had directed, in great part, the movable embellishments of the seven chambers, upon occasion of this great fête, and it was his own guiding tastes that had given character to the masqueraders. Be sure they were grotesque. There were much glare and glitter and piquancy and phantasm, much of what has been since seen in Hernani. There were arabesque figures, with unsuited limbs and appointments. There were delirious fancies, such as the madman fashions. There was much of the beautiful, much of the wanton, much of the bizarre, something of the terrible, and not a little of that which might have excited disgust. To and fro in the seven chambers there stalked, in fact, a multitude of dreams. And these, the dreams, writhed in and about, taking hue from the rooms, and causing the wild music of the orchestra to seem as the echo of their steps. And anon there strikes the ebony clock which stands in the hall of the velvet. And then, for a moment, all is still, and all is silent save the voice of the clock. The dreams are stiff frozen as they stand. But the echoes of the chime die away. They have endured but an instant, and a light, half subdued laughter floats after them as they depart. And now again the music swells, and the dreams live and writhe to and fro more merrily than ever, taking hue from the many tinted windows through which stream the rays from the tripods. But to the chamber, which lies most westwardly of the seven, there are now none of the maskers who venture, for the night is waning away, and there flows a ruddier light through the blood-colored panes, and the blackness of the sable drapery appalls. And to him whose foot falls upon the sable carpet there comes from the near clock of ebony a muffled peal more solemnly emphatic than any which reaches their ears who indulge in the more remote gaieties of the other apartments. But these other apartments were densely crowded, and in them beat feverishly the heart of life, and the revel went whirlingly on, until at length there commenced the sounding of midnight upon the clock. And then the music ceased, as I have told, and the evolutions of the waltzers were quieted, and there was an uneasy cessation of all things as before. But now there were 12 strokes to be sounded by the bell of the clock, and thus it happened, perhaps, that more of thought crept, with more of time, into the meditations of the thoughtful among those who revelled. And thus, too, it happened, perhaps, that before the last echoes of the last chime had utterly sunk into silence, there were many individuals in the crowd who had found leisure to become aware of the presence of a masked figure which had arrested the attention of no single individual before. And the rumor of this new presence having spread itself whisperingly around, there arose at length from the whole company a buzz, a murmur, expressive of disapprobation and surprise. Then finally of terror, of horror, and of disgust. In an assembly of phantasms, such as I have painted, it may well be supposed that no ordinary appearance could have excited such sensation. In truth, the masquerade license of the night was nearly unlimited, but the figure in question had out-Heroded Herod, and gone beyond the bounds of even the prince's indefinite decorum. There are chords in the hearts of the most reckless which cannot be touched without emotion. Even with the utterly lost, to whom life and death are equally jests, there are matters of which no jest can be made. The whole company, indeed, seemed now deeply to feel that in the costume and bearing of the stranger neither wit nor propriety existed. The figure was tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to toe in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse, that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. And yet all this might have been endured, if not approved, by the mad revellers around. But the mummer had gone so far as to assume the type of the Red Death. His vesture was dabbled in blood, and his broad brow, with all the features of the face, was besprinkled with the scarlet horror. When the eyes of Prince Prospero fell upon this spectral image, which, with a slow and solemn movement, as if more fully to sustain its rôle, stalked to and fro among the waltzers, he was seen to be convulsed in the first moment with a strong shudder either of terror or distaste, but, in the next, his brow reddened with rage. "Who dares," he demanded hoarsely of the courtiers who stood near him, "who dares insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." It was in the eastern or blue chamber in which stood the Prince Prospero as he uttered these words. They rang throughout the 7 rooms loudly and clearly, for the prince was a bold and robust man, and the music had become hushed at the waving of his hand. It was in the blue room where stood the prince, with a group of pale courtiers by his side. At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of this group in the direction of the intruder, who at the moment was also near at hand, and now, with deliberate and stately step, made closer approach to the speaker. But from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumptions of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there were found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that, unimpeded, he passed within a yard of the prince's person, and while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centres of the rooms to the walls, he made his way uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first, through the blue chamber to the purple, through the purple to the green, through the green to the orange, through this again to the white, and even thence to the violet, ere a decided movement had been made to arrest him. It was then, however, that the Prince Prospero, maddening with rage and the shame of his own momentary cowardice, rushed hurriedly through the 6 chambers, while none followed him on account of a deadly terror that had seized upon all. He bore aloft a drawn dagger, and had approached in rapid impetuosity to within 3 or 4 feet of the retreating figure, when the latter, having attained the extremity of the velvet apartment, turned suddenly and confronted his pursuer. There was a sharp cry, and the dagger dropped gleaming upon the sable carpet, upon which, instantly afterwards, fell prostrate in death the Prince Prospero. Then, summoning the wild courage of despair, a throng of the revellers at once threw themselves into the black apartment, and, seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless within the shadow of the ebony clock, gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. And now was acknowledged the presence of the Red Death. He had come like a thief in the night, and one by one dropped the revellers in the blood-bedewed halls of their revel, and died each in the despairing posture of his fall. And the life of the ebony clock went out with that of the last of the gay, and the flames of the tripods expired, and darkness and decay and the Red Death held illimitable dominion over all. End of Masque of the Red Death by Edgar Allan Poe.
A Sandshore Wooing by Maud Montgomery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. A Sandshore Wooing. Fir Cottage, Plover Sands, July 6th. We arrived here late last night, and all day Aunt Martha has kept her room to rest. So I had to keep to mine also, although I felt as fresh as a morning lark, and just in the mood for enjoyment. My name is Marguerite Forrester, an absurdly long name for so small a girl. Aunt Martha always calls me Marguerite, with an accent of strong disapproval. She does not like my name, but she gives me the full benefit of it. Connie Shelmerdine used to call me Rita. Connie was my roommate last year at the seminary. We correspond occasionally, but Aunt Martha frowns on it. I have always lived with Aunt Martha. My parents died when I was a baby. Aunt Martha says I am to be her heiress if I please her, which means, but oh, you don't know what pleasing Aunt Martha means. Aunt is a determined and inveterate man-hater. She has no particular love for women, indeed, and trusts nobody but Mrs. Saxby, her maid. I rather like Mrs. Saxby. She is not quite so far gone in petrification as Aunt, although she gets a little stonier every year. I expect the process will soon begin on me, but it hasn't yet. My flesh and blood are still unreasonably warm and pulsing and rebellious. Aunt Martha would be in danger of taking a fit if she ever saw me talking to a man. She watches me jealously, firmly determined to guard me from any possible attack of a roaring and ravening lion in the disguise of 19th century masculine attire. So I have to walk demurely and assume a virtue, if I have it not, while I pine after the untested flesh-pots of Egypt in secret. We have come down to spend a few weeks at Fir Cottage. Our good landlady is a capacious, kindly-souled creature, and I think she has rather a liking for me. I have been chattering to her all day, for there are times when I absolutely must talk to someone or go mad. July 10th. This sort of life is decidedly dull. The programme of every day is the same. I go to the sandshore with Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby in the morning, read to Aunt in the afternoons, and mope around by my disconsolate self in the evenings. Mrs. Blake has lent me, for shore use, a very fine spyglass which she owns. She says her man brought it home from furrin parts before he died. While Aunt and Mrs. Saxby meander up and down the shore, leaving me free to a certain extent, I amuse myself by examining distant seas and coasts through it, thus getting a few peeps into a forbidden world. We see few people, although there was a large summer hotel about a mile up the beach. Our shore haunts do not seem to be popular with its guests. They prefer the rocks. This suits Aunt Martha admirably. I may also add that it doesn't suit her niece, but that is a matter of small importance. The first morning I noticed a white object on the rocks, about half a mile away, and turned my glass on it. There, apparently within a stone's throw of me, was a young man. He was lounging on a rock, looking dreamily out to sea. There was something about his face that reminded me of someone I know, but I can't remember whom. Every morning he has reappeared on the same spot. He seems to be a solitary individual, given to prowling by himself. I wonder what Aunt would say if she knew what I am so earnestly watching through my glass at times. July 11th. I shall have to cease looking at the unknown, I am afraid. This morning I turned my glass, as usual, on his pet haunt. I nearly fell over in my astonishment, for he was also looking through a spyglass straight at me, too, it seemed. How foolish I felt! And yet my curiosity was so strong that a few minutes afterward I peeped back again just to see what he was doing. Then he coolly laid down his glass, rose, lifted his cap, and bowed politely to me, or at least in my direction. I dropped my glass and smiled in a mixture of dismay and amusement. Then I remembered that he was probably watching me again, and might imagine my smile was meant for him. I banished it immediately, shut my glass up, and did not touch it again. Soon after we came home. July 12th. Something has happened at last. Today I went to the shore as usual, fully resolved not even to glance in the forbidden direction. But in the end I had to take a peep, and saw him on the rocks with his glass levelled at me. When he saw that I was looking, he laid down the glass, held up his hands, and began to spell out something in the deaf-mute alphabet. Now I know that same alphabet. Connie taught it to me last year, that we might hold communication across the schoolroom. I gave one frantic glance at Aunt Martha's rigid back, and then watched him while he deftly spelled, "I am Francis Shelmardine. Are you not Miss Forrester, my sister's friend?" Francis Shelmardine! Now I knew whom he resembled. And I have not heard endless dissertations from Connie on this wonderful brother of hers, Francis the clever, the handsome, the charming, until he has become the only hero of dreams I've ever had. It was too wonderful. I could only stare dazedly back through my glass. "May we know each other?" he went on. "May I come over and introduce myself? Right hand, yes. Left, no." I gasped. Suppose he were to come! What would happen? I waved my left hand sorrowfully. He looked quite crestfallen and disappointed as he spelled out, "Why not? Would your friends disapprove?" I signalled, "Yes." "Are you displeased at my boldness?" was his next question. Where had all Aunt Martha's precepts flown then? I blushed to record that I lifted my left hand shyly, and had just time to catch his pleased expression when Aunt Martha came up and said it was time to go home. So I picked myself meekly up, shook the sand from my dress, and followed my good aunt dutifully home. July 13th. When we went to the shore this morning, I had to wait in spasms of remorse and anxiety until Aunt got tired of reading and set off down the shore with Mrs. Saxby. Then I reached for my glass. Mr. Shelmardine and I had quite a conversation. Under the circumstances, there could be no useless circumlocution in our exchange of ideas. It was religiously boiled down, and ran something like this. "You're not displeased with me?" "No, but I should be." "Why?" "It is wrong to deceive Aunt." "I am quite respectable." "That is not the question." "Cannot her prejudices be overcome?" "Absolutely no." "Mrs. Allardyce, who's staying at the hotel, knows her well. Shall I bring her over to vouch for my character?" "It would not do a bit of good." "Then it is hopeless." "Yes." "Would you object to knowing me on your own account?" "No." "Do you ever come to the shore alone?" "No, Aunt would not permit me." "Must she know?" "Yes, I would not come without her permission." "You will not refuse to chat with me thus now and then?" "I don't know, perhaps not." I had to go home then. As we went, Mrs. Saxby complimented me on my good colour. Aunt Martha looked her disapproval. If I were really ill, Aunt would spend her last cent in my behalf. But she would be just as well pleased to see me properly pale and subdued at all times, and not looking as if I were too well contented in this vale of tears. July 17th. I have talked a good deal with Mr. Shelmardine these past 4 days. He is to be at the beach for some weeks longer. This morning he signalled across from the rocks. "I mean to see you at last. Tomorrow I will walk over and pass you." "You must not. Aunt will suspect." "No danger. Don't be alarmed. I will do nothing rash." "I suppose you will. He seems to be very determined. Of course I cannot prevent him from promenading on our beach all day if he chooses. But then if he did, Aunt would speedily leave him in sole possession of it. I wonder what I'd better wear tomorrow." July 19th. Yesterday morning Aunt Martha was serene and unsuspicious. It is dreadful of me to be deceiving her, and I do feel guilty. I sat down on the sand and pretended to read the Memoirs of a Missionary. Aunt likes cheerful books like that. In an agony of anticipation. Presently Aunt said majestically, "Marguerite, there is a man coming this way. We will move further down." And we moved. Poor Aunt! Mr. Shelmardine came bravely on. I felt my heart beating to my very fingertips. He halted by the fragment of an old stranded boat. Aunt had turned her back on him. I ventured on a look. He lifted his hat with a twinkle in his eye. Just then Aunt said icily, "We will go home, Marguerite. That creature evidently intends to persist in his intrusion." Home we came accordingly. This morning he signalled across. "Letter from Connie. Message for you. I mean to deliver it personally. Do you ever go to church?" Now I do go regularly to church at home. But Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby are both such rigid church people that they would not darken the doors of the Methodist Church at Plover Sands for any consideration. Needless to say, I am not allowed to go either. But it was impossible to make this long explanation, so I merely replied, "Not here." "Will you not go tomorrow morning?" "Aunt will not let me." "Coax her." "Coaxing never has any effect on her." "Would she relent if Mrs. Allardyce were to call for you?" Now, I have been cautiously sounding Aunt about Mrs. Allardyce, and I have discovered that she disapproves of her. So I said, "It would be useless. I will ask Aunt if I may go, but I feel almost sure that she will not consent." This evening, when Aunt was in an unusually genial mood, I plucked up heart of grace and asked her. "Marguerite," she said impressively, "you know that I do not attend church here." "But, Aunt," I persisted quakingly, "couldn't I go alone? It's not very far, and I will be very careful." Aunt merely gave me a look that said about 40 distinct and separate things, and I was turning away in despair when Mrs. Saxby, bless her heart, said, "I really think it would be no harm to let the child go." As Aunt attaches great importance to Mrs. Saxby's opinion, she looked at me relentingly and said, "Well, I will think it over and let you know in the morning, Marguerite." Now, everything depends on the sort of humour Aunt is in the morning. July 20th. This morning was perfect, and after breakfast Aunt said condescendingly, "I think you may attend church if you wish, Marguerite. Remember that I expect you to conduct yourself with becoming prudence and modesty." I flew upstairs and pulled my prettiest dress out of my trunk. It's a delicate, shimmering gray stuff with pearly tints about it. Every time I get anything new, Aunt Martha and I have a battle royale over it. I verily believe that Aunt would like me to dress in the fashions in vogue in her youth. There's always a certain flavour of old-fashionedness about my gowns and hats. Connie used to say that it was delicious and gave me a piquant uniqueness, a certain unlikeness to other people that possessed a positive charm. That is only Connie's view of it, however. But I had my own way about this dress, and it is really very becoming. I wore a little silvery grey chip hat, trimmed with pale pink flowers, and I pinned at my belt the sweetest cluster of old-fashioned blush rosebuds from a garden. Then I borrowed a hymn book from Mrs. Blake, and ran down to undergo Aunt Martha's scrutiny. "Dear me, child," she said, discontentedly, "you've gotten yourself up very frivolously, it seems to me." "Why, Auntie," I protested, "I'm all in grey, every bit." Aunt Martha sniffed. You don't know how much Aunt can express in a sniff. But I tripped to church like a bird. The first person I saw there was Mr. Shelmardine. He was sitting right across from me, and a smile glimmered in his eyes. I did not look at him again. Through the service I was subdued enough to have satisfied even Aunt Martha. When church came out he waited for me at the entrance to his pew. I pretended not to see him until he said, "Good morning," in a voice vibrating and deep, which sounded as though it might become infinitely tender if its owner chose. When we went down the steps he took my hymnal, and we walked up the long, bowery country road. "Thank you so much for coming today," he said, as if I went to oblige him. "I had a hard time to get Aunt Martha's consent," I declared frankly. "I wouldn't have succeeded if Mrs. Saxby hadn't taken my part." "Heaven bless Mrs. Saxby," he remarked fervently. "But is there any known way of overcoming your aunt's scruples? If so, I am ready to risk it." "There is none. Aunt Martha is very good and kind to me, but she will never stop trying to bring me up. The process will be going on when I'm 50. And she hates men. I don't know what she would do if she saw me now." Mr. Shelmardine frowned, and switched the unoffending daisies viciously with his cane. "Then there is no hope of my seeing you openly and above board?" "Not at present," I said faintly. After a brief silence we began to talk of other things. He told me how he happened to see me first.
"I was curious to know who the people were who were always in the same place at the same time, so one day I took my telescope. I could see you plainly. You were reading and had your hat off. When I went back to the hotel I asked Mrs. Allardyce if she knew who the boarders at Fir Cottage were, and she told me. I had heard Connie speak of you, and I determined to make your acquaintance." When we reached the lane I held up my hand for the hymnal. "You mustn't come any farther, Mr. Shelmardine," I said hurriedly. Aunt might see you." He took my hand and held it, looking at me seriously. "Suppose I were to walk up to the cottage tomorrow and ask for you?" I gasped. He looked so capable of doing anything he took it into his head to do. "Oh, you wouldn't," I said piteously. "Aunt Martha would. You're not in earnest." "I suppose not," he said regretfully. "Of course I would not do anything that would cause you unpleasantness. But this shall not be our last meeting."
"Aunt will not let me come to church again," I said.
"Does she ever take a nap in the afternoon?" he queried.
I wriggled my parasol about in the dust, uneasily. "Sometimes."
"I shall be at the old boat tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, he said.
I pulled my hand away. "I couldn't, you know I couldn't," and then I blushed to my ears.
"Are you quite sure you couldn't?" bending a little nearer.
"Quite sure," I murmured.
"Will you give me a rose?"
I unpinned the whole cluster and handed it to him. He lifted it until it touched his lips. As for me, I scuttled up the lane in the most undignified fashion. At the turn I looked back. He was still standing there with his hat off. July 24th. On Monday afternoon I slipped away to the shore, while Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby were taking their regular nap, and I was supposed to be reading sermons in my room. Mr. Shelmardine was leaning against the old boat, but he came swiftly across the sand to meet me. "This is very kind of you," he said. "I ought not to have come," I said repentantly. "But it is so lonely there, and one can't be interested in sermons and memoirs all the time." Mr. Shelmardine laughed. "Mr. and Mrs. Allardyce are on the other side of the boat. Will you come and meet them?" How nice of him to bring them! I knew I should like Mrs. Allardyce, just because Aunt Martha didn't. We had a delightful stroll. I never thought of the time until Mr. Shelmardine said it was 4 o'clock. "Oh, is it so late as that?" I cried. "I must go at once." "I'm sorry we have kept you so long," remarked Mr. Shelmardine, in a tone of concern. "If she should be awake, what will the consequences be?" "Too terrible to think of," I answered seriously. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shelmardine, but you mustn't come any further." "We will be here tomorrow afternoon," he said. "Mr. Shelmardine," I protested, "I wish you wouldn't put such ideas into my head. They won't come out, no, not if I read a whole volume of sermons right through." We looked at each other for a second. Then he began to smile, and we both went off into a peal of laughter. "At least let me know if Miss Fisk rampages," he called after me as I fled. But Aunt Martha was not awake, and I have been to the shore 3 afternoons since then. I was there today, and I'm going tomorrow for a boat sail with Mr. Shelmardine and the Allardyces. But I'm afraid the former will do something rash soon. This afternoon he said, "I don't think I can stand this much longer." "Stand what?" I asked. "You know very well," he answered recklessly. "Meeting you in this clandestine manner, and thereby causing that poor little conscience of yours such misery. If your aunt were not so unreasonable, I should never have stooped to it." "It is all my fault," I said contritely. "Well, I hardly meant that," he said grimly. "But hadn't I better go frankly to your aunt and lay the whole case before her?" "You would never see me again if you did that," I said hastily, then wished I hadn't. "That's the worst threat you could make," he said. July 25th. It's all over, and I am the most miserable girl in the world. Of course this means that Aunt Martha has discovered everything, and the deserved punishment of my sins has overtaken me. I slipped away again this afternoon and went for that boat sail. We had a lovely time, but were rather late getting in, and I hurried home with many misgivings. Aunt Martha met me at the door. My dress was draggled, my hat had slipped back, and the kinks and curls of my obstreperous hair were something awful. I know I looked very disreputable, and also, no doubt, very guilty and conscience-stricken. Aunt gave me an unutterable look, and then followed me up to my room in grim silence. "Marguerite, what does this mean?" I have lots of faults, but untruthfulness isn't one of them. I confessed everything, at least almost everything. I didn't tell about the telescopes and deaf-mute alphabet, and Aunt was too horror-stricken to think of asking how I first made Mr. Shelmardine's acquaintance. She listened in stony silence. I had expected a most terrible scolding, but I suppose my crimes simply seemed to her too enormous for words. When I had sobbed out my last word, she rose, swept me one glance of withering contempt, and left the room. Presently Mrs. Saxby came up looking concerned. "My dear child, what have you been doing? Your aunt says that we're to go home on the afternoon train tomorrow. She's terribly upset." I just curled up on the bed and cried, while Mrs. Saxby packed my trunk. I will have no chance to explain matters to Mr. Shelmardine, and I will never see him again, for Aunt is quite capable of whisking me off to Africa. He will just think me a feather-brained flirt. Oh, I'm so unhappy. July 26th. I am the happiest girl in the world. That is quite a different strain from yesterday. We leave Fir Cottage in an hour, but that doesn't matter now. I did not sleep a wink last night, and crawled miserably down to breakfast. Aunt took not the slightest notice of me, but to my surprise she told Mrs. Saxby that she intended taking a farewell walk to the shore. I knew I would be taken too, to be kept out of mischief, and my heart gave a great bound of hope. Perhaps I would have a chance to send word to Francis, since Aunt did not know of the part my spyglass had played in my bad behaviour. I meekly followed my grim guardians to the shore, and sat dejectedly on my rug, while they paced the sand. Francis was on the rocks. As soon as Aunt Martha and Mrs. Saxby were at a safe distance, I began my message. All discovered. Aunt is very angry. We go home today. Then I snatched my glass. His face expressed the direst consternation and dismay. He signalled, I must see you before you go." "Impossible! Aunt will never forgive me. Good bye." I saw a look of desperate determination cross his face. If 40 Aunt Marthas had swooped down upon me, I could not have torn my eyes from that glass. "I love you. You know it. Do you care for me? I must have my answer now." What a situation! No time or chance for any maidenly hesitation or softening aureole of words. Aunt and Mrs. Saxby had almost reached the point where they invariably turned. I had barely time to spell it a plain, blunt "yes," and read his answer. "I shall go home at once, get mother and Connie, follow you, and demand possession of my property. I shall win the day. Have no fear. Till then, good bye, my darling." "Marguerite," said Mrs. Saxby at my elbow, "it is time to go." I got up obediently. Aunt Martha was as grim and uncompromising as ever, and Mrs. Saxby looked like a chief mourner. But do you suppose I cared? I dropped behind them just once before we left the shore. I knew he was watching me, and I waved my hand. I suppose I am really engaged to Francis Shelmardine. But was there ever such a funny wooing? And what will Aunt Martha say? End of A Sandshore Wooing by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
Sister Liddy by Mary E. Wilkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Sister Liddy by Mary E. Wilkins. There were no trees near the almshouse. It stood in its bare, sandy lot, and there were no leaves or branches to cast shadows on its walls. It seemed like the folks whom it sheltered, out in the full glare of day, without any little kindly shade between itself and the dull, unfeeling stare of curiosity. The almshouse stood upon rising ground, so one could see it for a distance. It was a new building, mansard roofed and well painted. The village took pride in it. No town, far or near, had such a house for the poor. It was so fine and costly that the village did not feel able to give its insane paupers separate support in a regular asylum. So they lived in the almshouse with the sane paupers, and there was a padded cell in case they waxed too violent. Around the almshouse lay the town fields. In summer they were green with corn and potatoes. Now they showed ugly plough ridges sloping over the uneven ground, and yellow corn stubble. Beyond the field, at the west of the almshouse, was a little wood of elms and oaks and wild apple trees. The yellow leaves had all fallen from the elms and the apple trees, but most of the brown ones stayed on the oaks. Polly Moss stood at the west window in the women's sitting room and gazed over at the trees. "It's cur'us how them oak leaves hang on arter the others have all fell off," she remarked. The tall old woman sitting beside the stove looked around suddenly. She had singular bright eyes, and a sardonic smile around her mouth. "It's a way they allers have," she returned scornfully. "Guess there ain't nothin' very cur'us about it. When the oak leaves fall off and the others hang on, then you can be lookin' for the end of the world. That's goin' to be one of the signs." "Allers a harpin' on the end of the world," growled another old woman in a deep bass voice. "I've got jest about sick on it. Seems as if I should go crazy myself, hearin' on't the whole time." She was sewing a seam in coarse cloth, and she sat on a stool on the other side of the stove. She was short and stout, and she sat with a heavy settle, as if she were stuffed with lead. The tall old woman took no further notice. She sat rigidly straight, and fixed her bright eyes upon the top of the door, and her sardonic smile deepened. The stout old woman gave an ugly look at her, then she sewed with more impetus. Now and then she muttered something in her deep voice. There were, besides herself, 3 old women in the room. Polly Moss, the tall one, and a pretty one in a white cap and black dress. There was also a young woman. She sat in a rocking chair and leaned her head back. She was handsome, but she kept her mouth parted miserably, and there were ghastly white streaks around it and her nostrils. She never spoke. Her pretty black hair was rough, and her dress sagged at the neck. She had been living out at a large farm, and had overworked. She had no friends or relatives to take her in, so she had come to the almshouse to rest and try to recover. She had no refuge but the almshouse or the hospital, and she had a terrible horror of a hospital. Dreadful visions arose in her ignorant, childish mind whenever she thought of one. She had a lover, but he had not been to see her since she came to the almshouse 6 weeks before. She wept most of the time over that and her physical misery. Polly Moss stood at the window until a little boy trudged into the room, bringing his small feet down with a clapping noise. He went up to Polly and twitched her dress. She looked around at him. "Well now, Tommy, what do you want?" "Come outdoors and play hide and cook with me, Polly." Tommy was a stout little boy. He wore a calico tear that sagged to his heels in the back, and showed in front his little calico trousers. His round face was pleasant and innocent and charming. Polly put her arms around the boy and hugged him. "Tommy's a darling," she said. "Can't he give poor Polly a kiss?" Tommy put up his lips. "Come outdoors and play hide and cook with me," he said again, breathing the words out with the kiss. "Now, Tommy, just look out of the winder. Don't he see that it's raining, hey?" The child shook his head stubbornly, although he was looking straight at the window, which revealed plainly enough that long sheets of rain were driving over the fields. "Come outdoors and play hide and cook with me, Polly." "Now, Tommy, just listen to Polly. Don't he know he can't go outdoors when it's raining this way? He'd get all wet, and Polly too. But I'll tell you what Polly and Tommy can do. We'll just go out in the hall and we'll roll the ball. Tommy, go run quick and get his ball." Tommy raised a shout and clapped out of the room. His sweet nature was easily diverted. Polly followed him. She had a twisting limp, and was so bent that she was not much taller than Tommy. Her little pale triangular face seemed to look from the middle of her flat chest. "The wust looking object," growled the stout old woman when Polly was out of the room. "Looks more like an old cat that's had to airn its own living than a human being. It 'bout makes me sick to look at her." Her deep tones traveled far. Polly, out in the corridor, waiting for Tommy, heard every word. "She is a dreadful looking creeter," assented the pretty old woman. As she spoke she puckered her little red mouth daintily and drew herself up with a genteel air. The stout old woman surveyed her contemptuously. "Well, good looks don't amount to much, nohow," said she, "if folks ain't got common sense to balance 'em. I'd enough sight ruther know a little something than have a dolly face myself." "Seems to me she is about the dreadfullest looking creeter that I ever did see," repeated the pretty old woman, quite unmoved. Aspersions on her intellect never aroused her in the least. The stout old woman looked baffled. "Just turn your head a little that way, will you, Miss Andy?" she said presently. The pretty old woman turned her head obediently. "What is it?" she inquired with a conscious simper. "Just turn your head a little more. Yes, it's funny I ain't never noticed it afore. Your nose is a little green crooked, ain't it, Miss Handy?" Mrs. Handy's face turned a deep pink. Even her little ears and her delicate old neck were suffused. Her blue eyes looked like an enraged bird's. "Crooked!" I shouldn't think that folks that's got a nose like some folks had better say much about other folks' noses. There can't nobody tell me nothin' about my nose. I know all about it. Folks that wouldn't wipe their feet on some folks, nor look twice at 'em, has praised it. My nose ain't crooked and never was, and if anybody says so, it's 'cause they're so spitey, 'cause they're so mortal homely themselves. Guess I know." She drew breath, and paused for a return shot, but she got none. The stout old woman sewed and chuckled to herself. The tall one still fixed her eyes upon the top of the door, and the young woman leaned back with her lips parted and her black eyes rolled. The pretty old woman began again in defense of her nose. She talked fiercely and kept feeling of it. Finally she arose and went out of the room with a flirt. Then the stout old woman laughed. "She's gone to look at her nose in the lookin' glass, and make sure it ain't crooked. If it ain't a good joke!" she exclaimed delightedly. But she got no response. The young woman never stirred, and the tall old one only lowered her gaze from the door to the stove, which she regarded disapprovingly. "I call it the devil's stove," she remarked after a while. The stout old woman gave a grunt and sewed her seam. She was done with talking to such an audience. The shouts of children out in the corridor could be heard. "Pesky young ones," she muttered. In the corridor Polly Moss played ball with the children. She never caught the ball, and she threw it with weak, aimless jerks. Her back ached, but she was patient, and her face was full of simple, childish smiles. There were two children besides Tommy, his sister, and a little boy. The corridor was long. Doors in both sides led into the paupers' bedrooms. Suddenly one of the doors flew open, and a little figure shot out. She went down the corridor with a swift trot like a child. She had on nothing but a woolen petticoat and a calico waist. She held her head down, and her narrow shoulders worked as she ran. Her mop of soft white hair flew out. The children looked around at her. She was a horrible caricature of themselves. The stout old woman came pressing out of the sitting room. She went directly to the room that the running figure had left, and peered in. Then she looked around significantly. "I knowed it," she said. "It's tore all to pieces again. I'd just been thinking to myself that Sally was dreadful still, and I'd bet she was pullin' her bed to pieces. There 'tis, and made up just as nice a few minutes ago. I'm goin' to see Miss Arms." Mrs. Arms was the matron. The old woman went off with an important air, and presently she returned with her. The matron was a large woman with a calm, benignant, and weary face. Polly Moss continued to play ball, but several other old women had assembled, and they all talked volubly. They demonstrated that Sally had torn her bed to pieces, that it had been very nicely made, and that she should be punished. The matron listened. She did not say much. Then she returned to the kitchen, where she was preparing dinner. Some of the paupers assisted her. An old man, with his baggy trousers hitched high, chopped something in a tray. An old woman peeled potatoes, and a young one washed pans at the sink. The young woman, as she washed, kept looking over her shoulder and rolling her dark eyes at the other people in the room. She was mindful of every motion behind her back. Mrs. Arms, herself, worked and directed the others. When dinner was ready the old man clanged a bell in the corridor, and everybody flocked to the dining room except the young woman at the kitchen sink. She still stood there washing dishes. The dinner was coarse and abundant. The paupers, with the exception of the sick young woman, ate with gusto. The children were all hearty, and although the world had lost all its savor for the hearts and minds of the old ones, it was still somewhat salt to their palates. Now that their thoughts had ceased reaching and grasping, they could still put out their tongues, for that primitive instinct of life with which they had been born still survived and gave them pleasure. In this world it is the child only that is immortal. The old people and the children ate after the same manner. There was a loud smacking of lips and gurgling noises. The rain drove against the windows of the dining room, with its bare floor, its board tables and benches and rows of feeding paupers. The smooth yellow heads of the children seemed to catch all the light in the room. Once in a while they raised imperious clamors. The overseer sat at one end of the table and served the beef. He was stout and had a handsome, heavy face. The meal was nearly finished when there was a crash of breaking crockery, a door slammed, and there was a wild shriek out in the corridor. The overseer and one of the old men, who was quite able-bodied, sprang and rushed out of the room. The matron followed, and the children tagged at her heels. The others continued feeding as if nothing had happened. "That Agnes is wuss again," remarked the stout old woman. "I've seed it a comin' on for a couple of days. They'd orter have put her in the cell yesterday. I told Miss Arms so, but they're allers puttin' off and puttin' off." "They air a takin' on her up to the cell now," said the pretty old woman, and she brought around her knife full of cabbage with a sideways motion and stretched her little red mouth to receive it. Out in the corridor, shriek followed shriek. There were loud voices and scuffling. The children were huddled in the doorway, peeping, but the old paupers continued to eat. The sick young woman laid down her knife and fork and wept. Presently the shrieks and the scuffling grew faint in the distance. The children had followed on. Then, after a little, they all returned and the dinner was finished. After dinner, when the women paupers had done their share of the clearing away, they were again assembled in their sitting room. The windows were cloudy with fine mist. The rain continued to drive past them from over the yellow, stubbly fields. There was a good fire in the stove, and the room was hot and close. The stout old woman sewed again on her coarse seam. The others were idle. There were now 6 old women present. One of them was the little creature whom they called Sally. She sat close to the stove, bent over and motionless. Her clothing hardly covered her. The sick young woman was absent. She was lying down on the lounge in the matron's room, and the children, too, were in there. Polly Moss sat by the window. The old women began talking among themselves. The pretty old one had taken off her cap and had it in her lap, perking up the lace and straightening it. It was a flimsy rag, like a soiled cobweb. The stout old woman cast a contemptuous glance at it. She raised her nose and her upper lip scornfully. "I don't see how you can wear that nasty thing, nohow, Miss Handy," said she. Mrs. Handy flushed pink again. She bridled and began to speak. Then she looked at the little soft soiled mass in her lap and paused. She had not the force of character to proclaim black white while she was looking at it. Had the old cap been in the bureau drawer, or even on her head, she might have defended it to the death, but here, before her eyes, it silenced her. But after her momentary subsidence she aroused herself. Her blue eyes gleamed dimly at the stout old woman. "It was a handsome cap when it was new, anyhow," said she. "Better'n some folks ever had, I'll warrant. Folks that ain't got no caps at all can't afford to be flingin' at them that has, if they ain't quite so nice as they was. You'd ought to have seen the cap I had when my daughter was married, all white wrought lace, and bows of pink ribbon, and long streamers, and some artificial roses on it. I don't s'pose you ever see anything like it, Mrs. Payne." The stout woman was Mrs. Payne. "Maybe I ain't," said she sarcastically. The tall old woman chimed in suddenly. Her thin, nervous voice clanged after the others like a sharply struck bell. "I ain't never had any caps to speak of," she proclaimed. "Never thought much of 'em anyhow, hatin' things. and I never heard that folks in heaven wore caps. But I have had some good clothes. I've got a piece of silk in my bureau drawer. That silk would stand alone. And I had a good tippet. There was rows and rows of velvet ribbon on it. I always had good clothes. My husband, he wanted I should, and he got 'em fer me. I airned some myself, too. I ain't got any now, and I dunno as I care if I ain't, for the signs are increasin'." "Allers a harpin' on that," muttered the stout old woman. "I had a handsome blue silk when I was married," vouchsafed Mrs. Handy. "I've seen the piece of it," returned the tall one. "It ain't near so thick as mine is." The old woman, who had not been present in the morning, now spoke. She had been listening with a superior air. She was the only one in the company who had possessed considerable property, and had fallen from a widely differing estate. She was tall and dark and gaunt. She towered up next the pretty old woman like a scraggy old pine beside a faded lily. She was a single woman, and she had lost all her property through an injudicious male relative. "Well," she proclaimed, "everybody knows I've had things if I ain't got 'em now. There I had a whole house, with Brussels carpets on all the rooms except the kitchen, and stuffed furniture and bedding packed away in chests, and bureau drawers full of things. And I ruther think I've had silk dresses, and bonnets and caps. I remember you had a real handsome blue bonnet once, but it weren't so becomin' as some you'd had, you was so dark complected," remarked the pretty old woman, in a soft, spiteful voice. "I had a white one, drawn silk, and white feathers on it, when I was married, and they all said it was real becomin'. I was allers real white myself. I had a white muslin dress with a flounce on it, once, too, and a black silk spencer cape." "I had a Fitch tippet and muff that cost $25," remarked the stout old woman, emphatically, "and a cashmere shawl." "I had two cashmere shawls, and my tippet cost $50," retorted the dark old woman, with dignity. "My fust baby had an elegant blue cashmere cloak, all worked with silk as deep as that," said Mrs. Handy. She now had the old cap on her head, and looked more assertive. "Mine had a little wagon with a velvet cushion to ride in, and I had a tea set, real chiny, with a green sprig on it," said the stout old woman. "I had a Brittany teapot," returned Mrs. Handy. "I had gilt vases as tall as that on my parlor mantel shelf," said the dark old woman. "I had a chiny figure, a girl with a basket of flowers on her arm once," rejoined the tall one. "It used to set side of the clock, and when I was fust married I used to live in a white house with a flower garden to one side. I can smell them pinks and roses now, and I suppose I allers shall, just as far as I go." "I had a pump in my kitchen sink, and things real handy," said the stout old one, "and I used to look as well as anybody, and my husband too, when we went to meetin'. I remember one winter I had a new brown alpaca with velvet buttons, and he had a new greatcoat with a velvet collar." Suddenly the little cowering Sally raised herself and gave testimony to her own little crumb of past comfort. Her wits were few and scattered, and had been all her days, but the conversation of the other women seemed to set some vibrating into momentary concord. She laughed, and her bleared blue eyes twinkled. "I had a pink caliker gown once," she quavered out. "Miss Thompson she gin it me when I lived there." "Do hear the poor creetur," said the pretty old woman, with an indulgent air. Now everybody had spoken but Polly Moss. She sat by the misty window, and her little pale triangular face looked from her sunken chest at the others. This conversation was a usual one. Many and many an afternoon the almshouse old women sat together and bore witness to their past glories. Now they had nothing, but at one time or another they had had something over which to plume themselves and feel that precious pride of possession. Their present was to them a state of simple existence. They regarded their future with a vague resignation. They were none of them thinkers, and there was no case of rapturous piety among them. In their pasts alone they took real comfort, and they kept, as it were, feeling of them to see if they were not still warm with life. The old women delighted in these inventories and comparing of notes. Polly Moss alone had never spoken. She alone had never had anything in which to take pride. She had been always deformed and poor and friendless. She had worked for scanty pay as long as she was able, and had then drifted and struck on the almshouse, where she had grown old. She had not even a right to the charity of this particular village. This was merely the place where her working powers had failed her, but no one could trace her back to her birthplace, or the town which was responsible for her support. Polly Moss herself did not know. She went humbly where she was told. All her life the world had seemed to her simply standing ground. She had gotten little more out of it. Every day when the others talked she listened admiringly, and searched her memory for some little past treasure of her own, but she could not remember any. The dim image of a certain delaine dress, with bright flowers scattered over it, which she had once owned, away back in her girlhood, sometimes floated before her eyes when they were talking, and she had a half mind to mention that, but her heart would fail her. She feared that it was not worthy to be compared with the others' fine departed gowns. It paled before even Sally's pink calico. Polly's poor clothes, covering her pitiful crookedness, had never given her any firm stimulus to gratulation. So she was always silent, and the other old women had come to talk at her. Their conversation acquired a gusto from this listener who could not join in. When a new item of past property was given, there was always a side glance in Polly's direction. None of the old women expected to ever hear a word from Polly, but this afternoon, when they had all, down to Sally, testified, she spoke up. "You orter have seen my sister Liddy," said she. Her voice was very small. It sounded like the piping of a feeble bird in a bush. There was a dead silence. The other old women looked at each other. "Didn't know you ever had a sister Liddy," the stout old woman blurted out, finally, with an amazed air. "My sister Liddy was just as handsome as picter," Polly returned. The pretty old woman flushed jealously. "Was she fair complected?" she inquired. "She was just as fair as a lily, a good deal fairer than you ever was, Miss Handy, and she had long yaller curls a hangin' clean down to her waist, and her cheeks were just as pink, and she had the biggest blue eyes I ever see, and the beautifulest little red mouth." "Lord!" ejaculated the stout old woman, and the pretty old woman sniffed. But Polly went on. She was not to be daunted. She had been silent all this time, and now her category poured forth, not piecemeal, but in a flood, upon her astonished hearers. "Liddy, she could sing the best of anybody anywheres around," she continued. "Nobody ever heerd sech singin'. It was so dreadful loud and sweet that you could hear it way down the road when the winders was shut. She used to sing in the meetin' house, she did, and all the folks used to sit up and look at her when she begun. She used to wear a black silk dress to meetin', and a white cashmere shawl, and a bunnet with a pink wreath around the face, and she had white kid gloves. Folks used to go to that meetin' house just to hear Liddy sing and see her. They thought 'nough sight more of that than they did of the preaching. Liddy had a feather fan, and she used to sit and fan her when she wa'n't singing, and she allers had scent on her handkerchief. And when meetin' was done in the evenin', all the young fellers used to be crowdin' round and pushin' and bowin' and scrapin', a tryin' to get a chanct to see her home. But Liddy, she wouldn't look at none of them. She married a real rich feller from Bosstown. He was jest as straight as an arrow, and he had black eyes and hair, and he wore a beautiful coat and a satin vest, and he spoke jest as pearly. When Liddy was married she had a whole chist full of clothes, real fine cotton cloth, all tucks and laid work, and she had a pair of silk stockings and some white shoes. And her weddin' dress was white satin with a great long trail to it, and she had a lace veil, and she wore great long eardrops that shone like everything, and she come out bride in a blue silk dress and a black lace mantilla and a white bunnet trimmed with lutestring ribbon. "Where did your sister Liddy live arter she was married?" inquired the pretty old woman with a subdued air. "She lived in Bosstown, and she had a great big house with a parlor and settin' room, and a room to eat in besides the kitchen. And she had real velvet carpets on all the floors down to the kitchen, and great picters in gilt frames a hangin' on all the walls, and her furnitur' was all stuffed and kivered with red velvet, and she had a pianner and great big marble images a settin' on her mantel shelf, and she had a coach with lamps on the sides and blue satin cushings to ride in, and 4 horses to draw it, and a man to drive. And she allers had a hired girl in the kitchen. I never knowed Liddy to be without a hired girl. Liddy's husband, he thought everything of her. He never used to come home from his work without he brought her something, and she used to run out to meet him. She was allers dreadful loving, and had a good disposition. Liddy, she had the beautifulest baby you ever see, and she had a cradle lined with blue silk to rock him in, and he had a white silk cloak and a little lace cap." "I shouldn't think your beautiful sister Liddy and her husband would let you come to the poorhouse," interrupted the dark old woman. "Liddy's dead, or she wouldn't." "Are her husband and the baby dead too?" "They're all dead," responded Polly Moss. She looked out of the window again. Her face was a burning red, and there were tears in her eyes. There was a silence among the other old women. They were at once overawed and incredulous. Polly left the room before long, then they began to discuss the matter. "I dun know whether to believe it or not," said the dark old woman. "Well, I dun know neither. I never knowed her to tell anything that wa'n't so," responded the stout old one, doubtfully. The old women could not make up their minds whether to believe or disbelieve. The pretty one was the most incredulous of any. She said openly that she did not believe it possible that such a homely creetur as Polly Moss could have had such a handsome sister. But credulous or not, their interest and curiosity was lively. Every day Polly Moss was questioned and cross examined concerning her sister Liddy. She rose to the occasion. She did not often contradict herself, and the glories of her sister were increased daily. Old Polly Moss, her little withered face gleaming with reckless enthusiasm, sang the praises of her sister Liddy as wildly and faithfully as any Mindsinger, his angel mistress, and the old women listened with ever increasing bewilderment and awe. It was 2 weeks before Polly Moss died with pneumonia that she first mentioned her sister Liddy, and there was not one afternoon until the day when she was taken ill that she did not relate the story with new and startling additions to the old women. Polly was not ill long. She settled meekly down under the disease. Her little distorted frame had no resistance in it. She died at 3 o'clock in the morning. The afternoon before, she seemed better. She was quite rational, and she told the matron that she wanted to see her comrades, the old women. "I got something to tell 'em, Miss Arms," Polly whispered, and her eyes were piteous. So the other old women came into the room. They stood around Polly's little iron bed and looked at her. "I want to tell you something," she began. But there was a soft rush, and the sick young woman entered. She pressed straight to the matron. She disregarded the others. Her wan face seemed a very lamp of life, to throw a light over and above all present darkness, even of the grave. She moved nimbly. She was so full of joy that her sickly body seemed permeated by it, and almost a spiritual one. She did not appear in the least feeble. She caught the matron's arm. "Charlie has come, Miss Arms," she cried out. "Charlie has come. He's got a house ready. He's going to marry me and take me home and take care of me till I get well. I'm going right away." The old women all turned away from Polly and stared at the radiant girl. The matron sent her away with a promise to see her in a few minutes. "Polly's dying," she whispered, and the girl stole out with a hushed air. But the light in her face was not dimmed. What was death to her, when she had just stepped on a height of life where one can see beyond it? "Tell them what you wanted to now, Polly," said the matron. "I want to tell you something," Polly repeated. "I s'pose I've been dreadful wicked, but I ain't never had nothing in my whole life. I s'pose the Lord orter have been enough, but it's dreadful hard sometimes to keep hold of Him, and not look anywheres else when you see other folks a clawin' and a gettin' other things, and actin' as if they was wuth havin'. I ain't never had nothin' as fur as them other things go. I don't want nothin' else now. I've got past 'em. I see I don't want nothin' but the Lord. But I used to feel dreadful bad and wicked when I heerd you all talking 'bout you'd had, and I hadn't never had nothin'. So " Polly Moss stopped talking and coughed. The matron supported her. The old women nudged each other. Their odd, sympathetic, yet sharply inquiring eyes never left her face. The children were peeping in at the open door. Old Sally trotted past. She had just torn her bed to pieces. As soon as she got breath enough, Polly Moss finished what she had to say. "I s'pose I was dreadful wicked," she whispered, "but I never had any sister Liddy." End of Sister Liddy by Mary E. Wilkins.
The Soldier and Death, a Russian folk tale told in English by Arthur Ransome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. A soldier served God and the great Tsar for 25 years, earned 3 dry biscuits, and set off to walk his way home. He kissed his companions with whom he had served so long, and boasted of the feasting there would be in the village when he should come marching home with all his wars behind him. Singing at the top of his voice he was as he set off. But as soon as he was alone on the high road, walking through the forest, he began to think things over, and he thought to himself, "All these years I have served the Tsar, and had good clothes to my back, and my belly full of victuals, and now I am like to be both hungry and cold. Already I've nothing but 3 dry biscuits." Just then he met an old beggar, who stood in the road and crossed himself, and asked alms for the love of God. The soldier had not a copper piece in the world, so he gave the beggar one of his 3 dry biscuits. He had not gone very far along the road when he met a second beggar, who leant on a stick and recited holy words and begged alms for the love of God. The soldier gave him the second of his 3 dry biscuits. And then at a bend in the road he met a third old beggar, with long white hair and beard and loathsome rags, who stood shaking by the roadside, and he begged alms for the love of God. "If I give him my last dry biscuit, I shall have nothing left for myself," thought the soldier. He gave the old beggar half of the 3rd dry biscuit. Then the thought came into his head that perhaps this old beggar would meet the other 2, and would learn that they had been given whole biscuits, while he had only been given a half. "He will be hurt and affronted," thought the soldier, "and his blessing will be of no avail." So he gave the old beggar the other half also of the 3rd of his 3 dry biscuits. "I shall get along somehow," thought the soldier, and was for making forward on his way. But the old beggar put out his hand and stopped him. "Brother," says the old beggar, "are you in want of anything?" "God bless you," says the soldier, looking at the beggar's rags. "I want nothing from you. You're a poor man yourself." "Never mind my poverty," says the old beggar. "Just tell me what you would like to have, and I am well able to reward you for your kind heart." "Oh, I don't want anything," said the soldier. "But if you do happen to have such a thing as a pack of cards about you, I'd keep them in memory of you, and they'd be a pleasure to me on the long road." The old beggar thrust his hand into his bosom among his rags and pulled out a pack of cards. "Take these," says he, "and when you play with them you'll always be winner, whoever may be playing against you. And here's a flour sack for you as well. If you meet anything and want to catch it, just open the sack and tell beasts or birds or aught else to get into it, and they'll do just that, and you can close the sack and do with them what you will." "Thank you kindly," says the soldier, throws the sack over his shoulder, puts the pack of cards in his pocket, and trudges off along the high road, singing an old song. He went on till he came to a lake, where he drank a little water to ease his thirst, and smoked a pipe to put off his hunger, resting by the shore of the lake. And there on the lake he saw 3 wild geese swimming far away. "Now, if I could catch them," thought the soldier, and remembered the sack the old beggar had given him. He opened the sack and shouted at the top of his voice, "Hi, you there, you wild geese, come into my sack." And the 3 wild geese splashed up out of the water and flew to the bank and crowded into the sack, one after the other. The soldier tied up the mouth of the sack, flung it over his shoulder, and went on his way. He came to a town and looked for a tavern and chose the best he could see, and went in there and asked for the landlord. "See here," says he, "here are 3 wild geese. I want one of them roasted for my dinner. Another I'll give you in exchange for a bottle of vodka. The third you shall have to pay you for your trouble." The landlord agreed, as well he might, and presently the soldier was seated at a good table near a window, with a whole bottle of the best vodka and a fine roast goose fresh from the kitchen. When he had made an end of the goose, the soldier laid down his knife and fork, tipped the last drops of the vodka down his throat, and set the bottle upside down upon the table. Then he lit his little pipe, sat back on the bench, and took a look out of the window to see what was doing in the town. And there on the other side of the road was a fine palace, well carved and painted. A year's work had gone to the carving of every door-post and window-frame. But in all the palace there was not one whole pane of glass. "Landlord," says the soldier, "tell me what's the meaning of this? Why is a fine palace like that standing empty with broken windows?" "Oh, it's a good enough palace," says the landlord. "The Tsar built the palace for himself, and there's no living in it because of the devils." "Devils?" says the soldier. "Devils," says the landlord. "Every night they crowd into the palace, and what with their shouting and yelling and screaming and playing cards, and all the other devilries that come into their heads, there's no living in the palace for decent folk." "And does nobody clear them out?" asks the soldier. "Easier said than done," says the landlord. Well, with that the soldier wishes good health to the landlord, and sets off to see the Tsar. He comes walking into the Tsar's house and gives him a salute. "Your Majesty," says he, "will you give me leave to spend one night in your empty palace?" "God bless you," says the Tsar, "but you don't know what you are asking. Foolhardy folk enough have tried to spend a night in that palace. They went in merry and boasting, but not one of them came walking out alive in the morning." "What of that?" says the soldier. "Water won't drown a Russian soldier, and fire won't burn him. I have served God and the Tsar for 25 years and am not dead. A single night in that palace won't be the end of me." "But I tell you, a man walks in there alive in the evening, and in the morning the servants have to search the floor for the little bits of his bones." "None the less," says the soldier, "if your Majesty will give me leave—" "Oh, get along with you, and God be with you," says the Tsar. "Spend the night there if you've set your heart on it." So the soldier came to the palace and stepped in, singing, through the empty rooms. He made himself comfortable in the biggest room of all, laid his knapsack in a corner, and hung his sword on a nail, sat down at the table, took out his bag of tobacco, filled his little pipe, and sat there smoking, ready for what might come. 12 o'clock sharp, and there was a yelling, a shouting, a blowing of horns, a scraping of fiddles and every other kind of instrument, a noise of dancing, of running, of stamping, and the palace crammed full of devils making themselves at home as if the palace belonged to them. "And you, soldier," cried the devils, "what are you sitting there so glum for, smoking your pipe? There's smoke enough where we have been. Put your pipe in your pocket and play a round of cards with us." "Right you are," says the soldier, "if you'll play with my cards." "Deal them out," shouted the devils, and the soldier put his pipe in his pocket and dealt out the cards, while the devils crowded round the table fighting for room on the benches. They played a game, and the soldier won. They played another, and he won again. The devils were cunning enough, God knows, but not all their cunning could win a single game for them. The soldier was raking in the money all the time. Soon enough the devils had not a penny piece between them, and the soldier was for putting up his cards and lighting his pipe. Content he was, and well he might be, with his pockets bulging with money. "Stop a minute, soldier," said the devils. "We've still got 60 bushels of silver and 40 of gold. We'll play for them if you'll give us time to send for them." "Let's see the silver," says the soldier, and puts the cards in his pocket. Well, they sent a little devil to fetch the silver. 60 times he ran out of the room, and 60 times he came staggering back with a bushel of silver on his shoulders. The soldier pulled out his cards, and they played on, but it was all the same. The devils cheated in every kind of way, but could not win a game. "Go and fetch the gold," says the oldest devil. "Aye, aye, grandfather," says the little devil, and goes scuttling out of the room. 40 times he ran out, and 40 times he came staggering back with a bushel of gold between his shoulders. They played on. The soldier won every game and all the gold, asked if they had any more money to lose, put his cards in his pocket, and lit his pipe. The devils looked at all the money they had lost. It seemed a pity to lose all that good silver and gold. "Tear him to pieces, brothers," they cried. "Tear him to pieces. Eat him and have done." The soldier tapped his little pipe on the table. "First make sure," says he, "who eats whom," and with that he whips out his sack, and says he to the devils, who were all gnashing their teeth and making ready to fall on him, "What do you call this?" "It's a sack," said the devils. "Is it?" says the soldier. "Then, by the word of God, get into it." And the next minute all those devils were tumbling over each other and getting into the sack, squeezing in one on the top of the other until the last one had got inside. Then the soldier tied up the sack with a good double knot, hung it on a nail, and lay down to sleep. In the morning the Tsar sent his servants. "Go," says the Tsar, "and see what has happened to the soldier who spent the night in the empty palace. If the unclean spirits have made an end of him, then you must sweep up his bones and make all clean." The servants came, all ready to lament for the brave soldier, done to death by the unclean, and there was the soldier, walking cheerfully from one room to another, smoking his little pipe. "Well done, soldier! We never thought to see you alive. And how did you spend the night? How did you manage against the devils?" "Devils?" says the soldier. I wish all men I have played cards against had paid their debts so honestly. Have a look at the silver and gold I won from them. Look at the heaps of money lying on the floor." The servants looked at the silver and gold and touched it to see if it was real, but there was no doubt about that. I wish I had more in my pocket of the same sort. "Now, brothers," said the soldier, "off you go with you as quick as you can. Go and fetch 2 blacksmiths here on the run, and let them bring with them an iron anvil and the 2 heaviest hammers in the forge." The servants asked no questions, but hurried to the smithy, and the 2 blacksmiths came running, with anvil and hammers. Giants they were, the strongest men in all the town. "Now," says the soldier, "take that sack from the nail and lay it on the anvil, and let me see how the blacksmiths of this town can set about their work." The blacksmiths took the sack from the nail. "Devil take it, what a weight!" they said to each other. And little voices screamed out of the sack, "We are good folk, we are your own people." "Are you?" said the blacksmiths, and they laid the sack on the anvil and swung the great hammers up and down, as if they were beating out a lump of iron. The devils fared badly in there, and worse and worse. The hammers came down as if they were going through devils, anvil, earth, and all. It was more than even devils could bear. "Have mercy!" they screamed. "Have mercy, soldier! Let us out again into the world, and we'll never forget you, world without end. And as for this palace, no devil shall put the nail of the toe of his foot in it. We'll tell them all. No one shall come within 100 miles." The soldier let the blacksmiths have a few more blows, just for luck. Then he stopped them and untied the mouth of the sack. The moment he opened it, the devils shot out and fled away to hell without looking right or left in their hurry. But the soldier was no fool, and he grabbed one old devil by the leg, and the devil hung gibbering, trying to get away. The soldier cut the devil's hairy wrist to the bone so that the blood flowed, took a pen, dipped it in the blood, and gave it to the devil, but he never let go of his leg. "Write," says he, "that you will be my faithful servant." The old devil screamed and wriggled, but the soldier gripped him tight. There was nothing to be done. He wrote and signed in his own blood a promise to serve the soldier faithfully wherever and whenever there should be need. Then the soldier let him go, and he went hopping and screaming after the others, and had disappeared in a moment. And so the devils went rushing down to hell, aching in every bone of their hairy bodies. And they called all the other unclean spirits, old and young, big and little, and told what had happened to them. And they set sentinels all around hell, and guards at every gate, and ordered them to watch well, and whatever they did, not on any account to let in the soldier with the flour sack. The soldier went to the Tsar and told him how he had dealt with the devils, and how henceforth no devil would set foot within 100 miles of the palace. "If that's so," says the Tsar, "we'll move at once, and go and live there, and you shall live with me and be honored as my own brother." And with that there was a great to-do, shifting the bedding and tables and benches and all else from the old palace to the new, and the soldier set up house with the Tsar, living with him as his own brother, and wearing fine clothes with gold embroidery, and eating the same food as the Tsar, and as much of it as he liked. Money to spend he had, for he had won from the devils enough to last even a spending man 1,000 years, and he had nothing to spend it on. Hens don't eat gold, no more do mice, and there the money lay in a corner till the soldier was tired of looking at it. So the soldier thought he would marry, and he took a wife, and in a year's time God gave him a son, and he had nothing more to wish for except to see the son grow up and turn into a general. But it so happened that the little boy fell ill, and what was the matter with him no one knew. He grew worse and worse from day to day, and the Tsar sent for every doctor in the country, but not one of them did him a halfpennyworth of good. The doctors grew richer, and the boy grew no better, but worse, as is often the way. The soldier had almost given up hope of saving his son, when he remembered the old devil who had signed a promise written in his own blood to serve the soldier faithfully wherever and whenever there should be need. He remembered this, and said to himself, "Where the devil has my old devil hidden himself all this time?" And he scarcely said this when suddenly there was the little old devil standing in front of him, dressed like a peasant in a little shirt and breeches, trembling with fright and asking, "How can I serve your Excellency?" "See here," says the soldier, "my son is ill. Do you happen to know how to cure him?" The little old devil took a glass from his pocket and filled it with cold water and set it on the sick child's forehead. "Come here, your Excellency," says he, "and look into the glass of water." The soldier came and looked in the glass. "And what does your Excellency see?" asked the little old devil, who was so much afraid of the soldier that he trembled and could hardly speak. "I see Death, like a little old woman, standing at my son's feet." "Be easy," says the little old devil, "for if Death is standing at your son's feet, he will be well again. But if Death were standing at his head, then nothing could save him." And with that the little old devil lifted the glass and splashed the cold water over the sick child, and the next minute there was the little boy crawling about and laughing and crowing as if he had never been sick in his life. "Give me that glass," says the soldier, "and we'll cry quits." The little old devil gave him the glass, and the soldier gave back the promise which the devil had signed in his own blood. As soon as the little old devil had that promise in his hand, he gave one look at the soldier and fled away, as if the blacksmiths had only that minute stopped beating him on the anvil. And the soldier after that set up as a wise man and put all the doctors out of business, curing the boyars and generals. He would just look in his glass, and if Death stood at a sick man's feet, he threw the water over him and cured him. If Death stood at the sick man's head, he said, "It's all up with you," and the sick man died as sure as fate. All went well until the Tsar himself fell ill and sent for the soldier to cure him. The soldier went in, and the Tsar greeted him as his own brother, and prayed him to be quick, as he felt the sickness growing upon him as he lay. The soldier poured cold water in the glass and set it on the Tsar's head, and looked again, and saw Death standing at the Tsar's head. "O Tsar," says the soldier, "it's all up with you. Death is waiting by your head, and you will have but a few minutes left to live." "What?" cried the Tsar. "You cure my boyars and generals, and you will not cure me who am Tsar, and have treated you as my own born brother? If I've only a few minutes to live, I've time enough to give orders for you to be beheaded." The soldier thought and thought, and he begged Death. "O Death," says he, "give my life to the Tsar and kill me instead. Better to die so than to end up being shamefully beheaded." He looked once more in the glass and saw that the little old woman Death had shifted from the Tsar's head and was now standing at his feet. He picked up the glass and splashed the water over the Tsar, and there was the Tsar as well and healthy as ever he had been. "You are my own true brother after all," says the Tsar. "Let us go and feast together." But the soldier shook in all his limbs and could hardly stand, and he knew that his time was come. He prayed Death, "O Death, give me just 1 hour to say good-bye to my wife and my little son." "Oh, hurry up," says Death. And the soldier hurried to his room in the palace, said good-bye to his wife, told his son to grow up and be a general, lay down on his bed, and grew iller every minute. He looked, and there was Death, a little old woman, standing by his bedside. "Well, soldier," says Death, "you have only 2 minutes left to live." The soldier groaned, and turning in bed, pulled the flour sack from under his pillow and opened it. "Do you know what this is?" says he to Death. "A sack," says Death. "Well, if it is a sack, get into it," says the soldier. Death was into the sack in a minute, and the soldier leapt from his bed well and strong, tied up the sack with 2 double knots, flung it over his shoulder, and set out for the deep forest of Brian, which is the thickest in all the world. He came to the forest and made his way into the middle of it, hung the sack from the topmost branches of a high poplar tree, left it there, and came home, singing songs at the top of his voice, and full of all kinds of merriment. From that time on there was no dying in the world. There were births every day, and plenty of them, but nobody died. It was a poor time for doctors, and so it was for many years. Death had come to an end, and it was as if all men should live forever. And all the time the little old woman, Death, tied up in a sack, unable to get about her business, was hanging from the top of a tall poplar tree away in Bryan Forest. And then one day the soldier was walking out to take the air, and he met an ancient old crone, so old and so ancient that she was like to fall whichever way the wind blew. She tottered along, blown this way and that, like a blade of withered grass. "What an old hag!" said the soldier to himself. "It was time for her to die many years ago." "Yes," says the old crone, with her toothless gum numbling and grumbling over her words. "Long ago it was time for me to die. When you shut up Death in the sack, I had only an hour left to live. I had done with the world, and the world had done with me, and I would have been glad to be at peace. Long ago my place in heaven was made ready, and it is empty to this day, for I cannot die. You, soldier, have sinned before God and before man. You have sinned a sin that God will not forgive. I am not the only soul in the world who is tortured as I am. Mine is not the only place that is growing dusty in heaven. Hundreds and thousands of us who should have died drag on in misery about the world, and but for you we should now be resting in peace." The soldier began to think, and he thought of all the other old men and women he had kept from the rest that God had made ready for them. "There is no doubt about it," thinks he, "I had better let Death loose again. No matter if I am the first of whom she makes an end. I have sinned many sins, not counting this one. Better go to the other world now, and bear my punishment while I am strong, for when I am very old it will come worse to me to be tortured." So he set off to the forest of Bryan, which is the thickest in all the world. He found the poplar tree, and saw the sack hanging from the topmost branches, swinging this way and that as the wind blew. "Well, Death, are you alive up there?" the soldier shouted against the wind. And a little voice, hardly to be heard, answered from the sack, "Alive, little father." So the soldier climbed up the tree, took down the sack, and carried it home over his shoulder. He said good-bye to his wife and his son, who was now a fine young lad. Then he went into his own room, opened the bag, lay down upon the bed, and begged Death to make an end of him. And Death, in the form of a little old woman, crept trembling out of the sack, looking this way and that, for she was very much afraid. As soon as she saw the soldier, she bolted through the door, and ran away as fast as her little old legs could carry her. "The devils can make an end of you if they like," she shrieked, "but you don't catch me taking a hand in it." The soldier sat up on the bed, and knew that he was alive and well. Troubled he was as to what to do next. Thinks he, "I'd better get straight along to hell, and let the devils throw me into the boiling pitch, and stew me until all my sins are stewed out of me." So he said good-bye to everybody, took his sack in his hands, and set off to hell by the best road he could find. Well, he walked on and on, over hill and valley, and through the deep forest, until he came at last to the kingdom of the unclean. There were the walls of hell and the gates of hell, and as he looked he saw that sentinels were standing at every gate. As soon as he came near a gate, the devil doing sentry guard calls out, "Who goes there?" "A sinful soul come to you to be stewed in the boiling pitch." "And what is that you've got in your hand?" "A sack." And the devil yelled out at the top of his voice and gave the alarm. From all sides the unclean rushed up and began closing every gate and window in hell with strong bolts and bars. And the soldier walked round hell outside the walls, unable to get in. He cried out to the prince of hell, "Let me into hell, I beg you. I have come to you to be tormented, because I have sinned before God and before man." "No," shouted the prince of hell, "I won't let you in. Go away. Go away, I tell you. Go away anywhere you like. There's no place for you here." The soldier was more troubled than ever. "Well," says he, "if you won't let me in, you won't. I'll go away if you will give me 200 sinful souls. I will take them to God, and perhaps when he sees them, he will forgive me and let me into heaven." "I'll throw in another 50, says the prince of hell, "if only you'll get away from here." And he told the lesser devils to count out 250 sinful souls, and to let them out quickly at one of the back doors of hell, while he held the soldier in talk, so that the soldier should not slip in while the sinful souls were going out. It was done, and the soldier set off for heaven with 250 sinful souls behind him, marching in column of route, as the soldier made them, for the sake of order and decency. Well, they marched on, and in the end they came to heaven, and stopped before the very gates of paradise. And the holy apostles, standing in the gateway of paradise, said, "Who are you?" "I am the soldier who hung death in a sack, and I have brought 250 sinful souls from hell, in hope that God will pardon my sins and let me into paradise." And the apostles went to the Lord, and told him that the soldier had come, and brought with him 250 sinful souls. And God said, "Let in the sinful souls, but do not let in the soldier." The apostles went back to the gateway, and opened the gates, and told the souls they might come in. But when the soldier tried to march in at the head of his company, they stopped him and said, "No, soldier, there's no place for you here." So the soldier took one of the sinful souls aside, and gave that soul his sack, and told him, "As soon as you are through the gates of paradise, open the sack, and shout out, 'Into the sack, soldier!' You will do this because I brought you here from hell." And the sinful soul promised to do this for the soldier. But when that sinful soul went through the gates into paradise, for very joy of it, forgot about the soldier, and threw away the sack somewhere in paradise, where it may be lying to this day. And so the soldier, after waiting a long time, went slowly back to earth. Death would not take him. There was no place for him in paradise, and no place for him in hell. For all I know, he may be living yet. End of The Soldier and Death by Arthur Ransome.
Star of the Staff by A. Ellis Henneberger. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. Morrison was about as likely a cub as ever drifted into the office of the Madison World, with lofty ideas of the journalistic profession and a firm resolve some day to set the nation aflame. It is true that he was a little taken aback when, after a month on probation, he was placed on the salary list at $10 a week. But he had read somewhere that Dana was once a city editor at little more, and he took courage. Duffy, the managing editor, told him he was to be congratulated on getting any salary at all in so short a time. "Why, on the New York blank," he told Morrison, "college students serve 6 months without pay, and are glad for the opportunity. Anyway, you haven't caught the world's style. Watch Sneed's articles, and you'll get a line on what we want." Sneed was the star of the staff, and Morrison always regarded him enviously as he came in from an assignment and tore off reams of stuff. It was a bleak day in January. A heavy snow had fallen, blockading the car lines and putting business to the bad all over town. Sneed tramped into the office with the police reports, which he threw in a heap on Duffy's desk for inspection, and settled himself to write an article on East Side distress. Duffy glanced the reports through and entered the various assignments in his book. This completed, the reporters came forward to receive instructions for the day. "You, Morrison," he said, "look up this distress case. Take it down. Mrs. Edith M. Lindeman, 1125 Calvert Street, 2 children, without food 2 days. Here's an order on the cashier. Buy her food and wood if she needs it, and write a half column, sure." Morrison sallied forth that morning, armed with the office currency, and fought his way through the snowdrifts toward the East Side. It was a peculiarity of the town that one might find wealth and squalor side by side, even in what was known as the exclusive section. But it must be confessed that Morrison was somewhat nonplussed when he read the number 1125 on the door of a veritable mansion. "Here's the devil to pay," thought the reporter as he consulted his notes again. but there were the figures staring him in the face. A maid, neatly attired in cap and apron, answered his ring. Yes, Mrs. Lindeman lived here. And what was his business, please? He felt like a fool as he blurted it out. A mistake, of course, he finished with a laugh. Quite a natural one, though, said a quiet voice behind the maid. A woman, evidently the mistress, came forward. She was a strikingly handsome young woman, but her eyes were very sad. Marie, she continued, this gentleman, no doubt, is looking for that Italian family in the rear. I had no idea they were in such straits. It is the rear of 1125 you want. The maid will show you. Guided by Marie, Morrison entered an alleyway which emerged on another running just behind the Lindeman house. Ascending a flight of rickety steps, he brought up at the door of a squalid tenement. An hour later, a grocery man and a wood dealer had relieved the immediate wants of the Sonatini family, and Morrison, with 2 receipts made out to the world, was hurrying to the office to write the story of his life. Duffy was knee-deep in copy, but he liked that. He handled all the local, and kept the linotype operators crying for quarter most of the time. Morrison had finished his story and was off on another assignment. Sneed was grinding out a suicide with the usual tear trimmings. Duffy weeded out the copy rapidly, casting the slop, as he called it, right and left, and piling up the spicy matter for the regular 2:00 edition. Morrison's Sonatini story came in for rapid perusal and immediate disfavor. "Damn that cub," muttered Duffy. "Come on, Sneed," he called out. "Cut that story off. I've got a good one for you." He caught up the assignment book. "Take this down. Mrs. Edith M. Lindeman. Got that? 1125 Calvert Street. 2 children. Husband missing. Starving. World sent supplies. Throw a good heartthrob into it. Hey, Jimmy," to the office boy, "tell the foreman these receipts go on the first page with story. Devin caps in box. Now hustle, Sneed. Tear off that as quick as you can." Morrison got it when he returned. "Now look here, my boy," said Duffy. "You've got to brace up. Get a little style into your stuff. That story of yours would be all very well on the news, for instance, but it won't go here. I had it rewritten. Here is the story as seen through Mr. Sneed's eyes." Morrison was deeply humiliated. He took the copy mechanically and returned to his desk. His glance fell on the manuscript. Interest, surprise, amazement gave place to suppressed but unholy mirth. Sneed's article read, "Thank God," cried Mrs. Edith M. Lindeman of 1125 Calvert Street, "my children will live." In a home made desolate by the desertion of a husband, with gaunt hunger stalking at the door, with 2 tots weak from want of the bare necessities of life, a reporter for the World appeared this morning, and in the twinkling of an eye that dreary abode was changed into a haven of comfort. It was a pathetic story that Mrs. Lindeman had to tell of a husband untrue to his vow to protect her, who had abandoned her in the heart of a cruel winter and left his family to its fate. Tears flowed down the woman's cheeks as she recited the story of his perfidy. "God knows," she told the reporter, "I was a good wife to him." There was more, about half a column more of harrowing details, but Morrison had had enough. His mind was firmly made up. Walking to Duffy's desk, he laid down the copy. "Very good indeed, Mr. Duffy," he said quietly. "But if I could write like that, I wouldn't be working for you at $10 a week." Duffy grunted. "For God's sake, Edith, what sort of a ghastly joke is this?" Andrew K. Lindeman, broker and clubman, stood in the drawing-room of his former home in Calvert Street. He flourished a copy of the World excitedly. The woman took it in silence. As she read the headlines, her face was a study. "The idiots!" she cried. Then the ridiculousness of the thing struck her, and she laughed outright. "You didn't really think we were starving here, did you, Andrew?" she said when she had recovered her breath. "And did you really care? Strange. I thought you had forgotten you had a wife or children." And her eyes regarded him sorrowfully. "That's right," said the man bitterly. "Blame it all on me." "It's the Sonatinis in the rear. A reporter came here this morning, but I saw him myself. I can't imagine how the mistake occurred." "Well, I'll have something to say over there in the morning. Goodbye. I'm going back to the hotel, Edith." The woman looked at him wistfully, but said nothing. He had almost reached the door when there was a shout, and two white-gowned tots rushed through the hall and were caught in their father's arms. "Daddy, Daddy!" they cried in delight. "You was going to stay, Daddy," cried one curly head, "'cause Mama said you was when you came back." "Does Mama want me to stay, do you think, Mildred?" "Oh, yes, Daddy. I heard Mama ask Dodd to send you home to her." An instant later, Daddy was holding a half-faint but happy woman in his arms. Duffy was crushed. The business manager was wild. The entire town of Madison was in hysterics. Wilson, the business manager, had caught the edition, but only after some 5,000 papers had reached the streets. "Nobody but a blank, blank, blank fool would have made such a bull," he stormed. "Lindemann, a well-known broker. Wife lives in a palace. Footman, coachman, automobiles, and all that sort of thing. Why, it'll cost us $10,000 even to compromise it. Didn't anybody in this damned office recognize the name? By gad, I'll cripple the staff. I'll discharge every man." The telephone bell stopped him. Wilson was standing nearby, and he jerked the receiver off the hook. "Eh? Mr. Lindemann, what's that? Oh, yes, I'll send him over right away. Mr. Lindemann, this is Wilson, business manager. I'm going to see you—" "How? Never mind. I assure you, Mr. All right, sir." "Duffy, get hold of that young Morrison and send him to Lindemann's office at once. Tell him to explain the whole business. We've got to throw ourselves on his mercy. Give the story a 2-column display, same place as the other, first edition. Gad, what a lot of fat heads." And Wilson withered the staff with his glance as he strode toward the elevator. An hour later, Morrison entered the office, smiling. "It's all right, Mr. Duffy. Mr. Lindemann says for you people to rest easy. He won't sue. He's satisfied to let the matter drop. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Duffy, I've got to quit you. Sorry, too, but Mr. Lindemann has offered me a job." Just then the elevator stopped at the office floor. Morrison took it. "Damn that cub," murmured Duffy. End of Star of the Staff by A. Ellis Henneberger.
The White Carnation by Francis Livingston. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Braymiller. On the night that was to have been my last on earth, I made as careful a toilette as though I had been going to a dinner dance or to the opera. Indeed, I had half decided to go to the latter place. It depended on what they were singing and how far my money would carry me. I had just $20 and a little silver in my pocketbook. That was all I had in the world, all that was left of the $40,000 which I had in January when Edgar Brandon took me into his office in the Broad Exchange Building. No, I was not fleeced by Edgar. He was the best friend I ever had, if I had only known enough to appreciate the fact. But I had tried to be a plunger. I thought Ned was too slow, and even after my folly had been brought home to me a half-dozen times, after my own money was almost exhausted, I had persisted in being a fool. Ned had given me a last solemn warning, but there came a chance to recoup. Ah, it was such a sure thing. That tip of George Ellery's on Northeastern, I bought heavily. I was acting quite within my rights, I told myself, in signing the firm's name to the checks, and how pleased Ned would be. Then there came that crash of which everybody knows, and all who were long on Northeastern remember it bitterly. Ned acted like a gentleman. He took up all the checks and made no fuss, but the next day, with a look I can never forget, he said, "Felton, this ends things between you and me. I never wish to see your face again until I have forgotten what you have done, and that will not be in a hurry, I can promise you. That was all. I tried it alone, but fared very ill. I fancied that my dealings when with Brandon were being talked about, and that some of the men on the curb shunned me. It was my imagination. Maybe. I think the truth was that I despised myself. I had my name removed from the waiting list of Brandon's club, where he had placed it, to save my being blackballed. After a little while I resigned from my own club. All this would not have been so bad had I had any money. I had been used to money and to luxurious living all my life, but I had no funds, nor did I know of a way to obtain any. And now I was down to my last dollar, or what amounted to the same thing. I had figured out just what I was to do. There should be a modest little dinner at a quiet French restaurant I knew, a few cigars, a cab, of course, and an orchestra chair at the Metropolitan. I would take another cab after the opera, for I had about settled upon the East River. It was a more vague, a more mysterious region than the North River, which was too familiar, I thought. I remembered from long ago certain rocks at the water's edge on the east side. I would drive over there and dismiss the cab. Then there would be a tall figure standing on the rocks, smoking a cigar and gazing gloomily at the dark water below. The cigar burns to the end. A clock somewhere strikes midnight. The tall figure leaps out and down into the darkness. And that is the last of Richard Felton. I really felt very sorry for myself as I put on my evening coat, and sorry for Edgar, too, when he should hear of my death. As I knotted my tie before the mirror, I noticed something on the left lapel of my coat. I had not had it on for several weeks, and there were 2 moth holes in the cloth. That was a slight matter to annoy a man about to die, but annoy me it did. I had never been shabby in my life, and I did not wish to go out on this last evening in a shabby coat, but I saw no help for it. I had no other coat. I went out on the street, still thinking of those 2 moth holes. As I passed a florist's window, I had an idea. I went into the shop and bought a large white double carnation, which I pinned to the lapel in a manner to conceal the defects. I went to the restaurant and ate my dinner, smoking a good cigar afterward, while I leisurely watched the other diners, several couples, and 2 or 3 merry parties. At about 8:30 I took a cab and drove to the Metropolitan. I chose a 4-wheeler in preference to a hansom. I wished to be comfortable, to stretch my legs and smoke. I found the opera was Tristan and Isolde. This did not suit me at all. It was too big, too remote. The tragedy was so stupendous. I think I fancied my own would seem small in comparison. And then the house would be dark, and I did not wish that. Tonight I wished to see beautiful women with flashing jewels, to hear the frou-frou of silken garments, to inhale perfumes suggesting luxury and wealth, to move in the surroundings that had once been mine by right. Traviata, or even Il Barbiere, would have done, but the thought of that great, lonely Isolde, pouring out her mighty Liebestod in the gloom, made me shudder. "Drive up the avenue," I called to the man. I should have liked to go to a ball. A mask would have suited me best. Oh, heaven, how I craved gaiety, light, and laughter tonight. I had such a surfeit of sadness. I thought of all the women I knew and dismissed the idea of calling on any one of them. Alice Lazari I thought of last of all. It would sadden me to go there. I had not seen her for 3 months. Would she be shocked tomorrow when she heard? Bah! I wondered if all suicides were not stupid egoists. Some of the houses of the avenue were shrouded in gloom. There were lights in the windows of others. All looked equally forbidding. There was none that had a welcome for me. This would not do. Time was slipping away. I looked at my watch. 10 o'clock. I heard sounds of music, and from the darkness ahead there loomed a great house ablaze with light. As we drew nearer, I saw many carriages. Gaily dressed women alighted from them and ascended the steps. "Drive around into the side street and stop at the end of the line of carriages there," I said to the man. I got out and walked slowly around past the entrance. It seemed to me I should know who lived here. I looked at the neighboring houses, and gradually I remembered. It was a wealthy steel man, a magnate, the papers called him, lately come from the West. He had a wife with social aspirations and a daughter who was said to be beautiful. What was the name? Ah, yes, Sammis. I did not know them, but that made no difference. My resolve was taken. The sight of all those women and men crowding up the steps acted like a tonic upon me, and gave me courage to do a reckless thing. I would go into that house for an hour and mingle among the guests as one of them. Without a moment's hesitation, I mounted the steps and entered. A page in livery stood at the door of the drawing-room, announcing the guests. I gave him my name, and almost expected to see the people turn in surprise as the boy called out, "Mr. Richard Felton," but no one did so. I walked up to two ladies standing in the center of the room and bowed to them. I heard their conventional murmur of pleasure, but did not dare look at their faces. Then I moved away, giving place to others, and looked about me. The great rooms were furnished with magnificence, but there was nothing to offend good taste. Everywhere were flowers. An orchestra was playing somewhere in the hall. I saw no familiar face in the crowd. I became conscious that someone was looking hard at me. I glanced leisurely in the direction from which I felt the stare to come, and saw a stout, red-faced old gentleman with white chin-whiskers. It was Sammis. I recognized him instantly from the newspaper pictures. Uncomfortable as I felt to be suspected thus early, I met his gaze boldly for a moment. Then other people came between us, and I moved away. Decidedly, I must bestir myself, and at least appear to know some people, otherwise my adventure was like to end quickly. Yet I felt my spirits rising in spite of the danger of ridicule or humiliation. The thought of approaching any of the women was distasteful, but suddenly my eye was caught by a short, stockily built man with sandy hair, wearing an ill-fitting evening coat, on the left lapel of which was pinned a white carnation. This recalled my own floral adornment. The sandy-haired man and I were the only men present who wore flowers. I wondered if his coat was moth-eaten. Then I strolled across the room toward him. I fancied he looked somewhat frightened as he saw me approaching, and this put me more at my ease. "My friend," I said, smiling, "you and I alone of all the company, it seems, are wearing white carnations." He looked at me quickly, came a little closer, and made, I thought, a very odd reply. "Love before all," he said, and he stammered over the words. Then he looked as though he were sorry he had said them. "I echo the sentiment," I replied, laughing. "It is an admirable one while the love lasts." On second thought I asked, "Is that the language of the flower we wear?" The sandy-haired man did not reply. He was looking at me very dubiously. "I did not expect to see you here," he said at length. "My meeting with you is an equally unlooked-for pleasure," I replied lightly. "May I ask who you are?" "Certainly. My name is Felton." "Why do you wear that flower?" "Ah, for a private reason." "Are you a friend of hers?" "There are not too many who would call me by that name just now," I said. "If you will tell me which particular she you refer to—" "If it is the one I mean, you needn't be afraid to mention her name to me." "But I must be cautious as well as you." Now all this was only idle chatter on my part, simply to supply myself with occupation, that Sammis's suspicions might be allayed. The mysterious red-haired man was mildly amusing, too, but when he asked, "Do you know of the accident to Chase?" I felt some irritation. "My friend," I answered, "you are much better at interrogating than at answering, but I'll reply to that question. I know all about the accident to Chase. I know all about everything, why you wear a white carnation and all." He stared at me incredulously for a minute, and then said, "In that case, what are you going to do?" As he spoke, I looked over his head and into the eyes of a tall, beautiful young woman who was regarding me intently. I could have sworn she smiled. Certainly her eyes looked an invitation. "I am going to bid you good evening," I said to the red-haired man, and moved away in the direction of the lady. As I approached her, something told me this was Sammis's daughter. There was even a faint likeness in the curve of her red lips to the mouth of the old man. Both expressed a powerful will and courage indomitable. I fancied she grew a shade paler, and her eyes swept the room. I also gave a hurried glance about. Sammis was not visible. I was quite near her now, and suddenly she leaned forward and whispered, The white carnation. My reply must have been an inspiration. Love before all, I whispered back. She flushed beautifully. Mr. Chase? She murmured. Mr. Chase has met with an accident, I said in a low voice. Her face expressed blank dismay. And you? You come in his place? Are you from Mr. Brandon? It was my turn to look at her blankly. From Edgar Brandon? I stammered. Certainly, she said with some impatience. Has anything happened to Edgar? Speak quickly. No, nothing, and I am his friend. She looked greatly relieved, and as she moved away slowly, she whispered, Come to the conservatory in half an hour. I shall be there, and we can talk freely. With what eagerness I looked about for the red-haired man. His mystery, which I had thought rather stupid at first, now held the strongest fascination for me. It seemed to be her mystery, too. I saw he had crossed the room and was standing near the door. I went over to him and drew him into the hall. The orchestra was playing softly, and I got him behind a palm tree. Now tell me everything, I said. You must excuse my rudeness a while ago. Edgar Brandon is my best friend. I will do anything to serve him. You have just seen Miss Sammis speak with me. I swear you may trust me. They're to elope this evening, Brandon and she, he replied. But you must know that. Chase, Brandon's friend, was to have come here half an hour before the time, enter the house as one of the guests, help her to escape through the conservatory window, and get her to the carriage. He is a stranger to Miss Sammis, and the sign was to be a white carnation. The password I have already given you. Chase sprained his ankle badly this afternoon. He can't walk. Brandon was desperate. He asked me to come in Chase's place. I can tell you one thing, though. I don't like the job, and I'll tell you another, unless I'm greatly mistaken. The old man— He stopped suddenly, his eyes looking past me. I turned and saw the old man at my elbow. May I speak to you a moment? He asked. I bowed, and he led the way down the hall, through the dining room, and beyond it to a small room. He closed the door, and, turning, stood regarding me with compressed lips. I felt very uncomfortable. May I ask your name? He said at length. Felton, I replied promptly. I do not think I have met you before, have I? I was vexed beyond measure at this inopportune discovery. I cast about in my mind for some wild tale to account for my presence in the house. I had almost determined to throw myself upon his hospitality, anything to gain another hour. Meanwhile I had answered no to his question. Then if I make a mistake, you must pardon me. You are not one of the men from the Central Office? I could have shouted aloud with glee. I was taken for a detective. I am, sir, I answered. I recognized your friend as coming from there, but I was not sure of you until I saw you talking to him just now. You look like a gentleman. He was delightful, this old man, and my heart really warmed toward him. The smile with which I answered him was genuine. There are 4 of you here, are there not? He asked. There are, sir. Well, 3 will be enough to watch those gimcracks in there, jerking his head toward the drawing-room. I have a much more important matter I am going to entrust to you. Look at this. He held the bit of paper toward me. I took it and read. Shall be at the corner of Madison Avenue, with the carriage at 11. C will be in the house half an hour earlier. Aid him in playing his part. Courage, my dearest one. Love before all. E. I frowned over the paper and shook my head sagely. This, continued the old man, was brought to me this evening by my daughter's maid. It comes from a blackguard named Brandon, Edgar Brandon, whom I have forbidden the house. He intends to run away with my girl tonight, under my nose. I mean to stop the business. And you wish my services in the matter? I asked. I do. I wish you not to let her out of your sight. I'd like to catch her in the very act of running away. And if it wasn't for the scandal it would make, I'd drag her back and humiliate her before her guests. I wish to teach the minx such a lesson as will forever prevent her attempting such a thing again. As for the man— He stopped, his jaw closing like a trap, and his mouth looking very ugly. My heart was rapidly cooling toward Mr. Sammis. I studied the paper critically while I did some rapid thinking. My plan began to unfold itself, incompletely as yet, but one stroke, a bold one, I decided upon now. "Who is the C referred to in the note?" I asked. "That I do not know," he replied. "Then I think I can inform you," I said in an assured tone. "You? How is that?" "You are a very shrewd man, Mr. Sammis, to have recognized me as a detective so quickly," I replied. "You are the first who has ever done so on an occasion like this." The old fox was not averse to a little flattery. I saw his iron jaw relax. "Where your keenness is at fault is in regard to our friend with the sandy hair whom we left in the hall. Such a man could not come from the central office. Look at his nervous fingers, his anxious eyes. I spotted him right away as a suspect and entered into conversation with him. I had just learned his name was Carruthers when you came up. This note makes it clear. He is the C referred to. My belief is he has had the boldness to enter your house in the guise of a guest for the purpose of helping your daughter to get away." "God save us!" cried Sammis. "But you are a clever one. Upon my soul, I believe you are right." "I am certain of it," I answered. "Now, this requires careful handling. First, I must ask what your wishes are. Do you wish this man Carruthers put out of the house and the whole business stopped at once?" "By no means. Not at all. I wish to catch them in the act of running away. Stop her on the sidewalk, on the way to the rascal's carriage, if possible. I wish to leave no loophole for any lies or explanations." "Then I know just how to act. Do you put the matter in my hands?" "Absolutely." I was beginning to like him again. "The first thing I shall do will be to make an excuse for speaking to your daughter. Perhaps I may get a point from her, perhaps not. That depends. At any rate, Carruthers, after seeing us talking together, can easily be persuaded that I am a friend of Brandon's, now that you have given me his name, and so play right into our hands." "Capital! Suppose I present you to my daughter?" "My dear sir," I said deprecatingly, "that would be to spoil everything. I have my own methods. Trust all to me." A few minutes afterward I sauntered up to Miss Sammis in the drawing-room. "Stand here a few minutes, as though chatting with me," I said. "Then lead the way to the conservatory. It will be all right. You need not fear to be observed." One of the artists from the opera had just risen to sing, and the guests were bestowing themselves to listen. We left the room quietly. We stood facing each other in the conservatory. I said, gently, "You have need of all your courage. I have just left your father. Your maid has played you false, and has given him Edgar's note sent you today. He thinks I am a detective, and has told me everything. I am supposed to be watching you." She turned very pale, but her mouth, a moment ago so soft and smiling, was now firm as Sammis's own. "The woman must have stolen other letters, then. This explains my being watched so closely of late. Will you tell me what your father has against Brandon?" "At first it was only an absurd ambition for me to make what he calls a brilliant match. Then Edgar met with some loss in his business. The amount was exaggerated, but my father believed the worst. It was then that he became very bitter against Edgar." She had unwittingly dealt me a hard blow, and I reddened under it. I, then, was the indirect cause of her unhappiness. "I do not know who you are," said the poor girl, "but I must trust you. I do trust you." "You do well," I said, "for indeed it is necessary. Listen, Miss Sammis. I shall not stop to explain my presence here, for we have a bold game to play, and time is precious. Only believe this, Edgar Brandon was once a dear friend of mine. I am still his friend, though not now in his favor. To be restored to it I will stop at nothing. You, who love him so, can understand this feeling, can you not?" Her eyes grew beautifully soft and tender as she bent her head. "It is now nearly 11 o'clock, and Edgar must be outside. Where is your maid?" "She was to wait for me under this window." She ran toward it and looked out. "The girl is not there," she said. "Now, this is what you are to do. Go upstairs and send the maid down with your things to the appointed place. Have her wear a long, dark cloak, with a hood if possible. Has she such a garment? Good. You yourself bring a wrap, light in color, something distinctively yours. First, though, show me how to reach the yard through the rear of the house." I followed her out through dimly lighted rooms to a hall from which a side door opened. "This leads to the yard," she said. I opened it and looked out on the dark space, about 12 feet wide, and on the line of carriages across the street. "Now return to the drawing room," I said. "Look for a short man with sandy hair and wearing a white carnation. Speak to him without fear, and send him to me at this door. He should be here in 5 minutes. 15 minutes later, come to the door yourself and open it. You will find me on the steps outside. Can you be ready so soon?" "In half the time," she replied. "Brave girl. Now go. Don't be afraid. Your father will not stop you." In a few minutes I heard the sound of hurried, uncertain footsteps approaching, and Brandon's friend appeared. I opened the side door and drew him out upon the steps, closing the door softly and adjusting the latch that I might open it again. "Whew!" he breathed softly, but with great relief. "A million wouldn't tempt me back inside that house." "Carruthers," I said, "I don't know your name, but for tonight it's Carruthers. Our work is just beginning." In a few words I told him as much of my interview with Sammis as I thought best. "Run down to Madison Avenue and find Brandon's cab. Tell him to drive up to within 50 feet of the house, and to have his cab door open. At the instant Miss Sammis is lifted in, he is to drive down Madison Avenue like the wind. Down Madison Avenue, that is important, no matter where he is going. Now, do you understand?" "Yes, but I have no hat." "We'll both have to sacrifice our hats and coats for tonight, Carruthers, but it's in a great cause. Love before all, you know." I laughed and gave him a push toward the gate as I said, "Come back here instantly and stand well below the door, in the shadow." I crossed the street, found my own four-wheeler, and bade the driver bring the vehicle up to the house opposite the side gate. I took all the bills in my pocket and thrust them into his hand as I gave him explicit instructions what he was to do. He promised faithful obedience. "Mind," I concluded, "the instant you get the word go, you are to drive like mad up Fifth Avenue. Don't stop within 20 blocks, no matter what you hear." I ran back up the steps. My heart was beating rapidly, for the crucial moment was approaching. I had Sammis and the maid yet to deal with. As I reached the top step, the door opened, and the maid appeared. She started at seeing me, but I put my finger to my lips. "I am sent by Mr. Sammis to stop this thing," I said, "though your mistress does not know it. Come, don't be afraid. I know all about the note." The girl plainly mistrusted me, but went, unwillingly, toward the conservatory window, underneath which I bade her stand. The spot was a dark one, about a dozen yards from the side door. I noted with satisfaction that she wore a long dark wrap with a hood. She carried in her hands a small bag. And now for Sammis. What if, in the meantime, he had grown suspicious and had spoken to one of the real detectives? I should be exposed and our scheme ruined. One glance at his face when I saw him reassured me. The drawing-room was almost deserted, the guests being at supper. Sammis was watching for me and came toward me instantly. "Mr. Sammis," I said, "things have come our way better than I dared to hope. I have got from that fool Carruthers the whole story of their plans. Both he and your daughter think I am a friend of Brandon's. Come into the conservatory. We can talk better there." I was drawing him toward it as I spoke. "Brandon is here. He is waiting in a carriage down near the end of the line. Look out of the window, just opposite the gate, and you will see a cab which I have sent for. It is this vehicle I intend your daughter to enter. But when she steps inside it, instead of Brandon, I wish her to find her father. Will not this be proof in its most convincing form that she is running away? In the meantime, I shall see that Mr. Brandon is detained, that you may deal with him as you see fit." The dramatic element in this appealed to Sammis, for he whispered, "Good, good," several times and shook my hand warmly. "I shall remember you handsomely for this," he said in my ear. "Your approval is sufficient," I answered. "But come, there is no time to lose. Your daughter may come here at any moment. Let us go through the window." I jumped down on the grass, and Sammis followed quickly. He was wonderfully spry for his years. The maid stood in the shadow where I had left her. "Will you just speak a word to this young woman here, Mr. Sammis?" I whispered. "I fear she doesn't quite trust me." When he saw the maid cloaked with bag in hand, he seemed greatly surprised. I did not like the look which I felt rather than saw on his face as he turned toward me. For a moment I feared I had gone too far. "Everything has proceeded exactly according to the original program," I said. "Your daughter expected her maid to attend her. I did not wish to arouse her suspicions." "Certainly, certainly, you are right," he said. "Louise, in everything you are to do exactly as this gentleman bids you." We crossed the grass plot silently, hurried through the gate, and in another minute I had him safe inside my cab. I looked up toward Madison Avenue and saw Carruthers coming toward me. Things were timing themselves beautifully. He slipped in the side gate and joined me near the rear of the house. "All right," he whispered. "A four-wheeler with 2 black horses. The door stands open. Brandon knows what to do." I signed him to stay where he was and tiptoed up the steps to the side door, which I opened. "I am here," came a soft voice from within. "Hand me out your wrap," I whispered. She did so. It was a pearl-gray one with a lace-trimmed hood. I crept along the shadow of the house to where the maid stood motionless. "Your mistress has brought the wrong wrap, and is afraid to come out," I whispered. "It is absolutely necessary that she does so. She wishes the one you have. Quick, take it off." She obeyed at once. "You are a bright girl, and Mr. Sammis is greatly pleased with you," I said. "You'd better put this thing on. It's chilly here. It shall be yours after this business is ended." She fingered the soft, fleecy thing with evident delight and draped it over her shoulders. "Now, I am going to see that the young lady doesn't get away. When I send my partner, the other detective, for you, go with him to the carriage where Mr. Sammis is. In case there is any fainting, we may need you. Give me that bag. You don't wish to be bothered with it." At last the supreme moment had come. I crept back to Carruthers and, with a last whispered word or two, pushed him toward the maid. I saw him lead her out to the gate, drawing the hood of the wrap over her head as he walked beside her. The door of the cab opened. Carruthers picked the girl up and seemed to fling her inside. "Go!" he shouted, slamming the door, and the horses dashed toward Fifth Avenue. I ran up the steps. "Now!" I cried, and in an instant Miss Sammis was beside me. I seized her hand, and we ran full speed up the dark side street toward Madison Avenue. I saw the black horses, the open cab door, and in a moment she was lifted into arms ready to receive her. I scrambled after her as the horses bounded forward, and as we turned the corner on 2 wheels, I looked out and saw the figure of Carruthers alone on the sidewalk, waving us a hilarious farewell. She lay within the shelter of his arms, her eyes closed. She was a brave girl, but I could see by her pallor as we dashed past the street lamps how sorely her courage had been tried. Brandon looked down at her lovely face, having eyes for nothing else. I put my head out of the window. No pursuing carriage was in sight. "You are in no danger now," I said. "Do you wish to drop me or take me on to the station?" Brandon started. "Who is that?" he asked sharply. "It can't be." He leaned forward and looked at me. "Edgar, you said once you never wished to see me until you had forgotten. I have tried to be of some service to you tonight. Perhaps you can forgive, some day." She opened her eyes. "He saved me for you, Edgar. My maid betrayed me. Father was informed of everything, but he brought me safely through the danger. I do not know his name even, but he shall be my friend and yours forever." Brandon reached forward and pressed my hand in the darkness. The story was told briefly as we dashed through 23rd Street toward the river. Not until we were on the other side and out of New York State did we breathe freely. There were still a few minutes before the train left. Edgar had brought out from somewhere a traveling cap and made me put it on. The last thing he did as we all sat together in the car was to scribble something with a fountain pen in a little book held on his knee. He tore out a check and handed it to me. "You can serve me while I am gone, Dick," he said. "A great rise is coming in Consolidated Steel. Buy all you can, and, for Brandon and Felton, we are partners and friends again, my boy." As I came back alone on the ferry, a gentle breeze was blowing up from the bay. The odor of the white carnation was wafted pleasantly to my nostrils. I looked toward the dark city across the water, and again thought of Alice Lazari. Tomorrow I would go to see her. Tomorrow. A distant bell boomed out midnight, and suddenly I remembered that it was the hour at which I was to die. I had quite forgotten it. Then I laughed softly. How much better it was to live. End of The White Carnation by Francis Livingston.